Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast. As always, I am Bezic, and tonight I am joined by resident degenerate and artist Trim, and the token Swede Tosti, who was the genius who created the server.
Hello, I'm lazy and stupid. Hence why I haven't been on here anymore. Before, I mean.
Yep, and we will have that oil guy joining us soon-ish. Right, so, on today's episode of the Boomer Report, fucking Carl, who let him near the server in?
Yeah, I got a point there.
Yeah, so severe technical issues. Goodness knows what happens to them. I have to wonder if they were getting DDoSed or something. Like, you'd think Cloudflare would sort that out.
But you never know. I usually say this. Technology is 90% logic, 10% magic. Which is why it works most of the time.
Yeah.
I suspect Vicky was sleeping on the job today. I mean, she's the one on Boomer Watch, right?
I think it's John that's on Boomer Watch, isn't it? Yeah. Student of History has it exactly right. The fucking podcast of the Boomer Eaters.
Devours the boomers.
We've just had a telegram message from the Lotus Eaters. Let's see, we are aware today's podcast livestream had technical issues. We'll be uploading our recording instead so people can catch up with it. Thanks for your patience and understanding. We really appreciate it. Yes. Good. Because there was no way any of those recordings would work. Okay. So, apparently there is a company called Diversity Inc.
Oh, I hate it already.
Yeah.
I agree with
And now, since we haven't seen the Lotus Eaters, I have no idea what this thing is about, but I'm going to take a guess and say that it is a massive con job. Just like everything else to do with the whole diversity industry.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Me either. It's like, it is pretty damn obvious what it is. And most shit about that, it's always gonna be a grift.
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing, isn't it?
Ooh, perfect. Can I read this?
Okay.
So, diversity has become a booming business. So where are the results?
$4 million mansion in Beverly Hills?
Hey, do you notice that the chairs are higher the paler the color?
Oh,
and
okay,
of course, the more men.
Yep.
A black woman is down at the bottom, of course.
Okay, you know, I can actually respect the smart design in that, but I don't agree with her politics. But I can respect the design is pretty good.
I mean, it's not at least they're kind of subtle about it because you don't notice it unless you start staring at the chairs.
Though they should do it the other way around because usually they go from left to right in those kind of shorts. But you know.
I mean, they go from left to right in a lot of cases.
Yeah, so let's have a look at what this article is. Okay, by Pamela Newkirk, who is the author of Diversity Inc., The Failed Promise of a $1 Billion Business.
Yeah.
Hello, guy.
Hello.
Your mic is very windy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's driving cars. He does
charity.
Let me turn the air.
I am not doing charity work today. They can go and get fucked. I have taken the excellent executive decision to go to the pub. So I'm just I took my mother out for lunch because I'm a good boy.
That's good.
I'm a good boy. I normally take her for breakfast on a Friday, sort of brunch. But today I took her for lunch. I had a very excellent chicken katsu. And now I took her home, and they're driving back to my house. I'm going to get a couple of cigars, a couple of choice Cuban cigars, and I'm going to head to my local artisan pub and drink some excellent soapy real ales and and talk to you guys. That's my plan.
Sounds like
Sounds
a
like
good
a
idea. if you
bloody
ask
good
me.
plan.
It is hot. It is 25.5 degrees in Aberdeen.
Ooh, that's a good temperature.
That sounds
that-
cold.
That,
Yep, it was
that
smelly.
there are children running around on fire here. It's
Nice.
this
Is
is
that
not-
They should be.
Is that the heat of the oil industry?
this is end of the world hot in Aberdeen at the minute.
I mean, it's a good summer's day in Norway, so it once again proves that Scots are pansies. They can't handle hot nor cold.
It's fucking hot here.
That's fair. More reason to drink a cold one. Perfect
Yeah.
excuse.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Wait, that's it.
Yes.
I saw on the Times article that they apparently had Gucci apparently made a sweater that appeared to have blackface. Can we get a picture of that?
What?
Let's
Oh,
see.
I remember that one.
Let's see if we can find the
was ages ago.
blackface sweater
Yeah. Look for the
in
article
February,
first, I think.
apparently.
Yeah, maybe they have it in the article. Look first.
I
Oh, they
remember,
wouldn't show you that.
Oh, that's true. Oh, they probably would.
I remember it. I definitely remember this when it happened. It's quite a long time ago, actually.
Okay, so it
Oh,
looks absolutely nothing like blackface, but it looks fucking stupid to start with.
Well, it's Gucci. Of course, it's
Gucci
stupid.
jumper.
Oh my god!
That's embarrassing. Someone paid money to somebody to design that.
And somebody paid money to buy it, probably.
I love it.
And that's even
I
more
love it.
embarrassing.
It is so retarded. I love it.
Can we say retarded?
Sorry?
Can we say retarded?
Well, we just did twice.
We just
now,
did,
so.
so. Mm.
Okay.
I mean, as long as we don't say any of the two F words. No, wait, the F word and the N word. You know, the one who rhymes with
No
Yeah.
power
and
words.
gears,
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
and the one who is actually a bundle of sticks.
Yeah.
Yes.
I should be able to say that since I'm bisexual, but you know, I guess I'm not oppressed enough. I'm white, you know, so.
You're a white Swede, so not
Yeah.
even oppressed. Not even
Yeah.
That's
oppressed.
true. That's
You're
true.
a cis white
Hey.
male. That's the most evil
Yeah.
thing since the straight white male.
Yeah.
But I'm literally not. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Anyway, back to the article, I guess.
The poorly written article that's basically a propaganda piece. Yep.
Yeah.
Is
So-
there any other thing from them?
Probably not.
Yeah. So
But
apparently.
wait a second.
Yeah.
It isn't a gay white male standard. It isn't gay white male normal for Sweden. Isn't the straight white male the less likely?
Don't ask
Well,
questions.
actually, lately, all the straight white dudes in Sweden has come to Norway,
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
and since
They're
they,
taking your jobs,
sponsors-
Trim.
No, they're not taking their jobs. We're making them honorary Norwegians
Yeah.
because they're not a bunch of, bundle of sticks.
Yeah. So, apparently, the communists over at Gucci hired a global diversity czar, who's African American, of course, and vowed to create multicultural scholarships and a more diverse workforce. Cool, so they're going to fire all the white people.
Yeah.
So they had quite a diverse workforce as it was. I mean, those sweatshops aren't full of white kids.
I didn't know straight people worked for Gucci. I didn't know there were straight men in the fashion industry in general. Maybe that's their
Successful,
issue.
So you would have.
Well, the
I
one
mean,
straight,
it's successful, so you would assume there are some.
I mean, the one straight guy who was in fashion was the guy who made that Veronica's Secret thing, and he offed himself from a bridge, from what I heard, or got
I
off.
think there's
I
quite
don't
a
remember.
few. Quite a few. I mean, that Alexander McQueen, I think he's straight, isn't he? Memory serves, maybe not. Somebody will be able to correct us. Somebody will correct us in the chat today.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Hello,
So-
student. Hello, Cap. Nice to see you again, by the way.
We really should be using the chat more to do the work.
Yeah.
That is the Lotus Eater's way, after all.
Whoa.
It's called interaction. It boosts the podcast.
Yeah. Also,
so-
I just wanna say hello, student. We met in the chat during Arch Warhammer's live stream.
Nice.
Nice
Yeah.
choice. Anyway,
Also,
so
I
No,
didn't
go
see
ahead.
any of the. I didn't see the Lotus Eaters podcast today because I was busy and also apparently it wasn't working very well. So.
yeah,
Yeah,
don't worry,
it's
no one
Yeah.
did.
No one saw it. Not even Carl.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Hello,
So,
Billy Bloods.
Burberry announced similar efforts after it showed a hoodie that looked like a noose the same month, and Prada did the same in 2018 after it then unveiled a line of figurines that also resembled blackface. Man, they just can't get away from being racist, can they?
No, but let's take a look at the words they're using. Looked like, resembled.
Yeah.
So it's not those things.
No. You see, the truth is what you see and what you make it.
Yes. I,
Yes.
for instance, am looking at a cloud right now.
That's not a cloud. That is sarin gas
No,
going
it's-
towards you, wanting to kill you.
No, it's lovely. It's big. It's white. It's impressive. It's one might say supreme. It's definitely
It's powerful. It's powerful in its
It's
appearance.
it's currently BTFOing the darker clouds around it. So reasons that we whatever.
Yeah, but that's always been something interesting to me. It's the fact that they need to preface it with "it looked like" or "it seemed to be,"
Well, yeah, because that makes
because
it
otherwise they can't do anything.
Well, if they make it opinion, you can't sue them. If they
Yes.
say this is blackface, Gucci can sue them and say no, it's not blackface, but appears to be blackface, cannot be sued. I mean, that's how virtually all news articles and shows now are not news; they're opinion pieces.
Yeah, pretty much.
And by
Yeah,
making them opinion pieces, pretending to be news, they can't be sued.
Didn't New York, whatever the fuck, get BTFO'd by a judge for that recently, though? When the based lads over at Project Veritas sued the crap out of them?
Exactly. But they
don't-
said they made the mistake of saying something, sort of factual. If you say this is, then they can sue you. If you say this looks like, or this may be, or I think this, you can't be sued. You can't be sued for your private opinion.
Yeah, their big mistake was also going on a news site and not having it under editorials or opinion pieces, and then going, oh, it's opinion piece, and the judge is like, no, it looks like a news article, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, the news companies over the years have perfected the skill of making an opinion appear to be news.
Well,
That's how they did all this Trump Russia shit.
Yeah. Well, they got really good at that. Then, because all the good copy editors were straight white men, they fired them all, and now they're shit again. So they're making all these dumb mistakes. Yes, Billy Blogs. They use wizard words to avoid being sued.
Yeah, I think I don't know if it's that. I think they've just become very lazy because no one's taken them to task on anything. It's like they're easy to BTFO now because they're under the impression that everyone's on their side. And so they've just become more bold. You see it all the time. You see it everywhere.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're a racist, basically, and don't hire based on what they can do. Yeah, exactly.
Whoa. Oh my god, did you just assume that we should do the most racist thing and pretend that's not racist? Oh my god.
I'm sorry, I'm leaving the show. It's been nice. I'm shutting down the Discord server. I'm shutting down our
What
lives.
kind of Swede
I'm sorry.
are you? What kind of Swede are you?
A horrible one.
Yeah, I mean, you could always become an honorary Norwegian, though. I can give you that.
Oh, thank you, Trim.
You will have to take 2 inches off your penis, though.
Or you could take a 4 and be a Scot.
God, yeah.
I'll
But
think
then
about
again,
it. We'll
Oiled
see.
is an honorary Norwegian, so he has instantly grown 2 extra inches when he came to Norway.
That's true. Yeah. I'm not an honorary Norwegian. I've spent
You're an
enough time
honorary
there
one.
to be.
I gave you the
I've spent,
title.
I've spent enough time there to be a Norwegian.
Yeah, honorary.
I spent as much time as a normal Norwegian spends in Norway. As little as possible.
What, 5 years?
No, as little as possible.
It depends on the average Norwegian. There's a lot of those. Depends
Well,
on which end of Norway.
Well,
If you're in East
to
Norway,
get the smallest tax is possible as well. Maybe.
then you're in the north, but they're pretty
Oh,
chill.
wow.
Then you have
This is
the
interesting.
Western Norwegians. Again, they're pretty okay where they are. Eastern Norwegians apparently hate being where they are and just want to fly everywhere.
I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. Oh dear.
I think French just forcing Norwegian.
I've just seen a very manly person in a bikini walking down the street.
A manly person in a bikini?
Very manly.
How dare you be so transphobic?
As well, manly enough that I can tell whether he's been circumcised
Oh God!
through his bikini. Oh,
her
bikini. Sorry, her bikini.
It's.
Oh,
I mean her.
Dear. This is the problem that
Zier.
Like I'm saying, it's properly hot here, and people are already going absolutely fucking mental.
I just have the worst mental image right now, and oh my God.
You've got I've just seen it. Jesus.
I know, so you have to go take a fucking drink. God, man.
I'm working
Save
on it.
yourself.
I'm working on it right now.
That old guy was later found having crashed into a traffic pole, wanting to end his suffering after seeing that masculine bikini.
Just
drive. Blood is like, was not a woman.
Just drive straight into the.
Yeah, the final words would be like, "I saw it. It was not beautiful."
I'd never be able to get over the embarrassment of having crashed in this piece of shit car.
He saw it was a botched circumcision.
If I was found I wouldn't want anyone to find me in this situation. Oh God, what have I done?
So, in 2003, companies were spending $8 billion a year on diversity efforts. But since Trump's election,
Trumpism,
frothing at their mouth as the orange man just hangs above them, being like.
And with the emergence of movements like Me Too and Black Lives Matter, but only when the police shoot them, the industry has exploded. In 2019 survey, 234 companies in the S&P 500 found that 63% of the diversity professionals had been appointed or promoted to their roles during the past 3 years. Fucking Jesus.
That's too much. But hey, I mean, they need to embezzle money somehow.
It really does sound like money laundering, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost as good as, producing art.
Modern art is not art.
I mean, I made one kind of art personally,
Yeah. You make good art. The good kind.
I'm moving into the Hunter Biden. I'm taking his art class next year. Because I really have been paying too much tax. So.
Yeah.
I mean, I just finished my greatest piece and Oiled has it, so. Still owe me money for that, by the way. I'm kidding.
That is all joking aside, that is a thing of fucking beauty.
Thank you. I worked hard.
I mean, you might as well just kill yourself now.
Yeah, I've already done so. I've actually done it. It's just that necromancy brought me back because one of my friends like, "You're not allowed to die yet."
It's very unlikely that you'll ever do anything as significant again in your life. So.
Yeah, I know. That's why I take extreme amounts of medications and drugs now, just to fill the void.
Yeah, welcome to my life.
Thank you. I now know how it is to be a Swede. What?
Yeah, you live like a Swede in Norway. How does it feel?
I'm burning up from
Everybody's-
within. It's like a
You live
vampire
like a
stepping out in sunlight.
That's
Yeah.
quite the slagging. You live like a Swede.
Yeah.
Oh god. That if
Filthy
somebody
animal.
actually if someone told me that would physically hurt me.
Yeah.
You
So,
dirty Swede.
Yeah.
So, in March 2018, the job site Indeed reported that postings for diversity and inclusion professionals had risen 35% in the previous 2 years, which is significant considering that Indeed's absolute dog shit.
Yeah. Hey, can I get paid for what? For doing nothing? Sure.
God, I wish I could do that.
Yep. Well, as they go on to say after they just waffle bullshit about all the stuff that they're doing to screw people over. From the well-compensated diversity consultants and SARs. Why not? I don't think you know what SAR means. 2, well-compensated for what? Telling you to fire all the white people and to let the black people get away with murder? I mean, fuck.
Totally reasonable.
It's not murder. It's peaceful stabbings and friendly shootings. Mostly friendly shootings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then they go on to complain about how they're not equal despite being free. Diversity is not flourishing. People of colour, yeah, the vaguest term they could come up with, who make up nearly 40% of the US population. Okay, do you include Irish people or something? Remain acutely underrepresented in most influential fields. From 2009
Oh, sorry.
to 2018, the percentage of black law partners inched up from 1.7 to 1.8%. That's awfully racist to say that black people can't pass the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we're gonna use their view now, they are completely unable to do anything unless they're helped by the mighty whitey. Their words, not mine. Who knew said lefties were so base, huh?
Yep, and they go on to whine that people of colour held about 16% of Fortune 500 board seats in 2018. Okay, and what do you want to do about that? Oh, just randomly select black people from the street to take those jobs?
It's the first random black guy you can find. Preferably a woman.
Yep.
Or find a dude, give him lipstick, and make him call himself a woman.
Yeah, just imagine what George Floyd could have done if he was actually a Fortune 500 owner.
Or lipstick.
Better
he already
better
had
quality
giant
drugs.
lips.
Yeah, exactly.
He could be really good for breathalyzers.
Yeah.
Oh wait, he can't use them.
Yep, so apparently in the top 200 film releases of 2017, minorities account for 7.8% of writers, 12.6% of directors, and 19.8% of lead roles. And?
Okay, sounds
They're
fancy.
not rich, therefore it's racism.
Of course. It's not this, therefore racism. The ultimate math.
Sounds reasonable.
Yep.
It's basically the BLM logic of looting. I don't have a TV, therefore racism.
Therefore, I can burn, pillage, shoot, and wreck so much shit as I want to.
Yeah.
He says while holding his iPhone and wearing Nike Air Jordans.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, they're not. I don't know. I don't know
I
what.
suppose it probably doesn't count if you looted the Jordans.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And the iPhone.
Probably.
Yeah.
That's probably the problem. If you looted the Jordans, they don't count as well. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Hang on a second. I've just thought of something. If the items that you loot don't count as personal wealth, then what have we got to pay reparations on?
True.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't kidnap anyone. We just looted them.
Yeah.
if you-
Actually, we
But,
just bought the loot from other people, so technically, we have been swindled.
Can we use the AOC defense then? People are looting because they need to eat.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
We took.
They
took the
really
slaves
need
'cause
to eat those Air Jordans.
We needed that cotton. We needed the fields tilled and the cotton picked, right?
You
When
got
I
10
was
black
a
people.
little bitty
Labor
baby, my
up
mama would
5%.
rock me. Cotton fields back home. Sorry, I couldn't help it. I like that song,
worry.
actually. I like it for many reasons. And one of them is exactly what you think.
Yeah.
Of course it is.
So, in 2017, 81% of full-time professors at degree-granting post-secondary schools were white, while just 3% were Hispanic and 4% were black. I don't know,
Oh
is
my
that...
God.
So, okay. And what percentage of graduates are Hispanic or black? Oh, you don't mention that. Funny that. Maybe it just goes to show that the black people and the Hispanic people who graduate from your stupid bloody school go out and get real jobs instead of being academics.
Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't they?
I mean, that would
Oh,
be
well.
effort. That would be effort.
Well, but because they, presumably because unlike leftists, they care about their families, they want to go out and earn money to support them. Leftists don't give a shit about that. They'll just sit in their pathetic university job for the rest of their lives and grow old until they're eaten by their cats.
Yeah, that actually happened, didn't it?
Good.
Probably.
Were they still alive?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, so they go on to whine about how there's laws against, racial discrimination. Though the 1960s saw the introduction of affirmative action policies intended to address the history of slavery followed by centuries of discrimination against people of colour, citation needed, decades of legal challenges have undermined these measures. Good.
Citation needed.
Since 1978, for example, Regents of the University of California v. Back has prohibited institutions from using racial quotas or other remedies to address past discrimination. No, they've.
Oh, no,
it's
how horrible.
not got nothing to do with past discrimination. You fucking slimy cunts. It's like, yes, you're prohibited from using racial quotas. Racism. How would they?
We need basic. We need more black people. Okay, just throw out Trim and me, and it'll be perfect. Okay.
Yeah. Or no, wait, no. I identify as trans race. There, I identify as trans black. It's good.
Trans black woman of color, lesbian.
Okay, I'm not going that. Well, lesbian, yes. but,
Lesbian
I'm not
Muslim with a disability.
Yeah.
Well,
Like-
we have all pretty much figured out that the come on, get the fuck out of here, kitty. What the fuck was it? The transition of my gender and race has left me scarred and deformed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm ginger.
Oh, half ginger. I have a soul. It's okay.
Hey, Walker.
Yeah, no. It's a benefit that my ginger brethren do not have, and I intend to keep the divide.
Yeah. But I still say one drop rule. So
Yeah, exactly.
you get the chipper with the pedos.
No,
Yep.
you're not putting me along with those.
Straight in the chipper.
Nah, not the chipper. Let me at least catch.
You-
Just set
you-
me on fire. Set me on fire.
No, you
Set
get to
me
go
on fire.
head. It's okay. You get to go head first.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Look,
But
I'm
hey,
okay with
first of
getting a
all,
new
first of all,
shipper for him.
Can I throw people in the chipper first?
Sure.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we need slave labor to do the work for us. We're not gonna do it. Jeez.
No,
No,
gingers can do the slave labor. I want to
Yeah,
die with some sense.
No, the gingers die first.
I don't want to.
Well, I'm half ginger, so I go last. I have privileges. I'm white, remember?
There are quite a lot of Muslim gingers, you know.
Yeah, actually, there's a
From
few.
all the rape and pillage.
Statistically speaking, gingers are most likely to join ISIS.
That is
Well,
actually true. That's legitimately
yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Was this Scottish dude who were that?
It's because of the isolation and stuff they suffer through as children.
Of course.
Yeah, they did like a full, like deep study on this. It's
Yeah, but they're such pussies. Oh
Yes,
no!
which is why they
I'm gonna
join
join a
ISIS.
terrorist organization. Fucking pansies.
well, what I say is it just goes to show that we're correct about gingers.
Oh yeah. I condemn gingers as well. I mean, Hitler also had part Jew in him, and he. I'm not finishing that.
No, probably best just leave that one as it is.
We'll let that one be, and we can just talk about it when we're not streaming.
Ah,
I'm
So-
getting a bit hungry, so I think we're gonna go get some food. But I will see you guys later. And nice meeting you, stream chat.
Later, Tulsa.
You guys have a good one.
Bye bye. Good guy, Tulsa.
So, the evil whites now claim that they are being disenfranchised as others are afforded undue advantage. No, we don't claim that. It's blatantly provable.
fact.
Yep. 2017 NPR poll found that 55% white Americans believe that white people are discriminated against. You're literally saying black and minority ethnic.
That's interesting as well, because if it's 55% of Americans, that means that quite a few left Americans think that's true as well.
Yes, which is really interesting. Though
Although not surprising.
I would wonder how the question's phrased, though, because the leftists probably believe it's a good thing. It's like, it's true, but it's a good thing.
It's about time we were put in our place.
Yeah.
God, there's nothing I hate more than white guilt. There it is, but...
I mean, it's a concept that I find difficult because I have no guilt for anything, let alone being white.
I mean, I feel guilt,
I mean,
but
if
I don't feel guilt for being white.
If I punched you in the face and stole your girlfriend, I wouldn't feel guilty.
No.
I'm certainly not. I'm certainly not going to feel guilty about something my grandfather did, or great grandfather did. And to be totally honest, Chad. So, you know. If my grandfather BTFO'd your grandfather, fuck you. Is what I say. Your grandfather shouldn't have been such a pussy then, should he?
Amen.
Yep.
Yeah, so...
Maybe you should have invented boomsticks.
Maybe they should have invented the concept of metal.
Yeah. Exactly.
So
Anyway.
Our resident lying leftist then goes on to abuse white people some more. So, after saying that 55% of white Americans believe that white people are discriminated against, tellingly a lower percentage said they had actually experienced discrimination. The fuck does that mean? Tellingly a lower percent had actually experienced it. You don't have to experience something yourself to know it's true.
I, for instance, have not suffered white on black racism, but I'm aware that it exists.
I, for example, have not been caught in a volcanic eruption, but I am aware that they can happen.
Yeah. Based.
Yeah. They also say a lower percentage, so what was that lower percentage? 54%? My assumption, anytime they don't give you the number, is that they're lying about it.
I even doubted when they give you the number.
2 minutes after it arrived as well, you know.
Yeah. Moreover, renewed calls for diversity are playing out against resurgent white nationalism, a rise in bias crimes, and a president who has denigrated Mexicans, Muslims, and blacks, among other groups. So that's 3 lies in a row.
Yeah.
A rise in
I'm
bias
surprised there's only
crimes.
3. Honestly, I was surprised it's only 3 in a single breath, though.
But what the fuck is a bias crime? Is it a hate
nepotism, I
crime?
guess?
Because
I think it's nepotism.
possibly, but let's say that it's similar to a hate crime. Okay, who's doing it? Is it black people attacking Asians? Also, Oil, we can hear whatever the fuck's going on in the background on your end.
A robot.
Yeah.
Jeez. Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, Trim, let me know when Oil's audio's working again.
Yeah, I'll tell you. It's
Right.
still roboting.
So, although the worsening racial climate appears to power the diversity industry, yes, and who's causing the worsening
he's
racial
back.
climate? Is it the leftists that are causing the racial resentment?
Repeat that, please. You repeat that, please.
We don't have him, huh?
Who's...
Oh, there he is. He's talking.
Oh, sorry, I was ordering
Yeah.
drinks.
Yeah. Get you mute yourself next time, please. Because we heard your bartender.
Well, I think. All right, I took my AirPod out, and I thought that would stop it.
Ah, no, it didn't.
Sorry.
I think it actually made it
apologize.
worse. That's all right.
You don't need to apologize.
I didn't mean it.
I know, but don't even give the illusion of apologies. You know what happens.
Yeah, it's true. Oh yeah. Immediately cancelled.
Exactly. You're a Scot. Have a backbone. You're one of the few with one.
Yeah.
So, the racists go on to
Yeah,
say
yes,
that although the worsening racial climate appears to power the diversity industry, a number of studies suggest that these initiatives can actually make matters worse by triggering racial resentment. No shit! You discriminate against people based on race, and then they resent you for it. How the fuck did you think that was going to work?
Really, I am shocked. I am the shooketh.
You are shooketh?
Really shooketh. To mine core.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mine core. Think of the Google engineer who was fired for writing a memo deriding the company's diversity efforts. James Damore, say his name. Say his name. Say his name. He went on to file a class action claiming Google discriminates against conservative white men before ultimately moving to arbitration. They do? Like, what? Didn't they then go and audit the company and find that the men were being paid less than the women?
I did. It was either this. It was either the same or actually less, or that the men were paid less.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Is there any other kind with those people?
Yeah. And then they just waffle more. Yep, so Amazon donates 10 million to organizations supporting justice and equity. Is that a fucking Palestinian flag? Red, black, green, horizontal stripes. That's Palestine, isn't it?
I have no idea. Don't they have a mark in their flag?
I don't know. Let me have a look. They do, so that's some other bullshit.
Of course it is. NAACP.
Yes. Oh, it's the Pan-African flag.
Oh, right.
That's even worse.
We should have had Spoon here. He's good with that.
Where is Spain?
Yes.
He disappeared after calling Sargon a boomer on stream. In the Discord, I mean.
Yeah, he abused Sargon and then fucked off.
As he should. When
Oh.
Sargon boomers, he deserves abuse.
Oil, you
Yeah.
are doing it properly. Avatars of hedonism. Yes, I like it.
Oh, that's yeah. It's my local. It's Cask. It's the bar. It's a
See,
Nice.
where did you post
cigar.
it? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's nice. Hey, your beard is starting to get back. Man, it grows quick.
Yeah. Well, I'm a man.
Yeah, you are. Man, I really want to try that. That looks nice.
Well, the fruit one.
Both of them actually, and a cigar.
It's just a little starter cigar for the day.
Yeah. So, apparently, after the company donated $10 million to absolute bullshit, their employees donated $8.5 million. $8.5 million out of the employees' money. The employees who are apparently being treated like absolute trash, if I remember rightly. So they say the inequitable and brutal treatment of black and African Americans is unacceptable. I agree, but who's doing any of it? Who's treating the black and African Americans? Of course they're different things today. So who's treating them inequitably and who's treating them brutally? Is it inner city gang members?
It could possibly be that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, student of history says Pan-Africanism sounds kind of like Nazism, socialism, plus racial unity. Isn't that literally just Nazism?
Very much. Or socialism,
Oh,
as we
yeah.
can also call it.
So, yeah, socialism plus racial unity. Yep, totally Nazism.
Essentially.
Student of history is 100% spot on.
Student's a good man. Good
Yeah,
boy.
Black Lives Matter. Okay, sure.
I just bit down my response to that.
Here we go. Black Lives Matter. That is what those are the, they can donate to the ACLU. Well, Black Lives Matter, the Equal Justice Initiative, assorted other bullshit. Yeah, so the ACLU that hates everybody to the right of Stalin. Black Lives Matter, the avowed communists that have burnt the entire fucking country to the goddamn ground. And I'll tell you later about how they're trying to make Black Lives Matter a thing in Australia.
Oh, God.
Yep. So they don't just waffle off. Yep, we raised the Pan-African flag on Amazon's Seattle campus earlier this year in partnership with some bullshit to honor Black history and celebrate the meaning of the flag. I'm sure the white staff were really happy to know that you think that they're inferior.
Of course. What else could you do?
Yep, so let's see. Diversity Inc., the failed promise of billion-dollar business. So this is the book written by the woman who wrote the first article we looked at.
Makes me want to vomit.
Yeah.
It's such a lazy fucking thing. That is the laziest book
I know.
page I've seen my
I'll
entire
get boiled.
life. I could shit something out in half an hour that looks much better than that. God, sorry, I just had to rant. It's just everyone who grifts with this shit, they're so lazy. No effort, anything. No heart, no soul.
Yeah, it's just a massive scam. So let's have a look at Diversity Inc. themselves. Their mission is to bring education and clarity to the business benefits of diversity. The fuck are the business benefits of diversity? It sounds like spending a shitloads of money to have more people that'll whine at you.
Well, it's really beneficial if you're the competitor and you haven't done it.
Yeah. I wonder how that's going to shake out soon.
Thank you, Raytheon.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure all their competitors are going to be quite happy to know that, like 20% plus of Raytheon's employees are useless.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're quite excited about it.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great?
I'd be recommending some people for the posts.
Nice.
Nice. So, these scum produce at least 3 diversity events every year. The Diversity Inc. Top 50 announcement, Women of Colour and Their Allies, and the Supplier Diversity event. Supplier Diversity event, yes. So, do business with black people instead of white people.
I found that interesting as well. Women of color and their allies. Does that mean that a woman of color cannot be the ally of a woman of color?
Well, I don't know. Women in general seem to hate each other, so probably.
Fact.
Remember that
It's
company that
surprising.
decided that they'd have all their employees be women and then it collapsed because they wouldn't stop bitching at each other?
Yeah. Well, did anyone watch that film that I suggested?
Which one was it again?
No Men Beyond This Point.
No, I haven't
No,
seen
I
that
haven't
one.
gone
Sorry.
around to that one.
There's a bit in it where they talk about that because it's basically just women left. The whole planet has basically become one sorority house, so all their cycles have synced up the entire planet.
Oh,
So they have
God.
3 days. So they have 3 days off a month altogether.
I've seen a trailer of it. It was really, it's pretty funny trailer actually.
Yeah, I mean it's not. I mean, it's not hilarious, but it's quite interesting. Their take on some of the things that is quite interesting. Yeah. But I wouldn't expect to piss my pants watching it.
Oh no, I just think it's like the calm type of funny,
Yeah, it's like a mockumentary. It's quite good.
basically.
All right, so you want to hear an absolutely disgusting list of things? The anti-racist reading list, diversity in book recommendations for leaders. Now, being well-educated base bastards, you're going to recognise a lot of these books and or the authors. Full
I like
Dissidence.
the one
Yeah.
chokehold.
We'll get to it. So, Full Dissidence, Notes from an Uneven Playing Field by Howard Bryant. Does it sound like a black name?
Not at all.
White Fragility by Robin DiAngelo. Why it's so hard for white people to talk about racism? Yeah, because we're the ones who ended it. Why would we want to talk about some more? How to Be an Anti-Racist by Ibram X. Kennedy. Yeah, go on, Drew.
I'm just wondering, since it talks so much about slavery and racism, it kind of makes me think that they're not angry that it existed. They're angry that we ended it.
Mm.
It kind of makes me think about that Boondock series,
Yeah.
when they're in the fields. They look like a picnic.
I wonder how many of these books are ghost written, and by that I mean written by white people.
Probably all of them.
I'll be surprised if 20% is written by the author itself.
Yeah. There's another one.
That wasn't the joke I was.
Yeah.
That wasn't the joke I was making, but fair enough.
Another title, Opportunity Denied, Limiting Black Women to Devalued Work. No, I'm not in favour. That sounds awfully racist. Sounds like that's something they want to do. Or how about White Rage, the unspoken truth of our racial divide?
Nice.
You mean
terrible, horrible.
I just love the fact that all of these things assume black people as a monoculture.
Yeah, and that white people is a
it's
monoculture.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm not a Swede.
No, he left.
No, I know, but
Yes,
I'm not.
oil's not Swede.
we have very different priorities and attitudes.
Well, not
Yes,
anymore.
like
At
stuffing
least
the French.
the average Scot and the average Swede are pretty close together nowadays.
Well, yeah, they're bundles of sticks.
Yeah.
White
people.
Rage, you mean please no burn stuff? Yeah. And now the one that trims or right up. Chokehold, Policing Black Men. Have they
that's the one.
considered committing less crime?
I mean, I just like that. I didn't finish it, right? I just said I liked one, and you instantly knew what it was.
Well, you actually did say.
I wonder. I
Nice.
wonder if you just, instead of teaching people not to, attempting to teach people not to do crimes, what if you just taught them to comply with the police?
You are asking way too much out of a bunch of people who have no sense.
Well,
And by no sense in people, I mean the communists.
well, the leftists
Hey,
would
victim
never.
blaming, right?
Yeah, then the leftists would never try and teach them that because they don't think black people are smart enough to do as they're told. I know you want to, but please try not to immediately agree.
Oh, okay, I'm just gonna cough. There we go.
Yeah. And then we've got brown is the new white, how the demographic revolution has created a new American majority. Well, that's fucking terrifying.
Is that not colorism?
Yep. Because all brown people
yeah.
are exactly the same.
Of course.
No.
Individuality, it doesn't work.
No, it's the same. It's like the de-gaying of the LGBT, isn't it? I mean, it's the gays aren't gay enough anymore.
Probably.
Brown people aren't black enough. So. You're not, light-skinned mixed race people are not, don't suffer the same as black people do.
Of course not.
Yep, which she just knows leftist bullshit.
Priti Patel white, essentially.
Yeah. Because she's well-spoken and educated, which is an awfully racist opinion to have. But being well-educated and eloquent is a white thing.
How dare you?
Yeah, but that's interesting. If you can learn to be so what they're essentially saying is you can learn to be white, then it's not very privileged, is it? If you can read a book and become white, it's open to everybody. We've got libraries; you can go get those books.
Yep. In fact, we'll even try and teach it to you for free if you shut up and hold still long enough.
Yeah. If you go to school.
Yeah, so
things like being able to tell the time and then act on that information.
Yep, and show up on time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yep.
Again, asking a lot right now.
Yeah. And the last title that I really despise, Dying of Whiteness, How the Politics of Racial Resentment is Killing America's Heartland.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, you hate that? I love that title.
Go on.
It's great. I mean, that just shows you exactly what's happening. It's worse when they hide the stuff, like when they're being just that open about it. At least you know where you are. I mean, it's communist go. They're not very good at it.
Yeah. Well, reading's hard, and communists don't like hard things.
I've read Marx. Yeah, have you though? I think you've read some of it. Some bullet points you were given by somebody you know. You've read.
Exactly.
I do always feel that the people on our side of the argument are always actually much more thorough than the people on the other side, because the people on the other side have so much support from their own people that they don't really need to read any of it. They just go, this, talking point.
Yep. Oh, there's some interesting names in Diversity Inc.'s top 50. So I'm going to skip some of the bullshit one. Some of this. Wells Fargo. Because you want your bank to be into this. Procter and Gamble. Well, we knew that.
Are Wells Fargo offering, better interest rates? If you're, in terms of reparations, they're taking a small percentage of the interest from the whites and adding it to the black.
No, they wouldn't give money away. Don't be ridiculous.
No,
they don't actually believe.
None of them actually believe. Ben and Jerry's maybe actually believe, but everybody else is virtue signaling.
Yeah. Well,
I even doubt they believe.
Yeah. One of the funny one on the list is the Kellogg Company. You know, the ones that don't like masturbation.
Yeah. I mean, can a company actually believe anything? I mean, a company in itself is not capable of belief.
I think they establish some sort of massive magical hive mind of telepathic presence. Sort of like the brain bug of Starship Troopers.
No, but I'm saying it can't be a belief. It can only be policy. It can only be a
Yeah.
policy. It can't be a belief. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You know,
but
does
you
this-
indoctrinate people
unless
enough.
no, what I'm saying is unless it's a wholly owned business where the CEO declares this is what I believe in. Otherwise, it's just a policy decision. It's a board voted policy decision, isn't it? I mean, Wells Fargo. You know how many board members? There's probably 20 odd board members. They must have voted.
Yep, and apparently not one of them turned around and said, how about we don't do this and then we give ourselves billion-dollar bonuses?
I have a
Well, they're
I
probably
have a
giving
theory
themselves
about
the
that.
bonuses anyway.
Yeah.
I have a theory about that. There's this one, you know that comic, right? There's this a lot of stupid suggestions after the CEO is like, "Oh, we need a new thing." Then you have one guy at the end of the
Yeah,
table saying,
that goes
"How
out the
about we just
window.
do something sense?" Yes, that is actually based on reality. I'm pretty damn sure.
Yeah. So, the name on this list that is actually most interesting to me, AstraZeneca.
Who are they again?
One of the companies making the vaccine for the coof.
Oh, yeah, they're those guys.
You know, the one that's allegedly killing Australians by the bucketful?
Yeah, isn't that fun? I have no idea anymore. I just don't care. So have any of you vaccinated? I just have to ask. Any of you vaccinated?
No, I've got an immune system.
Yeah. How about you, Oiled?
I am. Yeah.
You're vaccinated, yeah?
Yeah.
I got the I've been offered to be vaccinated, but I just stick to what I said. The vaccine is too young, so I don't feel like fucking taking it yet.
I didn't have a lot of choice really.
I mean, you are a businessman, and if you want to do your work and earn money, you really have to. So you didn't have a chance.
Yeah, there wasn't. But I got mine very early.
Yeah.
Because of the old national security issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what your top people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good stuff.
Yeah. So, according to some think tank and the UN, England is systemically racist. You know, after they definitively proved that it wasn't with the race report.
No, but somebody said something on Twitter once. So everyone's racist.
Yeah, a 12-year-old said a mean thing on Twitter, so we might as well condemn the whole country.
And a football coach wrote something when he was drunk. You know.
Yep.
But we found you know, out of 66 million people in the country, we found 2 definite racists. Yeah, they weren't just angry with a specific person and said something racist. They are racist to all black people. Every single black people that they see, every single day of their life, they say something racist to them. Because it's not one particular isolated case of casual racism on a specific day. Those people are racist in their thoughts and deeds all day, every day.
Yeah. It's how
Which
it
is
is.
what's
I mean,
which is what's required to be a racist, right?
of course.
Racists aren't occasionally racist. You're either racist or you're not.
Either
You know?
or. It's basically your opinion, standard opinion of either a race or whatever. I've stopped caring at this point, really. I mean, I'm being called racist, so I'm just gonna be racist by being not racist. It doesn't make sense, really. I'm just gonna be what I am.
Mm.
So, apparently the whole planet's still racist, despite everyone signing the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. Except positive discrimination, by which we mean anything that hurts white people. And as Beanie Blogs points out, white people are a global minority.
Yeah, I mean,
Wait.
everyone is outnumbered by Chinese or Indians.
Yeah. Since it's white people are global minorities, does that mean we can apply for the jobs with the BBC that are for global minority ethnic?
Because the British had the best empire, we are apparently one white guy equals the same as what 100 Asians, because of they won the Imperial War. We get this boost, stat boost.
Oh, of course.
At least that's how I look at it, because the only way to make sense out of it is to look at the world like a fucking video game.
Yeah, it's utterly embarrassing. Now, here's something more interesting. The Race Commission says that unconscious bias training must end to stop organisations alienating staff. Biased.
Yeah.
100% correct. Because unconscious bias training is just bullshit anyway.
I'm just surprised that they actually wrote that in a news article. The Daily Mail wrote that in a news article. What the hell? Pigs are flying outside of my fucking window. No, it's just a policeman being thrown away. Sorry. Get it.
Yep. The Race Commission today recommends organisations and firms pull the plug on such sessions because they do not tackle disparities in the workplace. No shit. It said the intense soul-searching of some employers in the wake of last year's Black Lives Matter protests, about someone who died of a drug overdose in another country, has amounted to tick-box exercises that don't get results. No shit. Yep, Whitehall departments have already phased out unconscious bias training following research last year that found it did not help stamp out workplace prejudices. Bet if anything it causes them.
Of course.
Yes. Famous white supremacist Dr. Tony Sewell is the one responsible for this. Look at him. Is that not the face of a white supremacist?
Oh yes, yes. Oh my God, he is just like MLK, the world-renowned racist and
you
black
mean that?
supremacist.
Yeah,
And
you
white
mean that
supremacist.
dirty racist that said that we should judge people by the content of their character, not the color of their skin.
Yeah, I mean, how dare he? Oh my God, my soul burns from this insult. God damn it! I like that guy already, just because.
Yep. So it's a new report. Let's see if we can find it at some point. The report, the big report. Oh, that's from back in March 2021. Yeah. Okay, this whole article's back from then. Yeah. So obviously, England's not a racist country unless you count racism against white people. Yep. BBC announced a new diversity directive, which would require 95% of staff to complete unconscious bias training. Does that include all their black staff? Or are the black staff just going to get told that they're evil and go away?
Most like the latter, because again, anything that makes sense requires effort that they don't want to do.
Yeah. Apparently the review recommends a lot of bullshit. Set up a new independent body to work alongside the NHS to improve healthy life expectancy across the UK and in all groups. Why the fuck are other people's life choices the government or my problem? It's utterly ridiculous.
No.
Young people with low-level Class B drug possession should be diverted away from the criminal justice system. That's racist, isn't it? That seems that they think that all the people getting caught for that are black.
Racist!
Exactly. They should
God.
urgently consider phasing in an extended school day with the most disadvantaged areas and communities prioritised.
Why put people through like, oh, you have to be disadvantaged and shit? Why not just, no, never mind. I'm not even gonna try to use Norwegian school logic in any other country because it just doesn't work.
Oh, here we go. London policy of recruiting locally should be rolled out to all police forces in England and Wales to create police workforces that represent the communities they serve. Well, guess what? I think that's going to mean that the police force in Wales is going to have to be at least 95% black, and it's just 95% white.
Nice.
I support that one. Yeah. Represent the community they serve. If it's got no black people, there shouldn't be any on the police force. Dirty, dirty logic. How dare they?
Yeah, it's, oh god, it pains me. It hurts to see. Ugh. That's a
Okay. So what is this bullshit? Cafe. Our campaign began in the wake of disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on ethnically diverse communities. Disproportionate how? Fallout from George Floyd's killing and Britain's divisive BLM protests. Yeah, the divisive BLM protests. Because the protesters kept assaulting people. So they're doing all sorts of bullshit. Let's have a look at the CEO. Member of Brentford and Isleworth Conservatives, TRG and LGBT plus Conservatives. Well, that tells you where he's one of the first openly gay members of an athletics union committee. Yeah, he's got a fucking gay haircut.
Isn't that a surprise, huh?
Yep.
Well, at least they have the well, is he really black? I mean, he's really pale.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Obama's blacker than that.
Michelle. No, wait. Hey, Michael.
Then we've got Shohan Aarons, who totally looks like a... What is it? Irish woman? Totally
I don't know.
Irish.
I don't know. Looks more like a British blend of Middle Eastern.
Yeah. First white person is the chair of the advisory board. Oh, look, he
Steve
doesn't...
Baker.
Yep. Don't vote for him. Then we've got Benita Mesapama,
like a
traditional English name.
Oh yeah, that's the most English name ever.
She was the last Conservative group leader on Watford Council, at 24 the youngest council group leader in the country, first Hindu and first Indian woman to ever represent her diverse town.
Diversity is so important, it doesn't matter with anything else.
Yep. Johnny Luke, who totally looks like he's of English or British descent.
Looks like a complete manlet.
Well, so does that. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Utter trash.
Oh, Lordy Lou. Well.
Now, there is something far more interesting, though, that, again, we didn't get to see on the Lotus Eaters because they boomed the whole damn thing up. Apparently, the Georgia Secretary of State is kicking the shit out of Democrats. Fulton County.
Well, that's always nice. That's always nice.
Yep. Apparently, Rick Barron and Ralph Jones, Fulton's registration chief, must be fired and removed from Fulton's elections leadership immediately. Nice.
That's nice.
Fulton's elections issues are decades in the making. Been calling on Fulton to bear say their voters since it took office. Yep. Excellent.
Wonderful. Sorry, I'm going through a little part of a game here, so I am just... Brain is halfway there.
Yeah.
So, Raffensperger warns Georgia County to clean out... Ah, damn it. There's a little bit of lag because I'm
Yeah,
watching
clean
the.
their own house after double counting dozens of 2020 ballots before recount.
Oh Lord.
Yep. So
I mean,
apparently,
it didn't happen. There was no fortification. There was no
yep,
fortification.
every election is pure and perfect, and nothing is ever done mistakenly.
Exactly, exactly, and destruction and damnation for upon all
Yep.
of those who disagree.
Yep, nearly 200 ballots were initially scanned twice before being corrected in the recount.
Oh, that's a nice number.
Yeah, nice round number. Yep, it was discovered by voters suing to be allowed to review 147,000 absentee ballots.
Again, a very nice and not terrible number.
Yep, former President Donny Boy gained a total of 121 absentee ballots in Fulton County after the recount. Now,
Okay.
that's not a large number, but you multiply that by how many hundreds of counties across the United States?
And suddenly, a certain line will change.
Quite possibly.
And of course, in Minecraft, in Minecraft. Because we all know it doesn't happen in real life.
Yep. From Donny Boy. The news coming out of Georgia is beyond incredible. The hand recount in Fulton County was a total fraud. They stuffed the ballot box and got caught. We will lose our country if this is allowed to stand. According to the just released report from Garland, Favorito, and the highly respected voter GA in Fulton County, the hand recount was wrong by 60%. 100,000 tally sheets for ballots were missing. They duplicated thousands of extra votes for the Lich King, and fabricated vote counts of 100 to 0 for the Lich King many times. Ballot batch sheets fraudulently showed multiple unanimous 100 to 0 counts for the Lich King, as well as 150 to 0 and 200 to 0. Well, we know in a third world country, what else will they find once the full forensic audit takes place? This means Brad Raffensperger certified the 2020 presidential election scam. I won't say that. The fortification, the
yes,
election fortification, despite it being riddled with massive errors and provable fraud. This is a direct quote. This is not me saying this, YouTube.
In Minecraft, we can never be too certain.
Yep.
We
This
all know
proves what Susie
talking.
Wells, who worked with Fulton elections for decades, suspected, that fraudulent photocopied ballots were counted for the Lich King. This is on top of the 35,000 illegal votes recently found in Georgia and the over 100,000 obsolete voter registrations, plus thousands of dead people deleted after the election. Now, that fortification is odd. Very, very odd.
Yeah. But why would it make sense now? Sense is scary.
Indeed, we can't have that.
At least that's what I've heard.
Yep. Federalist article. Let's go have a look at what the Federalists had to say. But first we'll have a look at Twitter. Yep. More evidence from @VoterGA shows audit tally sheets were marked entirely for the Lich King, despite having votes for Donald Trump and Joe Jorgensen in those batches. Oh dear.
You said the orange man's name. That's scary. That's scary. Don't you know it's scary?
The scary orange bad man.
Yeah. Oh.
New evidence indicates enough illegal votes in Georgia to tip 2020 results. 10,300. Potentially exceeding the 12,670, a number that will continue to rise over the next several months, potentially exceeding the 12,670 votes that separated the Lich King and the God Emperor.
And it still was fair, perfect, and not a single issue was found.
Exactly.
And if you dare to say anything else, you will be strung up by the neck until dead.
Indeed. And we can't have that.
Oh, of course not. That would make sense.
No.
And sense is evil.
Indeed.
How vibrant.
Very suspicious indeed. In Georgia, there was both an order and a statewide recount confirming the Lich King's victory, but ignored in the process was evidence that nearly 35,000 Georgians had potentially voted illegally. Under Georgia law, residents must vote in the county in which they reside, unless they change their residence within 30 days of the election. As Jake Evans, a well-known Atlanta election lawyer, told me, outside the 30-day grace period, if people vote in a county in which they no longer reside, their vote in that country would be illegal. Oh dear! Naughty, naughty, naughty. That's a lot of article, and I'm tired of reading that one. Yep. About who gets to count the vote. Jake Posobiec, we've heard of him.
Sounds funny.
Oh, there's some good stuff here. From the Arizona order. Yeah, it's about who gets to count the vote as the most legitimate president ever. Wait, what?
What?
Oh, what?
Repeat that.
What?
It's no longer just about who gets to vote or making it.
It's no longer about who gets to vote
or making it easier for eligible
or making it
voters
easier
to vote.
for eligible voters to vote.
It's about who gets to count the vote.
It's about who gets to count the vote.
Whether or not. It's no longer just about who gets to vote
Okay.
or making it easier for eligible voters to vote. It's about who gets to count.
That makes total
Who gets
sense.
to count whether or not
Yes.
your vote counted at all.
Not an issue at all.
It's no longer just about who gets to.
That's
At all.
fun. I'd be concerned about that if I was an American voter. Arizona audit. Ballot counts and certified count do not match the Senate president.
Really.
Oh dear. And apparently they've not bothered to release the number yet, so this is going to be interesting.
Oh boy.
Ah, of course. Dominion.
That sounds so fucking Dominion. That sounds so peaceful. So not menacing. Well, not menacing. What's the word I'm looking for? Trustworthy.
Yeah, it's totally trustworthy to name a company Dominion. Yep, voter audit raises more questions. Nearly 4,000 Maricopa County voters in the presidential election registered after the court-ordered deadline of October 15. Oh dear.
Hey, that's something.
Yep. There were 74,243 mail-in ballots where there is no clear record of them being sent. Whoopsies.
Sounds fun.
Yes, that's basically a Stalin quote, Billy. Was it Stalin? It was one of the communist
so.
dictators. Can't remember if it was Stalin or one of the other country ones.
Repeat again, maybe. I'm not quite
It's not
certain.
about who votes for who, it's about who counts them or something.
That would make sure if it was Stalin. Just saying Stalin or his Asian fanboy.
Tradai. Yep. Like student history says, 73,000 votes didn't have paperwork for being sent, but did for being received. Lich King Lord of the Dead won by 113,000.
I mean, would it be right to call him the Lich King? It sounds better if we just call him what he is, the Bitch King.
Yeah, but it's less funny that way. At least I think so.
True.
Ah, yes. Who can forget the level of scrutiny allowed in 2020? You know, when they boarded up the windows and locked the adjudicators out?
Really? Yeah, that's the one where like they boarded up the they boarded up the windows as the Republicans were just looking at them.
Yep.
I mean, I've seen desperate people and I've seen desperate looks in my life, but nothing beats that.
Number of postal votes 2016 to 2020 increased by 143%. Rejections increased by 72.5%.
Really.
That's impressive.
And we're supposed to trust these people.
Well, so they say.
Yeah, I mean, I would trust them if they were actually trustworthy.
They're certainly not. Certainly
Yeah.
not trustworthy.
I mean, just like Billy Vlogs, totally above board, all safe, no issue at all.
Yep. So let's talk some more about how England is being abused. Decolonising the curriculum towards a manifesto. Well, that's fucking terrifying. Oh, God.
Boy.
This workshop is the second in a series of state-of-the-art events that will explore ways to confront exclusion through decolonising the curriculum and to learn from the experiences of a range of scholars, students and other stakeholders in the university. Heck. Confirmed participants include Gaminda K. Barbara, Professor of Post-Colonial and Decolonial Studies. How's that thing? Some loser who's the author and Torch Global South Visiting Fellow. No, yeah, all these traditional English names. Dr. Malachi McIntosh, who heads Our Migration Story at the Runnymede Trust, and Common Ground, a movement that sets out to examine Oxford's colonial past in the context of its present-day inequalities. Present-day inequalities.
Of course.
Yeah.
You know, that the picture down there, I know it's supposed to be a globe, but at first glance, it looked like a bunch of unwashed asses.
What's the difference?
Is it really?
Okay, here we go. Oxford University professor suggests a decolonising music syllabus to make it less white European.
Ah, yes.
All the fucking musical instruments are white European, you fucking idiots.
No. Remember, they were all, of course, stolen and appropriated from everyone else but whites. Mozart was black, did you know?
Well, if Mozart was black, that means we get to keep him, doesn't it?
Oh, yes. Wait, what?
Well, they want to decolonise the syllabus and make the subject more inclusive following pressure from Black Lives Matter demonstrations. The fuck does Black Lives Matter have to do with classical music? Explain it to me.
I got nothing. I got nothing.
Yeah. They proposed a lighter focus on Euro-American elite music. Well, God forbid. Everything other than Euro-Americans were banging sticks together until we taught them about brass bands and stuff.
Yeah, and then they invented blues. Or jazz. Which one was it? I keep forgetting.
I think they invented both, didn't they?
Yeah, I like both.
Yeah, as Billy Bloggs says, they are bitter because there are no black classical composers. Which is unsurprising because there were no black people in Europe when the classical composers were alive.
I mean, was there even I can't remember if there ever was a black composer. Back there, biggest Mozart and all those. It's just mostly just Germans and English people. And a
Basically.
few Spaniards.
Yeah, and the Italians got up to a couple of things, I think. Student of History says both. Jazz came from blues. So there we go.
Yeah.
It was reported that the professor questioning the music curriculum's complicity in white supremacy also proposed a lighter focus on Western music notation, allegedly described in the documents as a colonialist representational system. So we're going to teach you a whole new form of music notation because racism?
Yes, of course.
I don't
It
even...
makes
I don't know enough
makes
about
perfect
music to
sense.
explain how stupid that is. Oh, Samuel Coleridge Taylor, at
Perfect
least.
sense.
I've heard of him. What's the problem?
I don't even know who that is. I haven't seen an image of him, and I haven't even heard his
Yeah,
name
I
before.
think I've heard the name before, but who knows. A spokesperson told Classic FM, while retaining and in no way diminishing Lyre, our traditional excellence in the critical analysis, history, and performance of the broad range of Western art music, we're exploring ways to enhance our students' opportunity to study a wider range of non-Western and popular music from across the world than is currently on offer, as well as music composition, the psychology and sociology of music, music education, conducting, and much more. Who gives a fuck about the psychology of music?
I mean, if you're a shrink, maybe?
Sure, but then shouldn't it be like an elective over in the psychology department?
I don't know. I mean, I like to listen to music. Music is good. Gives me different moods. Ideas. Oh shit. Sorry, just game.
Yeah, well, that's basically all you need to know about music, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, just playing Legend of Zelda is sort of like a heroic theme right now. Really nice.
Yep, good old base Sky News Australia has
Lovely.
ridiculed the Oxford University idiots over the absurd attempt to decolonize imperial measurement.
About time.
Decolonize measurements. Oxford University plans to remove imperial units from the syllabus. Have been brutally mocked by Australian political commentator Alan Jones. Good. Good.
Yeah, because it has the word empirical in it. Imperial, evil,
Yes.
cruel, monstrous. How dare you?
They'll introduce a new curriculum to teach the history of modern measurement. Why the fuck do you need to teach it? Just shut up and tell them what it is. Oh wait, you shouldn't need to because they should be taught that shit in high school.
Yeah, but now you're trying to make sense again.
Yep, the imperial measurement system was first introduced in 1824 through the passing of the British Weights and Measures Act. Yeah, no shit. If you want to conduct trade effectively, you need a reliable system of weights and measures.
Or, Kangs.
Yep, during the era of decolonisation, many newly independent countries decided to ditch imperial measurements in favour of metric units. Well, yes, you would, because metric units are better, but if you want to talk about decolonising, what were the French getting up to in America shortly before the War of Independence?
Good times, funny times, boring stuff. I don't know.
The French colonised everywhere. I mean, friggin' Bonaparte took himself on a trip around the world murdering brown people, leftists.
Yeah. Sounds like a good time, apparently. So I heard in Minecraft.
I'm sure Bonaparte thought it was great.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
Shit
only
like
a
that is
fifth
fun.
of UK universities say they decolonise in curriculum. Some idiot, the NUS Black Students Officer, said the lack of progress on the issue was shocking. I'm sorry, but if you want to learn about bullshit, have you considered going back to Africa? And they will teach you how the shaman calls the lightning.
Yeah, by rubbing his balls to a little child's cheek.
Yeah, probably.
But that is cultural. That is a beautiful culture, which is not even evil at all. Good
Yeah,
stuff. Good stuff.
it's utterly ridiculous. Utterly
I wish
ridiculous.
I didn't have to make jokes like this.
Yeah, as Billy Bloggs says, it shouldn't be happening in any university in the UK. Well, unfortunately, of the 128 universities who responded, 84 said they are committed to making their curriculum more diverse, international, and inclusive. How about if they want an international education, they fuck off internationally? How does that sound? I don't want to talk about shamans after the St. Floyd Memorial, says student of history. Look, Thor is displeased and he has spoken.
Yeah. Zeus, Thor. I mean, many people be like, oh, we gotta do with the Chad Zeus because, he's the one with the lightning. Bitch. Hammer. Hammer is superior. If anyone thinks anything else, screw you.
Yeah. But on the other hand, apparently, oh, fuck off with your cookie bullshit. So, YouGov said by 3-1, British people think the British Empire is something to be proud of rather than ashamed of. They also tend to think it left its colonies better off, and a third would like it to still exist. Only a third, but fucking based. Utterly fucking based. Yep. Student of history. God says no fucking idols. Based.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, 59% of British people think that the British Empire is something to be proud of. As they should. It was bloody impressive. It was the largest empire ever. Yep, a third of British people would also say they would like it if Britain still had an empire. 45% say they would not like the empire to exist today. Have they polled the former British colonies to see if they'd like to still be a colony?
Really?
Bet they would. Bet they fucking would.
I mean, isn't it sort of like a thing that most places want to be a colony nowadays? They wouldn't mind it.
Well, Hong Kong would fucking love to be a British colony.
Yeah.
Student history says, how about the British Empire should be a thing? From the Jamaicans' perspective, yeah, man!
That sounds more like it.
And of course the Guardian whines about it, I'm sure. The results were described as alarming by some loser who is leading a campaign for Britain to erect a new memorial to the transatlantic slave trade. Why do we need to have a memorial, which so far failed to attract government backing? Yeah, the memorial to the transatlantic slave trade was the fact that England paid off ending it a couple of years ago. There's your fucking memorial, you scum. Well, the Netherlands are pretty based, though. Half of Dutch respondents said it was something to be proud of, their imperial history. Good for them. I approve.
That's really nice.
Yeah, Germans aren't pretty proud of it, but they've got a bad history. Yeah, there we go. Prince of Wales back in 2018, where he apologised for British Empire slave trade. He shouldn't. He should have told them to be fucking grateful that England ended it. And he was so odd, he was probably there.
I mean, wouldn't surprise anyone.
There are people who do not recognise the contribution that people of African heritage make to this country. People of African heritage have made jack shit contribution to England. That's the point. It's England, not South Africa.
It's embarrassing, actually. But we can't say that because, oh, no, that'd be racist.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, when they say, look at it by Remain voters and Leave voters, would you like Britain to still have an empire? 16% of Remain voters said yes, and 66% said no. Well, if they like Europe so much, maybe we should send them there. Send them to France. Yeah. So Billy Blog says, yeah, we have only recently finished paying the debt from ending the fucking slave trade. Yeah, there's your fucking monument. The British ended it. The British decided that it was wrong, and they fucking destroyed it. But Billy Blogs also says that the contribution people of African heritage make to England is knife crime.
Yeah. Isn't it, don't you know, it's really cultural and blessed and nice and... Yeah, I got nothing. I can't. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke.
It is. So, that's basically everything from today's episode of the Lotus Eaters. Nonce Watch.
Oh yeah, my favorite part. Pedos!
Let's talk about the Rainbow Dildo Butt Monkey for kids.
Not just that, it's a tranny rainbow dildo butt monkey.
It is?
It has tits and a penis.
No, that's... I think that's the guy's nipples. Maybe.
I don't even know. It's
I
scary
don't
at this
want to
point,
know.
be honest. Ah, shit.
And Robert Longshore says, and missing penalties. Their other contribution.
Yeah, but we don't talk about that, remember? The poor billionaires will start crying and their emotions will be hurt. Oh, no. Poor thing. Poor little things. Go cry to mama. Losers.
Yep.
Did I show up in time for the rainbow dildo butt monkey?
You
Yes,
arrived
you
just in time
did.
for the Rainbow Dildo Butt Monkey. Hello, second. We're going to
What's
talk about
up?
the Rainbow Dildo Butt Monkey.
Oh, jeez.
Aren't you happy?
Yeah, I saw that in a few places, and I was like, oh, please tell me they're going to cover this.
That
Yeah.
was fun. Well, it was fun to think about, fun to see and hear about, but
Yeah.
it's not fun to know that it
No.
exists.
What I want to do, if I stop being a lazy cunt, is do like a short video clip that has like a police siren in the background for a new, the new segment of Nonce Watch.
Yeah.
Yes, it has exposed nipples. It does indeed, Billy Boggs.
Yes.
So,
Oh, God.
Daily Mail. Parents discuss as actor in rainbow-coloured monkey costume with fake penis and nipples appears at library event encouraging children to have nightmares for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
I want to know how
I mean,
fuck anyone thought this was a good idea.
I'm half surprised they're not trying to defend it by like, what, you're arguing against it? You don't want children to be able to read? Because they do that kind of shit where they package like a good idea with a really fucking bad idea. So like in the abortion debate in the US, for example, when it's like the pro-life people are like defund Planned Parenthood, they're like, but what about the mammograms and birth control? Like,
Oh,
no, that can be done by somebody else. Like, you don't need Planned Parenthood specifically to do all that
Well,
shit.
Planned Parenthood hates black people, so we should defund it. What's the argument?
Yeah, it's whiteness.
and of course, cis.
So,
was
here we
cis
go.
was-
The Rainbow Dildo Butt Monkey.
See?
Now,
Isn't
see,
that
if it wasn't
so
for the
inclusive?
dildo, I think they'd be doing exactly what you're suggesting, second. They'd be trying to defend it. But I think even the regular sort of scum can't defend the dildo.
Yeah, that's too. It's too much. It's too blatant.
Yeah, if it had been like the nipples and butt, they might have. But the dildo? Yeah.
I mean, would you be that surprised if they actually tried to defend it?
Okay, so.
I would be a little surprised because the dildo, like mostly because of the dildo. If it like wasn't for the dildo, they would defend it. Like, because I mean, I feel like if the drag queen story hour had like a dildo, they would, at least in the current climate, be forced to condemn that. But they can get right up
Well,
to that edge.
notice how they've been
They
dead
can have
quiet.
demons reading to our children.
They've been dead quiet on it. They're not coming out and condemning it, but they aren't defending it either.
Yeah.
So, What do you? This is going to. That picture's going to have to be part of the thumbnail for this segment. What do I cover up the dildo
Lovely.
with? Alex Jones's
hmm.
face.
Why not just the mugshot of the guys who were coming for your children?
Eh.
Two on the nose.
Two on
Wait,
the
I have an
nose.
idea. Wait, I'm trying to remember who this person is. Is Cressida Dick a good person or a bad person?
She's a cunt.
Okay, so cover up the dick with Cressida Dick.
Yes. I like
Do
it.
A
Yeah.
pee-pee.
Although the library has now apologized for the costumes after being caught, they initially said, if you've got it, flaunt it on social media earlier in the day.
Oh my god. So
They must have
fucking
known.
stupid.
They do. They do this. They know this. And they know what they're supporting. They just know that people hate it. And when they catch themselves, they're gonna be like, oh, we didn't mean it. We swear. we didn't mean it.
Who runs their social media account? Cardi B?
A pedo?
Even better, Kaz Ahmed has some more pictures. The rainbow dildo butt monkey was twerking on a bench by the looks of it.
Oh my god.
Oh god. Well,
Oh, Student of History says could always put a Swiss face over it. Yeah, and that sweet face over
yeah,
it.
okay,
That'd work.
no, but yeah, it's not the right size. So I mean, it's a mountain compared to Bosch.
Yeah, but pedophiles. According to the Sun, one parent said someone needs to lose their job over this. No, several people need to lose their jobs, and some people need to go to prison. Another one said, this is unbelievable. Have we completely lost our moral compass as a society? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Not even a little bit.
Like, at this point, as an atheist, I think we need to bring back the crusade. Like, I'm willing to stand there and yell dice vault and go just wipe out all these people.
Yeah, how close are you to
Minecraft.
the Dennis Prager argument of, well, I came to believe in God because I first believed in the devil?
Very far away, but I am definitely coming closer to the Christian values of the best values argument.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting closer myself. It's like, maybe the Bible is the answer because fuck, we need it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, my Christian peddling has worked, as Carl and Callum put it in today's podcast.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, but don't get your hopes up too much. I mean, because it's you, I have to stand against it. And besides, Thor is mightier.
Yep, here we go. So these guys have blurred the dildo and the butt, but in the second picture they forgot to blur the dildo.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
God,
Actually,
why?
Yeah.
Why even fucking
An
do this?
investigation
Why
has apparently been opened. What do you need an investigation for? Everyone employed there gets fired, and then the
Easy.
monkey gets arrested. Done. Yeah, so, in a video that has gone viral on social media, there's a video? There's a
Excuse me?
video?!
Oh my god. What?
Do we even want to know?
Yes. Yes.
Oh god. Okay. Okay, here
I'm
we
sorry,
fucking go.
that's too good to pass up.
Okay.
Right, okay, let's see. Rainbow Dildo Butt Monkey video. Oh god, this is going in my search history.
Oh my god. So, can you link it to me on Discord? I need to watch this shit.
Okay, let me just mute my desktop audio in case something starts playing copyrighted music, and let's see if I can find it.
God, that's
Come on, where the fuck is this video? Come on. It's got to be out there somewhere. Oh god. Okay, this I can show. This is the number of videos about the rainbow dildo butt monkey.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Right.
Been the Labour Party. Agreed. Agreed.
Yeah, just get rid of it. It's not.
It's communism. It's not. It shouldn't be allowed to exist.
The picture of Diane Abbott.
I know.
That's so photorealistic. Like, did they cheat?
Wait,
and
you
not
mean
use
that
art
ain't a
for it?
photo? That ain't a photo?
Did you guys know that Jordan Peterson was on like Question Time with her?
Freudian slip, my friend.
Oh god, here
Oh,
we go. The post millennial has the video.
Oh God.
Oh.
Congratulations,
fucking go.
guys. You all get to see the rainbow dildo butt monkey.
I'm turning on sound now so I can hear it.
Oh my god, what is. What?
What the fuck?
What? What?
Oh, it's bouncing.
Oh, great.
Oh man, that was.
No.
Okay, not again. Not again. I'm gonna have nightmares.
Oh, I'm done. I'm done. Fuck
Fucking
this.
Coming to
Fuck
me
this.
in my dream. Oh,
It's over. That is not something I want to see ever. If I see that happen in a city, I just try and walk away because I know those people are on something.
That is quite possibly the most disgusting thing I've seen in my life. Outside
Well,
some of
you
the
know,
sick twisted porn I've looked at.
in America, we have a Second Amendment for a reason.
Yeah. Fucking furries.
Let's go through some of the comments though. Billy Blogs.
Do it.
If they don't stop this, they will be bumming each other in libraries and encouraging kids to join in scene. Nonsense. Yep. Anglo Jones says somehow more horrifying than an SCP. Yep.
Very fucking true.
Billy Bloggs says
What's an
these
SCP?
secure,
It's
contain,
basically-
protect. Basically, all your
It's
nasty things that bump in the
creepypastas
night.
turn into monsters.
Ah,
It is
okay.
really
Yeah.
fucking cool.
Yeah, Billy Bloggs says they should all be arrested. Yep. And Student of History says, you ever just seen something and thought, motherfucker's gonna catch me with a hate crime today? Yep.
That's my life basically right now.
Are rainbow dildo butt monkeys a protected class?
Apparently. I mean, what kind of SCP would that be, guys? Keter or, you know, it wouldn't be Thaumiel. That's for fucking certain.
And here's where it gets ridiculous. They say all future events of the dildo monkey reading to children have been cancelled. They were planning more than one!
Oh my god. Oh man. Oh man. That's horrifying.
I'm just done.
We're coming for your children.
Yep. Rainbow dildo butt monkey for kids. Video was also released showing. Yep. Is that the one we saw?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Oh no. It's in better
Yep.
quality.
Who asked for better quality?
I didn't want better quality. I don't want it to exist.
I'm going to be honest. If I'd been driving one of those cars passing by, I'd probably be in prison.
Tell me, guys, how does that make children want to read?
If I was a kid, you'd just be like, the books, take the books away!
Well, it'd probably make them want to read like a bunch of self-help books later in life, so maybe they're playing 4D chess.
Well, maybe they've infiltrated all the shrinks in the local area. Because those kids are going to need fucking therapy. I think I need therapy.
Yeah.
And Breitbart. Labour grovels after Rainbow Monkey Dildo Story Hour spikes from Muslim parents.
What a title.
Brand new fucking sentence there. Rainbow Monkey Dildo Story Hour. Rainbow Dildo Butt Monkey Story Hour.
Can we just tell the left they can't do story hours anymore?
Like, can we
they all
just...
seem to be...
New rule, leftists not allowed within 100 feet of a school. Or children. And there we have Boris Johnson pictured with Rainbow Nipple Butt Monkey.
Of Labour. Probably why.
What festival or thing was this again?
Probably Pride.
Caramba.
Probably Pride. Man, Boris looks young there.
Yes. Yep, that's definitely the same kind of monkey.
God damn it.
Damn it, Boris.
Back in 2008 at some bullshit. Oh, at Mandinga.
Yeah, but what was it?
It doesn't say what event it was, I don't think.
I think the
abomination.
Lotus Eaters mentioned it, but I can't remember.
They did, I can't remember. Yeah, mandatory exclusion orders for leftists. We just take
I'm a conservative.
Look, I've got an idea. We just take the entire Democrat voting register and add it to the sex offender list.
That would be perfect.
Because remember, they are coming for your children.
Yeah.
They're coming for them.
They're coming for your children.
Yep.
That was pretty good, actually.
We'll convert
I
your
want to
children.
die.
Someone's got to teach them not to hate. We're coming for them. We're coming for your children. We're coming for them.
Okay.
Come on them, too.
God bless the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, that's in England. And England doesn't have a Second Amendment.
Well, the gay community is in America, but the Rainbow Dildo Butt Monkey, that's in English. See what happens when you give up your guns, Trim? You end up with Rainbow Dildo Butt Monkeys.
Yes.
Yep.
Rainbow Butt Monkey story time.
At least we still have knives.
I mean, like, knives of peace.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, America has the Second Amendment, so that was just sung about here. The Rainbow Dildo Butt Monkey actually went into a library with children in the UK.
Like,
Oh,
I'm
progressive.
reasonably sure that in any sane country, the appropriate response to a Rainbow Dildo Butt Monkey walking into a library full of children is tasing to the face.
Again,
bare
it
minimum.
makes sense.
I'm just imagining an Islamist on, like, the cusp of being de-radicalized to maybe the West isn't so bad and we don't have to wage jihad against it. And then saying that and being like, no, death to the West.
Yeah.
Would you really blame him?
No, not anymore.
We do not have the fucking high ground on this one. We're letting this exist.
We need standards.
Yeah, I wish we had. Or at least, it's not we that need standards. People need standards.
What? Wait, what was the fucking title of that?
What?
Of this? Extremely funny, San Francisco Gameman's chorus video unleashes torrent of right-wing
Oh
threats
my
and vitriol.
god.
Yes, it fucking should have. Also, not
Oh my
extremely
God.
funny.
Creepy
Yeah,
as
because
shit.
because they have to talk about it because we swear it was a joke, guys. It was a joke. It wasn't really we wanted to come for your children or come on them. Probably.
Yep. And they're removing unauthorized versions of the video as quickly as they can, so they're copy striking people who are showing it. We're not even sure if the version below is authorized, the idiots who writing this article say. But god damn it, this is a funny satirical video that deserves to be watched umpteen times. No, it's a fucking terrifying indoctrination video.
Oh, god damn it.
Yep. Student of history says, Russia, maybe liberalism isn't bad. Sees a rainbow dildo butt monkey. Nyet!
I like how there's already an acronym for it.
Yeah, it is.
And then we've got Governor
there's
Pedophile,
gonna
but
be
we'll get to him
There's
later.
going to be an RDBM fetish community,
Well,
isn't there?
what?
Yeah.
What was that? Well,
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
what was that about the governor?
We'll get to that. But it's
Oh,
more
please tell me you
nonsense.
haven't. Please tell me you haven't gotten to Texas yet without me.
We haven't
There's
got to
Texas. Oh god.
What?
Not one of these things, but something else I mentioned earlier.
Is it based? Please tell me it's based.
It's like fucked, but there is basedness in it.
Okay, so it's fucked, but
Okay.
there's
Well,
something in it then.
you'll have to tell us all about it once we get over today's episode of
Yeah.
Not's Watch.
Wisconsin school provides sexually explicit books to third graders.
Yeah.
I don't remember hearing that I mean, they said it in the podcast, I just didn't remember because I was multitasking.
It teaches them how to use Grindr. Grindr. It's
God, I thought
encouraging them to commit criminal acts.
I
thought
don't
at
mean
least this
I
would
don't
be
mean
in
to sound
middle
paranoid,
school or
guys.
high school or something.
I don't mean to
But
sound
fuck.
paranoid, guys, but is it just me or is it that everybody is like, oh, it's that one is gay, that one's gay? It's just me, or do they really want children? Really want children, and not
If
in the
memory
parental
serves
way.
me right, this would be like 8 and 9-year-olds.
Yeah. 8 plus minus 6 months. Give or take. So, prepubescent, sub-10 children, sexually explicit books via the school-provided computers, including content that dubs traditional views of marriage as ignorant. Oh, I'm sorry, is one man, one rainbow dildo butt monkey not good enough for you anymore?
No, they want more. Need more. More rainbow dildo butt monkey. More dildo butt monkey. More. Apparently.
Yeah. So, this book is gay, offers a play-by-play of how to use Grindr and other sex apps.
Sounds really gay, guys. It sounds really gay.
It sounds really fucking noncy.
Oh, but are you homophobe? Are you really homophobe now? How dare you?
We need like that organization in that one episode of South Park, Gays Against Fags.
Ah.
Yeah. Okay, let me... So, it tells them how... how sex apps work. Because that's something an 8-year-old needs to know. You upload a tiny picture of yourself to the app. Yes, commit a federal offense. Then get everyone who looks at it to, by default, commit a federal offense. The app works out your location.
They upload a kid's image to a gay dating app.
No. They're giving the kids books on how to upload their own photos to gay dating apps. The app works out your location. It tells you who the nearest homosexuals are. You then chat to them. Because they are near, it is easier to be molested by them. Also, let's have a look at the book itself. This book is gay.
That sounds really gay, guys. That sounds really gay.
And not in a good way. Oh,
Is there
God.
even a good way to be gay nowadays?
Blackwell's has added the racial pride flag to it.
Oh, great. The best one. But even that one is outdated. I mean, isn't that one is kind of outdated now? Isn't there one with another another triangle on the other side?
I miss the conservative pride flag.
Yeah.
I don't like any pride flag.
So let's see what The Guardian from 2014 says the book is about. I don't. The useless piece of shit who wrote it says, I don't like writing that because. No, they say it was brave of James Dawson to write this book. I don't think writing that because. Fuck me. This is poorly written because God forbid they hire someone who can read or write. Ew.
That shit is almost as bad as my writing.
I actually met Queen of Teen, James Dawson, at the Hay Festival a couple of months back. Tell me they're not pedophiles. Okay, at no point do they actually tell you what the book's about, because it's just pathetic virtue signaling.
I'm willing to give the author the benefit of the doubt, and assuming his work was not intended
apparently
for
it's a woman.
elementary school students.
It's some kind of creature that may or may not be a man or a woman.
It makes it better, guys. It makes it better if it's a woman. No problem. It's a woman.
Wait,
a fantastic book for classrooms and school libraries. This book is gay is a must-read for teachers and parents as well as teens themselves.
Wait, I'm sorry. Go back to the last story. Article.
That was the last story?
No, my bad. Go to the last article.
This, Guardian?
Yeah. Scroll up. Wait. Okay, so it's a tranny.
Apparently so. They are now Juno Dawson. It's a tranny.
Imagine my shock.
Tell me why we shouldn't just go back to the old position of the gays are going to take your children and react appropriately.
Because we're in new times, the glorious, acceptable patience and whatever times. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's specifically being marketed to teenagers. And this other school is giving it to primary schools, elementary schools, whatever you call it in your local area.
So aggressive.
Oh man, teenagers. So bad.
The book Queer, which parents dub sexually explicit, and we will look that book up as well, because unlike the Lotus Eaters, we don't believe in sticking to 20-minute segments. And also, the Lotus Eaters, our stream's fucking working.
Also, I'm not one of those, abstinence-only sex ed guys. I think abstinence is preferable, but, teaching people how to have safe sex is, I think important. But, teaching students at school how to use sex apps and shit, even if they were in high school, that wouldn't be as Nazi, but it would still be really? I get wanting them to be safe if they do it, but should we really be encouraging it? I don't know.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a bunch of books called Queer, so I have no idea which one this is.
Oh.
Yeah. So it gives them an in-depth analysis of anal sex, oral sex, one-night stands, yes, bad, vaginal sex with dildos, Not good.
Because you can't have it in penises. That's not gay.
Somehow God always comes into the picture when queer people come out. Yes, because at this point, I think the reaction to Sodom and Gomorrah was based.
What, wait, what was is this being taught to the same class, or what's the context behind this
So,
one?
the kids have access to all these books. All these books, one school, same set of kids.
Yikes.
Yep, they proceed to describe 3 types of religious people. The God hates figs people, the God can help you people, the hate the sin, love the sinner people. The first people are described as individuals who use religion to justify their ignorant viewpoints and tell you that you're going to burn in hell for being gay. No, you're going to burn in hell for being pedophiles.
That's it.
The God can help you people. These people try to convince you that God will help you become straight. They'll try to save you in this way. Big fans of reparative therapy. Hate the sin and love the sinner people. These people try to tell you that even if you can't help being gay, you should never act on it because gay sex is immoral and ungodly. Well, of course they tell you that. That's what they believe.
Also, hate the sin, love the sinner is like the most based statement ever.
Maybe, but I am not that inclusive.
Yeah.
I've stopped being that inclusive. I will not be there.
Yep, parents are also concerned that the books do not align with the state of Wisconsin sex education policy, which promises to teach towards abstinence. Well, let's have a look at the policy. Because is it as bad as they seem to be trying to make it out? Yep, okay. Comprehensive sex education, medically accurate sex education, or otherwise addresses all elements of comprehensive sex education, as defined by the Sexuality Information and Education Council. Right, so basically they're saying, I'm going to take
your PC around?
I'm going to take a guess before I actually read this, but they are saying, don't fuck, but if you do fuck, use protection.
Okay, so that's a really dishonest framing of it then. Usually when people say abstinence only sex education, they mean like not teaching anything about condoms or birth control.
They're being blatantly dishonest. So I'm going to see if my assumption is correct. Where in the fuck
birth control? We talk about birth control?
My birth control! Right when you're trying to take my birth control, damn my birth control. I put whatever I want in my body.
Apparently,
I think the best birth control is castration. I'm sorry,
food, everybody.
After seeing what the Heartstrings put up yesterday, I went, yeah, okay. I'm starting to. I don't want to say that a certain person with the initials AH had an idea, but
Hot take,
no,
hot take.
Look,
no, it's not a hot take. Any person who would look at that video and think this is a good idea should be burned.
But
the
Spoon,
thing is,
did you see the rainbow dildo butt monkey?
I like the way that you say that, and it's true, and it's not a meme.
That's kind of
Did you say
thing.
no? This isn't a joke. This is actually, I know it's terrifyingly depressing. But
rainbow dildo butt monkey story time.
This is something you'd see in like a Family Guy cutaway gag.
Actually, yeah.
Like that's not even a joke. It's seriously something you would see in a cutaway gag.
I feel sorry for modern day satirists.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Like the bee's probably going to go out of fucking business
because everyone else is just being stupid.
Yep. Yeah. Like the Bee reports more fucking news more accurately than CNN.
Does that mean that Babylon Bee is going to eventually become a credible journalistic outlet?
You mean it isn't already?
Well, more so than it already is, put it that way.
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact things, but there were some things that they like predicted.
Yeah.
Rainbow dildo butt monkey. Like, that's fucking hell. I have no words.
I have one. I don't. Is it one word or two words or one word hyphenated? Wood chipper.
I have a theory.
Go on.
My theory is, since Trump has been displaced as a news article, so to speak, a source of revenue, something else has to take its place, and now this
Right.
is the shit that take its place.
Makes sense.
And it is insane, for a lack of a better descriptive word, I would imagine, because seeing the shit that you just think, like, do you guys just look at the news and go, has the world just lost its fucking mind? Like, just seriously, this is not a joke. This is just deranged.
Several times a day, actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not just me.
Yeah.
Because fucking hell.
Just wait
There's-
until
there's
I
a-
tell you how things are going in prison Australia. It's great.
You have one COVID case and the entire state shuts down?
Yeah, basically.
Or none? Yeah.
No, that's
I
New
found-
Zealand, like where you've got no COVID cases and then they shut you down.
Yeah, but it's run by a woman. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, but guys, don't you see how much sense that makes?
No,
COVID is
because I'm a
dangerous.
man.
COVID is dangerous, everybody. We have to be careful.
You know what else
Oh
is
my
dangerous?
God.
Suicide, because everyone else is indoors with nothing to do and nowhere to earn money.
Yeah, so two of those stories go into one. You know, I've been kind of struggling with depression. So on Monday, I went to the doctor's office. And as I, to talk about it, got prescribed some antidepressants or whatever. As I was leaving at the checkout, the person at the checkout desk at a hospital had like the mask beneath the nose, which tells me it was required, but even the people there know, like, yeah, this isn't like,
This is bullshit, yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
At a
If-
hospital, they know it's bullshit.
Even here in Ireland, I've noticed it doesn't say wear a mask, it says wear a face covering. Now, fucking scarf is a face covering, but it's doing fuck all.
We'll get to that.
Oh, do you guys have the same thing? Because I noticed
We
people
did-
in the...
We'll get to that.
I've noticed
I've got a news
people-
article on it.
Oh, God, because I see people over here wear it, and I've noticed it's just become like a creepy fashion trend. It's not in any way useful anymore. And it makes me
Yes.
just think, why are you doing that? You look a pleb.
Yes,
I feel like I'm the only person in society that took the red pill, and I'm walking by a sea of idiots.
yeah, pretty much. But we'll get to how
Okay, so it's not just me.
how they've fixed that loophole later. So we've been talking about, what is it? Wisconsin's school that's allowing the kids to have all these degenerate books, and how all the articles on it seem to be talking about how the Wisconsin sex education policy is pushing towards or teaching towards abstinence, which, as we've covered, is a very dishonest way of framing it, because their sexual education policy, that seems pretty good. So,
Of don't engage in sex.
it's actually better than
I mean,
that.
I was going to say, because the way that leftists look nowadays, I don't think anyone is going to want to shag them.
Yeah. So, let's have a look at the Wisconsin's actual sexual education guidelines. So, age appropriate means suitable to a particular age group of pupils based on their developing cognitive and emotional capacity. Medically accurate information means information that's scientifically based and published where appropriate in peer-reviewed journals and textbooks. Well, that's okay. The leftists will just redefine all of that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, school board may provide an instructional program in human growth and development in grades kindergarten to 12. If they elect to provide it, then the school board establishes the curriculum for the instruction program. School board shall make determinations, blah, 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 blah. Shall be whether subjects covered in the curriculum, the pupils should be separated by gender. Blah, 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 blah. So,
I'm sketchy because anytime I feel when there's sex education and the phrase instructions comes into play, I'm instantly going no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, just that is a phrase that instantly makes the hair of the back
Yeah,
of my neck
I
stand
get
up and
exactly
go,
where
"Wood
you're coming
chipper,
from.
please start it now."
I get exactly where you're coming from, but they're saying instructional program as would be defined elsewhere as basically a way of teaching a specific subject. So you'd have an instructional program for geometry. But
Nice.
yes, when you're saying you're going to instruct people in
Creepy way
sexual
to word it.
education is yeah. So
Yeah, that's
they would need to present medically accurate information to pupils and where age appropriate address the following topics. Importance of communication about sexuality between the pupil and the pupil's parents and guardians. Pre-progressive. Reproductive and sexual anatomy and physiology, kind of fucking important, but including biological, psychosocial, emotional, and intellectual changes that accompany maturation. Good. Seems like the relevant parts of sex ed.
Lovely.
Vibrant.
They've
Do
somehow...
these people think that if this was somehow omitted from the curriculum, that society would collapse and people would not know how to produce any more human beings? Because that's the way it comes off,
Well,
which to me is insane and a deranged, stupid opinion to have, because that's not how humans work.
Well, I actually think it's the opposite. The whole thing is about stopping them from reproducing.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with
You know
that.
the way that you further your species. Yeah, please stop doing that. Why?
We don't like it. That's basically their argument. So, it also tells them to address the benefits of and reasons for abstaining from sexual activity. Yes, because you can't get her pregnant if you don't stick your dick in the same postcode as her. Instruction under the subdivision shall stress the value of abstinence as the only reliable way to prevent pregnancy and sexually transmitted infections. This is true.
It's not true.
Well, it's 100% effective whenever it's being used. Problem is, people aren't 100% effective at not fucking. You're never going to get people to stop fucking. But when they're not fucking, they're guaranteed to not get someone pregnant.
I feel like anyone who says you're not allowed to engage in... Oh, wait, the British government already did that. Never mind.
It's okay. You just both need to wear face masks.
Of course.
Or be the health secretary.
That too.
And it'd be somebody else's wife.
Oh my.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that the Woody doll guy?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So, methods. Yep.
Fucking
Methods
Pinocchio.
Yeah.
Go on.
Right, so methods for developing healthy life skills, including setting goals, making responsible decisions, communicating, and managing stress. Yep, sounds good. How alcohol and drug use affect responsible decision making. Good. The impact of media and one's peers on thoughts, feelings, and behaviors in relation to sexuality. Fine, I guess. Adoption resources, prenatal care, and postnatal supports. Really good. The nature and treatment of sexually transmitted infections. I mean, seems reasonably okay for sex ed. Everything we've read so far.
I had some ideas of the responsible decisions. Leave social media, turn off television, and get homeschooled.
Sounds nice.
Based.
Sounds like a good idea.
Does anyone disagree with any of those three things?
Nope.
No, there we go.
Hey, second,
How to
what are you
deprogram
doing?
society.
It sounds like you're using sandpaper.
Oh, sorry.
like
I'm
you're skipping something.
I'm trying to disagree with schooling, but like I just can't come up with the argument at this point.
For which?
Huh?
Disagreeing with which?
Homeschooling.
Honestly, the only argument against homeschooling is socialization. Or at least the only sane one I've heard.
Well, yeah, exactly.
That
That's
and,
kind of the main thing in my head.
Yeah, and I think it would put another further strain on parents.
Well, the middle class plus parents in a lot of places are going, fuck it, we're homeschooling all 30 of our kids in this sub neighborhood, and then we're just going to get a real teacher to come in and do it for us, and then we've just solved all the fucking problems. We employ the teacher, who then teaches a class of 30 people.
Yeah, I don't know why people can't just say, like, hey, look, I'll just pay less tax, and then I'll pay a teacher to personally teach kids. And then the teachers or the parents can... I know this is like a total utopian idea, but then the teacher can say to the parents, this is what I'd like to teach your kids. And the first lesson is, Marxism is gay.
Oh,
Here is why.
Yes.
I
If
like
I was
that
a
one.
teacher, this is the two things I would teach: is Marxism is shit, postmodernism is for nonsense, and that capitalism is how you survive and thrive.
Marxism is gayer than Grindr.
Ah,
Is that really surprising?
What, that Marxism is gayer than Grindr?
Not really.
I don't know. I don't know what his view on homosexuals are. I know he doesn't like blacks and Jews,
And Mexicans.
And Marxists.
but Marxists doesn't like other Marxists.
Yeah.
No, probably not unless they agree with them.
Karl Marx didn't even like Marxists.
No, that wouldn't surprise me. It's a really, I find it really funny that they're for inclusivity, except that everyone who disagrees with you is excluded. So it's not really very inclusive when it's basically an exclusivity of thought. So why are you inclusive, you fucking tyrants? Like, anyone can poke a hole in your ideology within the space of 10 seconds after hearing it, which
Yeah,
is mind-blowing why anyone follows it, because it's so backwards and hypocritical in every fucking way.
And it's so fucking absurd, the fucking weird inter-Marxist conflicts that they
Yes.
get into with each other. Well, no, technically not this. I'm a Marxist-Leninist, or no, I'm a syndicalist.
Even Jordan Peterson said that if you start poking at the ideology, it falls apart really quickly.
Yeah.
Which
Yep.
is something that terrifies me, because anyone, if you just explain it, would go, I have 50,000 questions from hearing this within 100 seconds, and are you going to give me an answer? No, because it'd be contradictory. It terrifies me that it's gotten traction, because, again, it is so easy to debunk.
Well, yeah, but then they'll just go, oh, well, you see, you're using something called logic,
Reason.
or those kinds of arguments. You see, what is it? A false consciousness or something? Is that the term they use?
Why, I'd like to know something. Why does the intellectual elite have this grip on normal people's mind? It's as if people are not confident in their own intellectual capacity. I mean, I'm speaking from my own experience, but if I listen to someone and I feel their ideas are fucking nuts, I'll just say, you're an idiot, and what you just said makes absolutely no sense. You can pepper it with all your fancy shenanigans that might work on a lesser being, but I have a triple-digit IQ, and it is over 100, at least. So I know what you're saying is nuts, and this has been tried in how many countries, and it's killed over 100 million people. So exactly what is it different from yours? It's not. It's exactly the same fucking thing. Your philosophical arguments are exactly the same. Your ideas are no different, and it will result in tyranny. It's really, that's all you need to say. Someone that says, we should try this again. Fucking why? Would you like to
because
add more
I'm
to the death toll?
smarter and I think I can do it properly. Because I'll be one of the glorious leaders of the party, not the loser up against the wall.
I would be a good dictator, because I said today in the Lotus Eaters that Ayn Rand's philosophy is good, but it doesn't work in the public sector unless you can be like Trump, where your self-interest is not a fiscal gain but your own ego. And I am much more driven by my own ego than a fiscal gain, because I don't have this massive materialistic desire. I would rather have a free society with a massive, powerful army that I can crush everyone with. That's more fun. I don't want to be this like, oh, I am the leader of everything. Oh my God, the responsibility of that? Fuck no. Just separate the power as much as I can. I'd like to be the guy that took credence for the everyone else is fucking shit, and you idiots elite don't know anything, and all of these people combined know a hell of a lot more than you do. But let's have a really strong military, so when some commie bastards decide that this is no longer utopia, that I can put a tank up their asshole and fire them to the moon. Any objections to that?
Good. No. I'll fully
Well,
agree.
thanks.
There we go.
You get my vote.
And this is how I would run for office.
Yeah, to quote Ron Swanson, my ideal government is one man in a room who decides who to nuke. He'll be chosen by
idea,
something like an IQ test and maybe a physical component like a decathlon. And he'll have women brought to him if he desires them.
I had an hypothesis for an idea. This can go potentially wrong, obviously, because it's my ideas and therefore it's subject to Swiss cheese. I'm of the opinion that no politician should ever handle any more money than they've earned in their lifetime.
Hmm. It's an
So if you're a
interesting
businessman and you've
idea.
made like 20 million, I think you can handle a tax plan that involves $20 million. But if you're like AOC, where you've never made more than, I don't know, $30 out of your own skill, anything more than that, you are not allowed to handle in any capacity in government. It
Sounds
should
good to
only
me.
be handled by people who have earned that amount of money.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because I feel like they know how much they're actually holding. Because I think someone who has no idea but says, "Hey, look, I can spend 50 million how I want. It's not my money." That to me is genuinely terrifying.
Well,
Or somebody says, "I earn 50 million. Now you have to spend it well." I feel their mind is much more tuned to how could I effectively allocate this more effectively.
I feel like the area that would like kind of, well, just one example to where I think that would fall. Is I think by that standard, nobody would be able to like handle the U.S. military budget, for example, which is an obviously important and essential thing.
I was thinking more of economic grounds than military.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yes.
My thought is more so like a flat tax rate so that like these like fucking idiots who think that they, oh, we'll just squeeze everything out of the rich to build a utopia. No, if you're going to vote for that, you're going to feel that in the wallet too.
Yes. Speaking of that, I actually I have plans on doing a documentary about FDR, and I'd like to read a book called New Deal or Raw Deal. It's by the same. You remember the thing that I read about the four businesses? What the hell was the name of the book? About the oil industry, the myth of the robber barons. It's by the same guy, because I like these books. So I want to read the FDR one, and he makes a case of why FDR's New Deal is god fucking awful. And based on what I've read about the Great Depression and FDR and how shit it was, it makes me think if I could get any more detail, I could make a pretty good documentary about why he is one of the most evil presidents in U.S. history. Because from what I've read, it makes me go, oh my god, he has this great reverence, even though he's a fucking tyrant. Like, this is a man that said of Mussolini, that fine Italian gentleman.
See, it's actually, oh my god. Well, it's actually kind of funny. You know, in my US history class in like 11th grade or something, my teacher was pretty chill and he had a pretty like just kind of blunt way of putting things. So when we were learning about FDR and his New Deal, he was like, yeah, so he was like campaigning and he kept talking about a New Deal, but he never really explained what that was when he was campaigning. He just kept saying it and people got excited for it. So he got into office like, okay, fuck, what am I doing now? That was the description I got.
I went to go look up some of the stuff about the New Deal, and I didn't know this. I think there was a small group of people who was responsible for the overall like architecture of the New Deal, and one of the architects of the New Deal was so disgusted by it that he actually not only condemned it and became one of the most outspoken critics of it, but he switched parties.
Really?
Yes,
That's
I didn't know this.
commitment.
I went like, holy shit. So this is how bad it was that one of the people who fucking made it decided it was fucking awful and switched parties to condemn it. That's how bad it was.
That guy gets some kudos from me. That's for fucking certain.
Yeah, that's a ballsy move.
That's
It's
a
like,
redemption arc in itself.
yeah, it really is, and it made me go, holy shit. And something I noticed about FDR, because I read a preview of the book because I wanted to see what it was like and think, oh, I want to read this. He had, first of all, I think he went to law school in New York, and he was a terrible student and a fucking god awful lawyer. I think someone even who employed him said he was utterly fucking useless. And he describes like an intellectual, like a social elite club that he could never get in, and he described that as the biggest failure of his life, which really tells you what he thinks. If that is the biggest failure of your life, is that you couldn't get into some social club. So you really are like a snooty prick. And there's one point where he wanted to tax the people earning over, I think, $60,000 during the height of the Depression at a whopping 99%.
Holy fuck.
And when even his own advisors said why, his reply was, why not?
Because they'll fucking crush you, you stupid fucking man.
This was a man who was elected 4 fucking times.
4 times.
Yes. Which, thank God for term limits, because Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But, dude, man, I read this and I thought, oh my God, this explains so much. Because there's a certain personality you don't put in office. And he is the quintessential epitome of that example. Of, I can solve the world's problems. That's why I said he's like a cliched caricature. And that's why I put that picture in the video of him smoking the Constitution. Because that is pretty. I was looking for just FDR caricatures because I thought like this is a good way to describe him, and I went through a list of them, and that was one of them. I went, oh my God, I have to use this because this is brilliant. It's perfect. There's a bunch of other ones, but I thought like this is like the best picture of this entire video is that one. Of course, the Hitler one where I said "fuck off, we're fascists" was pretty good too. But yes, oh dear God. Also, don't teach kids sex eds in school because I don't trust the state when it comes to sex,
Or children.
as evidenced by Matt Hancock.
I mean,
It's a
it's
bad
not
idea.
to be trusted by anyone. It should be the parents' responsibility.
Yes, I agree. I don't like this idea of essentially the state becoming the arbiter of everything that is good.
Just bullshit.
Yeah.
It's not just that. It's just that it's very obvious that an excessive amount of power corrupts people. And you know it gets really bad when you can't say communism is bad in the news and you're the fucking press secretary of the United States. Like I feel like that's when your government is fucked. Hey, look, we've
When you
got
have
thousands of
failed as
refugees
a
coming
human
over from
being.
Cuban.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Spoon. I have a British friend in like London, and he basically we had a conversation. He basically said that like the Anglican Church being like run by the state of England is like largely what killed it.
I probably agree with that. Actually, I don't like the idea of a state religion. I mean, we regularly bash the Muslims for their theocracies, so I don't see why the hell we should have one. But I do think the church
But I
does
mean,
serve some function.
Right. Well, I mean, it's more than just that. It was just kind of the joke of like democracy kills everything.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it's just the idea of having a single entity that is immune to any criticism is guaranteed to pull in the worst of society. And if it isn't someone who is bad, they will be corrupted once they're incited because the temptation seems to be overwhelming. And that's why you end up with fucking AOC, who's with Black Lives Matter, saying, oh, look, we should defend the communist revolution. Why, you fucking psycho? I don't know if this is true, by the way. I just saw a video with that headline, so I'm assuming. I trust the source to be credible. So there's a short YouTube channel. I don't know if you guys are aware of it, called the GOP War Room. Check it out. It does like 30-second or a minute clips where it just shows things that you see in the news headlines, which is enough to make you go, yeah, you should probably not do this. And by that I mean AOC exist.
Yeah.
I mean, you can live. Just do not be in government because you are clearly out of your fucking depth, and you're a grifting bitch.
I mean,
That is obvious.
This might go against some values for some liberal people, but to me, I think we should take a note after Eastern Europeans. Any fucking communist party, anyone with communist sympathies, should just fuck off from politics. Again, bring back the Red Scare.
I agree with this because I don't believe in freedom and equality for everyone. I feel that is a power And with power comes responsibility. And once you start advocating for ideas that would inhibit somebody else's freedom, that is when the freedom that you have can be cut off. Like a second, you say, I'm in a liberal democracy that has given people thousands of dollars and pounds and euros of earnings throughout their lifetime, and I wish to take that away by instituting a massive state authority. That is when people can come and kick your ass. Like, I legitimately think a mob can come and say, "You're a communist. Get the fuck out, or we will kick the shit out of you." I feel like that's justified, because what you're advocating for is human misery.
Yep. Of course, they say it's for the good of all and niceness and
Then
candy. And
fuck off to a communist country.
that'd be so nice if they could.
What was it that Sargon said that you should trade the leftists for the Cuban refugees?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm 100% okay with that, because you'd get rid of leftist voters and import Republican ones. That's a fucking win-win.
That would be beautiful. That would be.
It
It's
would be great.
also why the Democrats do not want those Cuban refugees, because
Yeah.
they know the second they get to the United States, they'll all vote fucking Republican, which
Well, we
tells
all-
you they don't give a fuck about helping people. They're power-hungry tyrants.
Well, you know, of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It would be better to live under robber barons than to live under more omnipotent moral busybodies. The robber baron's cruelty may sleep, his cupidity may at some point be satiated. But those who torment us for our own good will torment us without end, for they do so with the approval of their own conscience.
Who said that again? Because I've read that quote somewhere.
C.S. Lewis.
There we go. He's
That
not
guy-
wrong.
That guy is.
Based.
Yep. Among other
He's
things.
not wrong. That is true.
Yeah.
I also feel like that's the kind of attitude that inhibits and powers the Karens.
Can I speak with your manager? Sorry, couldn't help it.
Oh god.
My kids are watching Kids Bop.
Yeah, why aren't you watching your kids? Would be my reply. Oh,
Speaking
God,
of
the Karen.
kids,
But yeah, student of history, that does sound like, as soon as like Spoon talked about, I don't want the state to be the moral arbiter of every. I thought of like Sargon's Starship Troopers video where he just read off a bunch of Mussolini and Giovanni Gentili quotes.
I'm basically doing a video that he did, but I'm doing it about a game.
Nice.
Also, I like that you sent in. I think it was yesterday or yesterday's video. I like that he used the emoticons on your Spoon figure.
Yeah,
was
that was
nice.
amazing.
The which?
The video you sent in yesterday or the day before that. You used the Spoon emojis. You know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, at the end when I just said anyway, yeah, because it
Uh,
made me laugh. Even I had trouble doing that line and not find it funny. Because it is funny. Because when I recorded it, and I just thought, like, what would Sargon be like? Because I have this thing where I think if you, if I could ever ask him a question, I would say to him this: like, I know you say you'd be signing with the Patriots, but in my head I'm thinking you're English. I can't imagine if you were an Englishman in this time, you would be for the Patriots. You'd be a loyalist because you're English. You have no reason to side with the Patriots because you're losing your colony. So I don't believe he would necessarily be a patriot. I think he would be a loyalist just because of his national ties. And I think he's making the mistake of, I know what's happening, and this is my philosophy that I have now. So this is how I would look at the past with my current moral and knowledgeable outlook, because I know what's going to happen. Whereas I don't think if he was in it at that time, he would necessarily be a patriot. So,
Well, I mean, there's kind of two things to that. One that would essentially destroy the premise of any of those questions. But two, I think it would depend if he was like, or in like the colony itself, where there was like inherently like more division about it.
yeah, because I feel like
Where it's less of a matter.
a philosophical
his-
argument.
Well, no, I mean, like, if he's in the colony and the choice is staying with Britain and leaving, as opposed to being in Britain and losing the colony, there's less of a matter of naked self-interest to it. So I think that would be the more interesting.
Yeah, because I feel if I no, I want to say something, but I can't say it here.
You just need
it's
Sargon to like respond to that video. I'm a conservative. Like
Yeah, because I know he said he'd be a patriot, but I in my head I went, I feel if I could, I'd like to have a discussion with him about that because I think I would convince him to the point where it's like, yeah, I probably would be a loyalist actually, because I do feel like he would. Because that's why I made the video when I put the script in. I went, he says he's a patriot, but I imagine because he hates the French, he would be a loyalist just to piss off the French.
Pretty much.
Because even
Well,
when he said you'd be a loyalist, he went based. I was like, yeah, that response right there. That's why I think you'd be a loyalist.
Well,
Because
it's
as soon as he
actually
went
kinda-
King George, he went based. I was like, yeah, you're a loyalist, mate.
Well, there's actually an interesting thing about conservatism where I've grown more and more towards like not necessarily politically socially conservative arguments, but like culturally and socially social conservative arguments where it's kind of like, you know, and it really is that thick concepts thing or the importance of family where it's like, no, these roles like being a man, being a woman, father,
Serves a function.
a mother, a husband, a wife. Yeah. Well, it doesn't just serve a function. Like it turns a person into somebody that other people need, can understand and rely upon, and it creates like an aspirational goal.
Yeah.
It like there is something of intrinsic weight to that. Why like even when I was like on the left or like even when I was just more like, no, people should do whatever kind of thing. There was something where it's like the push against things like man up or the idea of being manly always like intrinsically bothered me. I think because I always recognized the intrinsic weight, value, aspiration, and usefulness of the idea of being a man.
Yeah, well, what was it? There's a cartoon that I watched where someone did like they did like a life swap where they didn't have any children and they said like, look how empty your life is. Like you have no one who depends on you and now your life is miserable and empty. And this is a cartoon. I feel like if that message nowadays would be offensive to feminists or some shit. Not that feminists would ever want some things like that, but you know.
Let it be so.
Or like Sargon's rant on his most recent Christmas stream, where he was like, you know, ooh, all this edgy, subversive stuff. Like, you are a balding, childless millennial in your 30s, sat there nihilistically going, oh God, everything's awful. We're going to die. Yeah, of course you think that, because there is nothing more important to you than your own physical body. But once you have children, that all goes away because suddenly their life is worth more to you than your own, and you will never understand what that's like.
And that is why I will never have kids,
beautiful rant.
because I feel like my physical body is more important to me than most things. I also
Well, you
feel
think-
like
Well, you think that now, but what about when you get elder years?
no, because I have a see, exercising has who was I can't remember, who was the one of the philosophers that said it is a crime, or it's like it's like the fault of man to not test his strength. Like it's a duty for you to become physically strong, and to not use that is a waste of life. I thought like that's a damn good phrase, and that is something I wish to live by. This should be the point, like you should be able to rely on your body in any capacity. So like physical strength is like your duty as a human. And like that's like a badass phrase. I like that, and I want to forever live by that, because I don't want to, like, if I ever have kids, I don't want my kids to be like embarrassed by the shape of their father. I want my kids to look at me like, man, dad's in fucking shape. Like I want my kids to like be able to grab my arm and do a pull up on it, and I can hold them and not be out of shape and out of breath just walking up the fucking stairs. Like that to me, it's like you should always be like your kid should look at you and think, I want to look like my father. That should like always be a thing for me. Like your kid should be able to see you physically impose them like your own strength on something. Like you should like that's how I want to be. Like it's why whenever I see people who say like, oh my god, their kid is in disgusting shape. No, it's because their parents exercise and you fat cunts do fuck all. The reason why the kid is in shape is because their parents are role models of that kid. And that kid can do shit that you can't do when you're like 4 times the age of that kid. Fuck off. So no, always be in physical condition. That it's just a thing. That's a good role model for your kids to be had is to be healthy because the kid also then picks up on good habits.
Yep.
Like if your kid is 6 years old and says grapes instead of a piece of chocolate, you're a good fucking parent. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent here, but it does disgust me. Like we have this like growing obesity epidemic with children. It's like yeah, because parents fucking suck and you don't take care of yourselves. You know, and it's just like, no, don't give me the shaming crap. Like no, you should be shamed. Like get in
I
fucking
agree.
shape.
I
mean,
wonder
I
how
have-
much of this is also the fault.
I mean,
Crappy
I agree.
society.
I agree, and I'm a fat fuck. Just saying.
Because think kids are impressed by physical prowess.
Yeah.
Very much so. Like if you can do like crazy shit with your body, like do like a muscle up or a human flag, kids look at that in awe and think you're Superman.
Very much.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also like thinking, right? Like, again, I do wonder how much of this is kind of the fault of school in a certain way. Because I remember there were a few like obese kids in elementary school, right? But there was like recess for like an hour a day where kids would just like run around outside, a lot of tag games and shit. And so, like, not a lot of like bad fitness in elementary school, but then in middle school there's like none of that, and it's like you're having them sit at a desk for like 8 hours a day, and it's just kind of
Yeah.
like, is that kind of bad conditioning? Because it's like I can't imagine an 11 to 14 year old, if left to their own device, well maybe now, but if left to their own devices, would just like sit around all day. They'd probably like go outside and run around and shit.
I think now their own devices would be the fucking pocket calculator of
Yeah.
wizardry. That's the device. Yeah, I very much agree with that. I think if I was to run a school, I would have physical training, because that's what it was called when I was at school. I would have that every fucking day. I wouldn't have it once a week. Especially nowadays, because I feel like kids, I mean, I'm not saying exercise every day is mandatory, but then you have to have, because I don't exercise every fucking day, but I feel you need to have good dietary habits to keep that in check. Because I remember, I'll tell you, there's a reason why I take it so seriously is because on my grandmother's wall in her house, there was a picture of my father and 3 of his brothers, and they're like in their, I'd probably say like early 30s, most of them, because I was about maybe 6 or 7 at the time, so it was before that when the photo was taken. And when I went back home, I just looked at all of them now, and I thought of that picture, and I just went, none of you look like you do in that picture. And some of you weren't particularly great in the photo to begin with. And I just went, I never want to be this. This is a thing in my family that I will personally fucking break. I will never ever look like this. It's just an ego thing of, no, my vanity must always be in charge of this. Never ever do I want to be down this road where I look at myself in disgust. I can't. Like, I just look at food and think, is this good for me? No, don't fucking eat it then. I just have a monk-like discipline of, no, this is where this leads, don't fucking touch it. I don't know why.
That's really good though. That is really good.
I just, there's just something when I look at someone who is like in that condition, there's a part of my brain that says, how did you get to this point? And there's something profoundly morally wrong when I look at that. I don't know why, but it's just this thing of this, a human being should not look like this. I look at like Steve Reeves, who was an actor who played Hercules in like the 50s, I look at him and think like, that is how a human should look, always. As much as you can. I mean, I know old age kind of deteriorates you to a point, but I look at that and just think that is the ideal of man. Look like that as long as you possibly can. Just because it is a good moral outlook on your physical condition. If I was a coach, this is how I would teach people. I just like show a picture of Steve Reeves, like, this is how you should look, fucking always. Not like Arnold, who was juiced to the gills since he was fucking 16. Obviously, because that's no way, that's not a achievable look. But Steve Reeves, like, yes, this look him up, and you tell him like, yeah, that's an achievable condition. So always be that. You should be able to do
Seriously,
pull-ups.
second. Stop that. Fuck it. It's so annoying to listen to.
It's become background noise to me. It just sounds like he's moving furniture.
I know, but it sounds like fucking sandpaper grinding.
What is he actually doing?
I don't know.
I'm just kind of like moving around, or like I was
Sounds
sitting
like you're
up.
grinding the dust off hot skin of your heels.
Can you like get a headset or some shit with a mic on?
Or reduce the sensitivity.
That would work too.
I'm fucking sweating my ass off in this booth.
Again, it's just a me thing though.
It's
So,
hot as fuck
don't
in this
mind.
thing.
Yeah, I'll be better about muting myself, and I'm not.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
also
don't have to
drink.
mute yourself. It's just I just gotta admit, it's just a me thing. I get annoyed by things like that too easy. So I don't mean to be an asshole.
Oh man, I get fucking annoyed when I hear like people like eating out of a bowl with a spoon. Then they get to the bottom and the spoon just starts clanking against the bottom of the bowl
Oh, that's pain.
every time they take a bite. That's such a pet peeve of mine. So I know what you
Yeah.
So Sticks' spoon clank videos must piss you off.
mean.
I feel weird watching him knowing my name is Spoon. I don't know. This just whenever he just says Spoon Clank, I feel like, why am I feeling involved in this as if I'm memed in some way? Because I had the name before I started watching him. So when I like Spoon clanking his thing, I went, oh, why do I feel weird about this? Good videos though. Also, everyone should drink a teaspoon of whiskey every day.
Really?
Yeah, because obviously, because I feel like a teaspoon is enough to where there's healthy benefits of drinking whiskey, because there is.
Really?
Yeah, it helps. It's an appetite suppression. It dilutes the blood, and it's a anti-infectant for certain things. Don't quote me
Okay.
on that.
Is there a special kind of whiskey you should drink, or is it
The
just a
expensive kind.
The expensive kind, of course. I mean, I have one for I have one for like 50 euros here. What's it called again? Milton Duff, 15, age 15.
Say the name again.
Milton Duff in one word, and Valentines.
Oh, Ballantine's. Yeah, that's a blended Scotch.
Yeah, is that good or is it bad?
Ballantine's is blended. Just means it's a different grains that goes into it. It's usually mixed with wheat.
Oh.
It just depends on how you like your whiskey. There's some people that don't like blends because they're snooty bastards like myself. Even though I have half of my racks are blended. Like bourbon is blended. Bourbon is mainly corn, but the rest of it it's a blend. Whereas Scotch is usually single malt barley. That's all that single malt means. I would say find a whiskey that you like. This is going to end up in a whiskey conversation, but if it's a region called Spacesides or Highlands, Speyside is a region in Highland. It's more of your pretty whiskies, your flowery whiskies. So it's going to be more dark fruit kind of notes. Cinnamon is very prominent in those ones. Whereas bourbon is going to be more cherry and caramel, depending on the the one that you want to buy. I would recommend Four Roses. Four Roses is a nice, or Bullet as well. If you can get Maker's 46, oh dear God, that's some good shit.
Oh yeah, that's some good shit.
Yes.
Maker's 46. How much
Yeah.
is one of those bottles then?
It's probably the same price as the one you just mentioned.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Four Roses. I'll commit that one to memory.
Yeah, Four Roses is good. If you want aggressive whiskeys, that I think Oil Guy would probably drink Pete just because he's bearded, and therefore I think he probably would. I don't know though, but the three you would look at for is Lefroy, Artbeg, and Lagavulin.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, those are
Lagavulin
fucking
is surprisingly nice. I remember reading the notes and someone said kippers, which is fish, and I went, "Dear God, that's no." And then I had it and I drank it and I think this is fantastic. Where's the kippers in this? Who the fucking hell wrote that? Bad person. There's no kippers in this shit. It was surprisingly sweet. Peaty is smoke. If you like the sea and like seaweed squares, I recommend Lefroy. If you like bacon and campfire, I'd recommend Ardbeg, because Ardbeg is like the forest and that kind of smoke, whereas Lefroy is seaside, and Lagavulin is the adult in the room. Because there's a running meme between Lefroy and Ardbeg. It's like Cult of Ardbeg and like League of Lefroy. And then Lagavulin is just the adult of just you two are children, which is like the grown-up version of it.
Well, the thing that like originally got my eye with Lagavulin, there's a show, Parks and Rec, and Ron
Yeah.
Swanson, this based, manly, libertarian, self-sufficient character,
Would drink that.
drinks it every fucking episode.
Yes, so it's really weird because Lagavulin would make they would make like limited edition versions. I think the last one they did was a Pedro Menes one. Pedro Menes is a very sticky sweet type of sherry. Usually you would do Oloroso is the sherry that the vast majority would be in, but Pedro Menes is like a special variety of sherry, so I imagine it would have been a lot sweeter than normal Lagavulin. But it's really unusual because Lagavulin makes just the one whiskey, and it's a really well-known one. And they don't do anything else, as far as I know. I think they've done the. I think it's Lagavulin 16 is what they would normally do. Lagavulin 12 or 16, I can't remember now which. I think it's 16. And then they've
Yeah,
done
there's at my local
They do the 16?
8. Yeah, there's 16 and there's also 8.
The 8, yeah. I've never had the 8. Apparently the 8 is more aggressive.
Yeah.
Which would not surprise me because the longer you leave it, the more smoother it tends to be. If you want a real kick in the face whiskey that makes you go like, oh, there's one called Ardbeg Ugadile, which is literally how it's pronounced and written. If you are near someone who knows whiskey, say Ardbeg Ugi, and they'd probably know what it is. That's I have a bottle of it right there. Actually, it's 54%. So it's quite aggressive to say the least, and I wouldn't recommend going face first into this if you are new to peat because it will be overwhelming, unless your palate is used to like eating spice and smoke, in which case you're probably all right. But even the 10 is quite in your face, but the alcohol content is lower. Because once you start ramping up the alcohol with the peat, it's gnarly. It'll spank you, not gently. It'll be mean.
See, I was gonna say I don't remember heat being too shocking to me the first time I had it, but then I remember,
The Lagavulin?
No, I
Lagavulin
think
isn't too bad.
I think I had Lefroy before Lagavulin.
Ooh, Lefroy is nasty. I had Lefroy 10 in a bar with, funny enough, with an ambassador for the UN. Don't ask me how the hell that happened. We were discussing politics and Trump because I disobey all the rules, and when I'm in a bar, I discuss politics like an idiot.
Wait, there's a rule against that?
Yeah, there's a rule is don't discuss politics or religion when you've been drinking.
Really?
Yes, you don't know this rule?
Really, religion's one of my favorite things to discuss while drinking.
Okay, because there's an open rule of do not discuss religion or politics while drinking, because it tends to be a heated discussion, and when you mix alcohol, it tends to exacerbate the emotions. So it is best to avoid it, just in case you amp up unnecessarily heated arguments with alcohol.
I get what you mean. I
Yes.
do get what you mean.
You guys have never heard this phrase, really?
Yeah,
No.
it's all over the place in Australia.
Okay, well, you have a
So
bigger
it's
drinking culture
a-
than Norway, apparently. So
So no. We a lot
Yeah.
of drinking. It's just that we Norwegians talk about anything. Of course, we come to blows quite often, though. So
you're
Well,
Vikings. That's
You need to take the dick out of your mouth long enough to have the conversation, don't you?
are you speaking about me or the Swedes, huh?
Yeah, you can fuck the
I don't know,
Swedes
I
if
don't-
you
It's more
want.
of a,
I
it's
don't
more of
judge.
a penis pastry.
I don't consider any of the Scandinavians particularly cocksucking, I'll be honest.
I know.
I feel like if I ever look at history and go, who would you say are the least cocksucking? The Vikings would probably be up there for me, I'm going to be honest.
Pretty
Like, if you
much.
said to me, like, who are the, like, rampaging, bloodthirsty psychopaths? I'd go, like, yeah, Vikings, yeah.
I mean, we're the reason why
He's
England
missed,
decided to become real manly. We gave them the Viking genes, and also we gave them incentive to man up and stop being a bunch of pussies. You're welcome, by the way.
Yeah, but your government right now is kind of the opposite of that, so.
I know. We had
Which
to
is really
put it away.
sad.
We had to put it away. We got so much money.
Oh my god, money civilizes you?
Yes, it
Oh,
does.
that explains why Africa is the way it is.
Pretty much.
Oh, I could make an even worse joke now.
Please do.
No, man.
That explains the American blacks too. And this would explain why, like, LeBron James is a simp for China.
LeJohn Brames.
Oh,
This is an interesting discussion, actually. Does having money make you more civilized? I think Rocky would agree, because there's a bit in Rocky 3 where he says that once you got your title, you became civilized, you lost your edge.
There probably
think it's
is a
funny.
lot to be said about that. Because after all, money
would've kind of-
buys
I would've-
safety, and safety...
Yes, makes you complacent.
Mm. And when you're complacent, then you have time to worry about other bullshit.
Yeah. Huh.
Though they also say that an armed society is a polite society.
well, that
Yes,
is
that's
true.
Texas's motto.
The same
Based.
motto of Texas, yeah. Speaking of Texas,
Yeah.
Base Texas.
base
Odd.
Texan man gonna fuck him up some Democrats.
Oh, yeah, by arresting them when they come back?
I
Yeah.
approve.
Are they allowed to do that?
Yeah,
I've heard by state law they can.
they can.
Oh my god, Arrest the Democrats. That sounds like a name for a good album.
Yeah.
I don't think
So
it's
wait, what is
arrest.
this?
It's not arrest them so much as in take them to prison, take them to court, then put them in jail for like decades. It's no, arrest them, put them in handcuffs, and drag them to the floor of the Senate or whatever it is,
Senate, I think, yeah.
and then abuse the fuck out of them.
So
Yeah. So
but,
basically,
arrested
so,
for. What does this mean, guys?
so basically, the story behind this is that the Texas state legislature was going to pass a few bills. There was like a election security bill that was going to be passed. And among other things, there was that, and there was like a bill where it was like biological men shouldn't be competing in women's sports. A bunch of like really based legislation. And like Democrats do not have the numbers in the Texas state legislature. Like
No, they
and so it's like the only thing they could do like is like 50 or so Democrat legislators in Texas like got on a private jet together without masks, mind you. They weren't wearing the masks on the plane with each other. in a confined space, even though the normies have to wear masks on planes still. And they're like sipping champagne on the plane. They get into Washington. And because they left and like there were not enough people in the state legislature, they can't pass anything. And so they fly to Washington, D.C., get off. The media is like sucking their dicks and everything. Joe Biden's like, oh, yeah, very brave. And, they get to Washington, D.C., and as they like get like fucking interviewed or something, or they're giving a speech, they all just start singing, "We will overcome.
Such
We
cringe.
will over." Yeah, it's like, oh man, like no, like don't do like that song actually has like historical significance and like
We shall overcome.
Yeah.
yeah, that song has historical significance in the US as being like a thing used like
With civil rights there, isn't it?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
For like segregation and shit. And they're like singing this while like smiling and sipping champagne and being like celebrated by the national media after like shutting down democracy in Texas. And at the same time, mind you, the Democrats are complaining that the filibuster is essentially Jim Crow for like not
my
letting
God.
like a 51 to 50 majority pass like controversial legislation, whereas they're shutting down a legislature with a much larger majority than that and like bragging about it and getting their dick sucked by the media. So Greg Abbott doesn't like fucking like that at all, and he's like, yeah, when they come back, we're arresting them.
I think they have to go back because it's their job.
I have.
It's kind of funny when you say like, "Hey, look, if I go back to work, I'm going to be arrested." And something about that gives me great joy.
Yeah.
Just the idea of any politician in a handcuff, just
Yeah. So it's not what you
drag them
think
through the town square, like as
first,
far
yeah.
as I'm
Sultan French
concerned.
Revolution style.
But yeah, it's really interesting because the governor can call a session of what's it called, the assembly or something. So the governor can call a session, and then he says everyone must show up, and then he goes, "Oh, they haven't shown up. You officer over there, make them. Go fetch."
I think it's very masculine and demeaning at the same time.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's quite funny. Dear bitches, you do not show up. You shall be fetched and dragged here by your hair, like the wenches that you are. I agree with the public shaming. I think, remember those old boards you used to put your face and hands in, and then people would like throw things to your face?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we should bring those back.
Well, I think the Democrats should be hog-tied and then stuck on poles and then be carried into the assembly and dumped on the floor.
I don't know why, but I thought about that scene in Novak in or no, it was what was the town in Fallout where the Caesar's Legion ripped him Nipton? In New Vegas? There's a bunch of people on the crucifixes and the town's on fire.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you should do that.
Burn down
I've
Chicago
never
and
actually
crucify the
I've never
Democrats.
actually played. I know Callum wants Sargon to play with Caesar, and I've never actually played with Caesar because I thought it's tyrannical, and he is a fucking tyrant, and I don't like his idea of society. But apparently the lore is really good.
It is.
And I don't like the idea of Caesar's Legion. I always go with the, because, libertarian, I always side with Yes Man. And fuck off your taxing NPR, and fuck off your slaving legions. I actually think Mr. House is the best.
Take over Caesar's Legion and then stop the bullshit.
I don't think you can do that.
Wouldn't it be nice if you could?
Yeah, I always side with other Yes Man, although I think Mr. House is actually the best choice.
It's the best choice for the wellness of California. NCR just is more of the rot.
Yeah, I actually agree with that, but the reason I went with Mr. House is because when they ask him like, why should I choose you instead of having it free? And he says, because I'm the best person for the job. I know what the hell I'm doing, and I don't have the corruptibility of a regular bureaucrat because I'm in this tank. I'm not moving. I just want to see my vision carried out. And his vision has immense prosperity and idealism built into it. He just like wants to leave a legacy of I'm the one man who can lead you. Like he's Elon Musk in a tank.
Basically.
Yeah, and
There's one thing I wonder though. Doesn't he? How long could he live with that tank?
200 years.
200 more years?
Apparently. Or so it says. I think the lore was roughly around that. And I thought I know it's described as despotic pre-war glory, but I looked at I looked at all the options. I went, the libertarianism is free, but it lacks structure, like anarchic. Legion is tyrannical, maybe orderly, but there's slavery involved, so I can't go with that. And the NCR is like he said is democratic rot because he says if you want to see the fate of democracies, look out the window. So I thought, I don't recall ever using. I think I did once. I decided to side with Mr. House. If I played it now, I would definitely side with Mr. House because I'm just based on my political outlook has shifted more towards. I like libertarianism as an ideal, but that can only work when the people in the society are living with it. If you start mixing in other cultures that don't respect it, it just goes to shit. So you need to have. I don't want to say an iron fist, but you need to have an iron fist when it comes to enforcing your law. Otherwise, it goes to shit. You cannot have the stench of communism. Like, no, communism should be rooted out with a fist to the head.
Yep.
It's a cancer, and it needs to be exterminated. I'm
That
aware that this language is making somebody going like, oh my god, this sounds tyrannical. Yeah, says the communist. Fuck off. Don't talk to me about tyranny. That's like pot calling Uber fucking kettle black.
Yeah.
So yes.
I mean, I think when it comes to the idea of fucking tyranny and shit, communists, socialists, and the like, they should just shut the fuck up. They got nothing to say.
I feel like when anyone says, I want to have a bigger government. No, like is it? Where is it that that old 50s guy that just says like stop right there? Like that would be my response to every one of them. It just says, I want the government to, unless the next word out of your mouth is fuck off, you should fuck off.
Yeah.
That's just, you just look at history and go, why would you, like every time this has been tried, these people, you put politicians with more money and power, you know what happens to them? They get blood drunk with it and abuse it because power is dangerous and should be dissipated and spread among as many people as you can. You fuckwits. Now I want to play New Vegas and side with Mr. House.
Based spoon.
Based. So just to finish up on what based Governor Abbott's doing, in Texas they have special sessions that last 30 days. The governor calls them, and he'll continue calling special session after special session, because they have to fucking show up eventually. Whether they have to be dragged kicking and screaming.
Would they eventually be considered fugitives if they don't?
Technically, they're already fugitives.
Oh, are they? Okay.
At least that's my
This is out of my
understanding.
expertise. This is out of my expertise, but I am aware that of the arrest thing because I thought that's fucking hilarious.
But yeah, they are wanted for arrest in the state of Texas and have fled interstate. They are technically fugitives.
Oh. Ooh, that sounds bad.
We all know that fucking Washington and the federal government are going to protect them.
Hello, Prime Knight. Nice of you to join us. Good to see you.
The US government is kind of fucked right now.
Yeah. So, the last thing is that Abbott noted that the lawmakers were effectively using a filibuster to flee the state of Texas to plead with the president to do away with the filibuster in Washington, D.C., which he noted was hypocrisy on its face. Yes.
Of course it is.
Oh shit, I didn't hear that comment. I said exactly the same.
Yeah.
Based.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear Jen Psaki describe Cuba as bad management?
No.
Why?
I heard about it, but I didn't hear her say it because
That's
there were
I saw in the
talk, I
JP
wanna-
War Room the commentators, the press corps asking them, aren't they fleeing Cuba because of communism? And she just says, well, we can talk about that. I think people have a right to protest, and they are protesting the bad management of the government. And I'm looking at this going, say communism. Say it. Say communism is the reason they're fleeing, you fucking psycho. Like, if you are a United States citizen and you can't say communism sucks and is why people are fleeing it, you need to get the fuck out of the government. Immediately. Like, anything to do with the state, you fuck off. Out of a cannon, into the sun.
This comes back to what you guys were saying earlier. Send the communists to Cuba and let the refugees in. Problem fucking solved.
Yes. But that's never going to happen because they would lose.
Yeah. And they don't want that.
It was legitimately terrifying to me that you can't just say that. That to me just makes it sound. There was that saying that see who you can't criticize is who you're led by.
Yeah, something like that.
Can't criticize those who you are led by. Yeah, and
Yeah.
my name is Dr. Love.
Yeah, if you find out who's leading you, see who you can't criticize. And the fact that she can't say communism is bad, that makes me go like, you're being run by the communists. That's why you can't say that. That's that and because they don't want the Cuban refugees, because the Cuban refugees all vote Republican.
Yes. Like
'Cause
all
they're
the
fleeing
Cubans
Cuba.
in Florida.
Yes.
Yeah, they've sold out their fellow darkies for a shot at whiteness.
Yeah.
Good for
Seems
them.
like whiteness is pretty inclusive.
Yeah, whiteness is
well,
pretty good if people are coming from all over the country to get some of it.
As a evil, cruel, white supremacist, I welcome our Cuban brother into the white race.
Yeah.
And everyone else.
Would you like to become white, sir? What do you have to do? Show up on time, work hard, and don't be an asshole. Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah.
Basically, what they're trying to imply that if you can't do these things, you can't be white, which is really patronizing.
I mean,
You're telling me that only white people can work hard, show up on time. That's really condescending. Seriously, that's just like if you have that view of any other human being other than white people, you're an asshole.
Pretty much.
Wish I was joking right now. This is not even a joke. This is seriously what they actually believe.
It is.
Which is, I don't know how people don't just go, "You're a racist asshole." You know that? Hey, you fucking prick! Like, you think only these people can do this?
Yeah,
You think black people can't tell time?
when they go, oh, it's just black culture to have knife children, and the police shouldn't get involved. It's a black thing, or like
Probably
fucking
American culture as well, by the way.
or when they're like, why are these racists attacking these like black ladies twerking on an ambulance that has a gunshot victim inside? Like, it's like, is that
Did that actually
seriously, like,
happen?
Yes, it happened.
Oh, that's
is-
not a thing.
what?
That's not a joke. That's actually a thing.
Yeah, there's like a I'll send you a link, but it's like, like black ladies like twerking on an ambulance during a Juneteenth celebration or something.
Fucking god.
And but I mean, is that really how low they have the bar set? Like, it seems like they
Yes.
seems like the progressives imagine black people as if they're like, people from New Jersey in that one South Park episode.
I've heard several people say that liberals consider black people like their pets.
Yeah.
Seems like
Yeah.
it really
Yeah,
does.
and the way that like without us they can't like they have this massive white savior complex. Like without us, the benevolent white liberals, these Negroes will never be able to survive. They need us. Like, you fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Like, you think you're going to use your white privilege
me,
to belittle these people to be
me.
dependent on you forever? Like, it's just fuck off.
Knee and Gur. That's it. Not the other one.
Oh god.
So,
I
student
hate
of
white
history
liberals.
actually brings up something quite funny. The Secretary of Homeland Security is named Alejandro Mayorkas. Guess where he was born?
Let me guess, Cuba?
Yeah, he was born in Cuba. He was the one who said Cubans shouldn't come.
Oh, wait, this is the Memology 101. I saw it in that video.
Yeah.
Fucking asshole.
Like, I'm sorry, but you are... I hope there is a hell so that you can go there. Your fucking family fled Castro under communism. And now someone else in your own homeland wants to do that and you're saying no. Like, fuck you. Like, I hope you get set on fire. Seriously, that you are a despicable human being. Like, you know the theory that your family fled and now someone else wants to do it and you deny them that. Like, I legit want to harm that guy. I want to punch him in the face. And just like, you're a fucking asshole. Like, what the hell gives you the right to do this? Just... I'm having a hard time thinking of anyone I hated when I just saw that guy say this. Like, I want to harm you. Just because you're a shit person.
Wait, student of history, they actually use that phrase. Holy shit.
What phrase?
What phrase?
Trump stealing the black vote.
Yeah, they did.
By giving them jobs?
Yep.
That is so fucking shameless. So shameless.
I mean, did you expect anything else?
No, I mean, I'm at this point in time, I'm becoming decreasingly less surprised by their power-grabbing, psychopathic nature, really. But the fact that the Democrats have any votes, it literally depresses me. Because if you just listen to them and how they treat everyone else who disagrees with them, it's just like you hate everyone who disagrees with you, and you are very condescending to people who do. So it's just like you're just like horrible people.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, a lot of people are like, "Oh man, like, they're not that bad. Why do you dislike?" I'm like,
This.
if I had any kind of serious public platform, they would be calling me all sorts of names. They would be completely assassinating my character, calling me some like white supremacist for like no justifiable reason. Like, they would be smearing me up and down the wall in their fucking media outlets. So yeah, I kind of have a problem with them.
I'm a white cultural supremacist. Is that okay?
That's okay for me.
Biased.
Yeah. Yeah.
I honestly don't give a fuck.
And this
Because
is
you're
what
better. Because no matter how bad or whatever edgy you can say, you'll still be immeasurably better than any of what the fucking commies want to do.
Yeah, like
Immeasurably.
I don't want to enslave anyone. I have this thing of I consider the country like a home, and if you wish to make your home here, I ask that you respect the rules of the home, and then you are free to come and go as you wish. I don't think that is too much to ask. That sounds fine. And if you disagree with this, fuck off. It's very simple. Any objections?
Nope.
No, see, there we go. I think I should run for public office. I think I'd be a good politician.
Yeah, like
I'd be hated by a lot of people.
It'll be funny though.
Such an outspoken asshole. Like, yes,
But then again, outspoken assholes are the people who.
get shit done.
Yes.
Yes.
That's like fucking like the Catholic
Trump.
Church got that right. The phrase like "when in Rome, do as the Romans do" is from like a saint in the Catholic Church. Like, when Saint Monica and her son Saint Saturday observed as a fast day in Rome where they planned to visit. However, it wasn't a fast day where they lived. They consulted Saint Ambrose, and he said, when I'm here, I don't fast on Saturday. When I'm in Rome, I fast on Saturday, which brought about the saying.
Yeah, sounds pretty
It's
good.
basic shit. Like,
There is a part of me that does want to run for some sort of public office, but I feel I would be too edgy for the populace. Because I don't have a filter, and I don't have time for like the politics of politicking, where it's just like this like dog and pony show of horse shit, and I'm very much a cut and dry kind of person, and I don't mealy mouth around stupid shit. I would be like Trump, like that. The one moment when someone asked Trump something, and Trump just went, "What a stupid question!" Like that would be me. I would do that exact same thing. Like,
Or
why
like-
the hell are you asking me that? Like, just fuck off.
Or like when Trump was like running and someone was like, "Stop using the term anchor, baby." And they're like, "Oh, for some reason it like ties slavery and is offensive." It doesn't.
Oh, but do you guys know who Larry Elder is?
Well, I mean, real quick, they all like, and then Trump was like, okay, "I think you should call them immigrant dreamers of the block." And she gave like some like 5-word thing, and Trump's like, "No, I think I'm just gonna call them anchor babies."
I mean, it's easier, simple,
Yeah, and it's
clean.
faster.
That too.
Yeah, but do you guys know who Larry Elder is? I'm assuming you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know he's running for governor of California.
Ooh.
Really?
And oh my god, do I so want him to win. Because he's black, and he's very conservative. And he's a fan of Thomas
wonderful.
Sowell.
Even better.
Yeah. He's the one that made Dave Rubin sane.
Really?
Rave
Yeah.
Dubin?
Yeah, you know that clip where it's like he said you can make a case for systemic racism, and Larry just went, "Give me the most blatant example of systemic racism you can think of right now," and he brought up the police, and Larry just like massacres him with just this brutal line of like, "This is how many people got shot. This is how many people were arrested. The idea that there is systemic racism against black people is BS." And I feel like Larry has heard this argument like 50,000 times, and he just mauls Dave Rubin. And Dave Rubin says like this was a moment where he realized that I am out of my depth here, and this guy knows way more than me. And he kept the clip in to his credit. And just look up Dave Rubin and Larry Elder, and you'll see that clip is like the top one. And Dave considers Larry like one of his awakening moments, but is with Larry. And Larry is very, very outspoken. Like he's also one of the reasons the Hodge twins are conservatives, because they watch Larry Elder, and thank God for that. So he's also one of my biggest influences in politics, because I went like, oh my God, there's a black person who can think like this and speak like this. I'm glad I didn't know that blacks think like this, because
Well, it's a clean-cut, articulate black man in the country ever seen that.
Oh no, he would consider a black. Biden would call Larry Elder a troublesome Negro.
You call him
guarantee
an
you.
Uncle Tim?
Yeah, pretty much. I've heard him being called Uncle Tom, and I just went, I don't know. I don't understand how. I don't understand how how you can be black. You live in the United States longer than most white people. White people can learn from other white people in Europe and still be considered fine. Asians can come over to the United States and become American. They're not sellouts. But if you somehow listen to the dominant culture that is more wealthy and more educated than you, you're somehow selling out to what?
Culture.
I don't understand that.
Well, the thing is,
Civilization.
even Obama, like even Obama in the olden days, that was a problem. Like he
He's
was
a
like,
well-spoken
yeah, there's
fuck.
like a stereotype against like being black and actually like being educated, like in the black
Yeah,
community.
talking white.
Acting white, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll be right back. I need to get water.
Can I just say how hilariously the biggest like proponents of white supremacy is blacks?
Yep.
Like you say talking white. So being proper, educated, and sounding like you know what you are speaking about is considered a white trait. You make white people sound great. You make us sound like educated, sophisticated people. Why is this bad? Oh, you talk white. I sound normal and I speak English properly. Yes, so even in your own community, you consider being a normal, civilized person a white trait. Who else would say that about us? I've never heard an Asian person or an Indian American just say, "Oh, look, white spoken person. I'm going to be like them." No one has ever said that. Literally, only blacks say this. Why? It's just
God knows.
weird.
Democrats.
I mean,
That's why.
I've-
We'll blame the Democrats.
I find that fascinating and bizarre because the first time I heard that phrase, I just thought, why did blacks say so? Like the thing that makes white culture successful, you consider bad. This is why you suck. You actually consider these things a poor quality when it's like the foundation of why white people are top of the socioeconomic ladder and you're not. It's just mind blowing. I was like, wow, that says a lot about your culture. It
Very
really
much.
does.
Oh my! I'm saying that word a bit too much, but I agree. It fits so well to what we're talking about.
What, just that mentality?
Nah, I'm just. I have a tendency of saying pretty much rather often.
But it's true.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
just
It's the
But-
situation we're in, and it is exactly the summary of what we're talking about.
you know what's the most I'll say this right now. This is the most fucked up thing I'll say. Right. So, do you guys know the movie Birth of a Nation?
Yeah,
So it's a movie about the emergence of the KKK in the South.
right.
And someone described the movie as depicting blacks as like degenerate barbarians and incapable of civility, something like that. And I shared this line with a friend of mine who's mixed. His mom's black and his father's white. You know what his reply to me was? He said, "So it's accurate."
Holy shit!
I just laughed my ass off that this mixed black guy hears that and that's his first response. I'm like, fucking hell, that's really funny. It's hilariously inappropriate, but it is really funny.
Yes.
That's what, like, god damn, dude. Like, anyone else who say this, they would have your head. And he just went, I don't fucking care, it's true. Like, he's really based. He is really, really based. But like, god damn, like, that's really fucked up to say this. Oh god, it's still funny. It's horrible. I had a word with him about this, because he said to me he was hanging out with some of his black friends, and his father came to pick him up, and his father is well-off man, and his father came pick it up in a BMW, well, not BMW, in a Mercedes Benz, and instantly everyone hated him because he came from money. And me being an asshole, I said, "Is it because of your father having money, or because you know who your father is?"
Oh, that's a good one. But those two
he just
things,
laughed into it. He said probably both.
those two things do correlate strongly.
Yeah, and he said that that made him realize that, oh, this is they just hate like a culture of success, and he had a word to me about like how his like the patience of his father is insane, because like he said like his wife's family didn't like him because he's a white guy. And he said, it's funny, when it comes to the credit scores, they fucking like him because he's the one who cleaned up their credit scores. So the second they want white help, they'll happily accept his. But anyone else, they don't like him. And I said, like, how does this influence your raising? Because, because you said like his mom is on the lighter skin and his father is like Aryan, for heaven's sakes. And he said, I think the mentality of his father rubbed off on his mother, because when he was hanging out with black kids, his father said to him, I want you to hang out with these people so when you're older you'll understand this. He didn't say anything, but he said like when he was older and he saw what they were going through, he went, oh, this is what my father meant. So he grew up with like this mentality of, I'm too young to understand this, but when I'm older I will. And when he saw that, and it's funny, he said to me, his own mom said to him, stay away from black kids. They're bad influence. Don't hang out with them. And I just thought, your own mom is black, and she said it's like, yeah, stay away from the N-words. So we're like, your own mom is black, said it's like, yes. And your father said the same thing, yes. When, okay, that's unusual. But I had a word with him about like how do you see race relations, and he sees it like a white kid. It's like, yes, we have a horrible culture, and these kids are told to worship the shittiest things in our society, and it just doesn't. It just leads them down a bad road. And he just said, when he got old and he saw this, he went, okay, this is what I'm up against, and this is what I need to avoid. And he's a cool kid, way smarter than I am, I would say. If I ever tell him that, he's gonna say, "No, I'm full of shit and I'm smarter than him." But no, he's definitely got some brains. But it's funny to me because he speaks in a really ghetto way with me, which is unusual because he says that when he's around other people, he speaks in like a very proper manner. But around me, he'll call me the N-word for the hell of it. He says like, "You're basically a white version of me." And it's yeah, it's cool. I would. He's actually he's in our Discord group.
Really?
Yeah, like Lux Fuckery, that guy.
Oh.
He's really cool. Yeah, he's a very cool guy. It's funny because I'm in a Discord group of people, and there's a Muslim girl who likes Trump, which already raises eyebrows because there's a lot of Muslims in the thing, and I'm a Trump supporter in a room full of lefties, and then here comes this Muslim girl, and everyone is and she likes me, and everyone just says, "You're friends with Spoon? You're a Muslim." Yes, and Spoon's an asshole. He hates you. No, he doesn't. He's nice. And everyone's mind blown, like, how the hell can you and Spoon get along? Like, you're a Muslim and conservative, you're nice. Spoon's an outspoken asshole, but you get along. It's like, yes, because we actually have similar values, you morons. And also, she's based. You people are not. You're communists. So there's the reason why I like her. Like, she's a Muslim and she likes Trump, which means she's got sense. The rest of you fuckers don't. And I'm accused of being a white supremacist, and like all of the people who I get along with are not whites in that Discord. It's like there's a Pakistani guy, a Pakistani girl, and a mixed guy. So all my favorite people are non-white, and they like me, but I'm a white supremacist. Like, I'm a shitty white supremacist. Like, all my friends are not white. I really suck at it.
You really need to brush up on your white supremacy here, man. Jesus.
I'm not going to read Mein Kampf.
Come on, you know it's a good...
Oh my god, wait, there is actually proof that whites can have black friends.
Yeah, I'm living proof of that.
No, I mean like Robin, oh my god. Robin DiAngelo and the Democrats.
Oh, the racist? I feel like when somebody says, I'm a racist, I don't think you should listen to them when it comes to race relations. I feel like that's I don't understand how when someone says, this is how I combat my whiteness. I'm a racist. Okay, I'm not going to listen to you then. Like, just fuck off. Just put the book aside, set it on fire, and then just, no.
Yeah, she says when she's around a black person she doesn't know, she has to, like, work to suppress feelings of disgust and hatred.
Yeah, because she's...
Is that actually in her book?
That sounds so fucking healthy.
Well, it's more implied. What she says is when she's friends with a black person, she doesn't have to do that. Implying that when she's not friends with a black person, she has to do that.
Okay, so you are apprehensive around this person that you don't know, and then when you get to know them, you feel less apprehensive. That's normal. That's like a normal social interaction. But the bit about the apprehensive is the bit that I would question, because by that logic you're implying that you have a bias without knowing someone, and I wonder how you would get that biased.
Well, I mean, the language she uses
Normal
specifically,
is a crime.
the language she uses specifically is kind of extreme.
Shady.
Yeah, because like feelings of disgust and hatred.
That's quite
lot.
harsh.
That's a lot different from the emotional reaction of,
skeptical.
Oh, there's this guy in the hood sagging his pants. Like, I don't want to get stabbed. Like, that's a very different emotional response from disgust and hatred.
I mean, I literally made a video about this where I asked that question. Oh, I literally said, how do you think you get this bias? It's not because you. And then I showed some clips, and I remember someone discussing 2 of those clips in a previous video. That's how I knew I would get them. Especially the Disneyland one. Did you guys ever see that, by the way? The black family in Disneyland fighting?
I saw it in your video, but
Oh my god, you should watch the full version of that. It's
Is it
bizarre.
linked?
okay, you send me that, I'll send you the ambulance twerking.
Yeah, okay, I'll send you. It's just this family is like 4 or 5 blacks, and they just start disagreeing and they just start swinging punches like in the middle of Disneyland.
Really?
Of which, yes, and you see the rest of the people just look at them like they're fucking circus monkeys. And I'm just this literally happened. They were expelled from Disneyland, by the way. Thank God for that. But I'm looking at this going, do you not feel some kind of shame that you're doing this? Like, this is embarrassing. Whenever I see that, there's a bit of me that becomes my character, my avatar, and just thinks like, you are so uncivilized and I'm so much better than you. Because I wouldn't dream of doing this in public. You look just like barbaric.
Yeah, the only few times I've done shit like that in public, my age was in the single digits.
Yeah. Like when you're a child, but when you're an adult and you're around children, your own kids are seeing you do this. I just think, oh my god, you're just repeating the cycle. And this fat bitch just falls down. And you know how like black women are shaped like fucking elephants' asses? Like she's one of those, like fucking, rhino ass, and she just falls. She looks like a hippo. And she just falls down, and it's, oh god, it's embarrassing and funny at the same time. But just to see everyone else look at them like it's a fucking day at the zoo. Man, it's fucking... Or the woman who just starts throwing plates in the middle of like a fucking restaurant. And the saddest... The saddest bit about that, right, is I watched the full clip because I only showed a bit of it. But the guy recording it about, I said like maybe 10 seconds after the clip just says, "World Star." So you know where this is going to end up. Why? Why are you proud of this? Why do you want to show this to people?
I have no idea. Do I even want to know? That's a question. Do we really want to know?
I think because it gets them some kind of e-fame. But it's not for good reasons. This is why I said, like, this is why you have your reputation. This is why I said that if you went, black guy wins $30,000, buys $20,000 gold chain and gets robbed, who comes to mind? Blacks. Because no other fucking race is that stupid.
Well, obviously it comes to mind if you say black guy.
Oh, did I say that? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Man wins $30,000. I remember watching the Hot Ones.
But again, we're obviously talking about like culture here because like again, like Nigerian immigrants. I just want to stress this because like the way you're wording some of this would be like really easy to take out of context.
Yeah, but I know, but like in the video, I just say that this is obviously not all black people because I know Africans would avoid this like the plague because they were like, this is really stupid. Don't behave like these people. And I know I've heard Africans just say like no, black Americans are like fucking idiots. Because their behavior is just nuts. Like, it's not conducive to a healthy society in any way. And when I heard that, I was like, oh, you guys don't like this either? Like, no, this is just stupid. Like, oh, okay, you guys are cool. And it's really that simple. Just don't do stupid shit like this. You just look nuts. But, yeah. But again, read black rednecks and white liberals and you'll understand why. Because there's a... Like the West Africans in Britain do really, really well on academic test scores. I wonder why. Probably because like their countries are not all that great.
Probably
no, I think it's unless it's racist towards white people.
It's the joke, because everything is apparently racism.
Oh my God, West Africans beat Caribbean blacks. Wait a minute, they're both black. We can't say racist.
Oh my god, if you're like a Nigerian immigrant to a Western country,
you do really well.
You must have the easiest time getting into college. Like,
you're black and really well spoken. Wow. What happened to you guys? We were colonized by the British earlier on. We learned from the white man.
Colonization. Dun, 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 does a lot to improve the situation.
Do
Okay,
you
that guy?
guys know about
Is that
the
an
Igbo
actual
tribe in
song?
Nigeria?
No, I just came up with it. I don't know if you heard it, but there was this amazement in my voice when I realized, holy shit, I made that actually version.
And it would be a good song. We should play a beat to it.
Yeah, just feel free to do something. I mean, we got a resident singer here. We can do a duet.
We have a resident singer here.
Yeah, second.
Oh, all right, fair enough.
On a completely unrelated note, I've just been
Wait, what
tooling
was that?
around.
You and me could finish the song "Colonization Improves the Situation" and do a duet. I'd
heard-
fucking join that.
I've heard someone do a parody of Baby Got Back, and they called it Man I Hate Blacks.
Ooh.
It was really
I'll be
funny
right
because
back. My dad's calling me.
it was funny because the parody was made by a black guy.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like you can't find anyone being more racist towards black than other black people.
I remember him doing the song, and he was just saying, "Oh my god, I gotta make this a song." And I thought, "Yes, please do," because it's so fucking funny. It was so good as well. I think if I could find it, probably it's probably still up on YouTube. It's bad because I know the title of the video, and it's it features words that I can't repeat in here. It was I think it was a Walgreens in America getting stolen by like 60 blacks. They just storm and just loot the place, like raid it. And the security camera just shows like an avalanche of blacks. Yes, I'm aware that the language. Just storming the place and then just looting and then just running out. And it's weird because that's like one or two. It's like a whole group. You know, when you get 60 people to storm a place, you should probably have a conversation about your parents. Or lack thereof. Or parent, should I say, probably.
Because
I know I'm
statistics-
poking fun at stereotypes here, but there's a reason there's stereotypes.
Yeah. Again, that's what I always said. Stereotypes exist for a reason.
It's because they're based on truth.
Indeed.
Yeah, I hate people who say that, oh, stereotypes aren't true. Like, yes, they are. How do you think they came to be stereotypes?
There's a reason why fat people have a problem of eating disorders.
Yeah. You know what's a funny stereotype that makes no sense?
Go on.
Right? Is metalheads tend to have long hair and a beard. Especially like if you have long hair. The instant if you're a guy, instant is you either like metal or you play metal. Tends to be a thing. And I find it really weird that metalheads tend to be very anti-religious and anti-Christian. But with the long hair and a beard, you all look like Jesus.
Base.
You hear that, metalheads? Y'all Christian.
Yeah, you all like shave the tattoos off your skin and you all look like disciples of Jesus.
Shave the
Pretty
tattoos
much.
off your skin. Oh, that'd hurt.
I remember just looking at a picture of Jesus once with like Chris Cornell, and Chris Cornell just looks like Jesus, and I went, "Oh my God, this is like a common metalhead thing, but you all look like Christ." Kind of funny, actually. Like, oh, we hate God. Then why do you dress like him?
I wonder if there's any like hardcore Christian like death metal. There
Oh,
probably
there's definitely
is.
some, but I can't imagine you screaming guttural screaming and praising Jesus. It just doesn't sound right. Or like Christian rap, it just sounds cringy. Normal rap
Yeah.
sounds cringy enough, but when you're mixing God, like, no.
Hmm.
Just
I think I've heard one good Christian rap song.
I've heard this one Christian rock song. It goes like, "God, our God is an awesome God."
Oh, that one.
It's
That's-
really
that's a
fucking
classic song.
catchy, and I love it. I heard it when I was a teenager. I just can't get it out of my fucking head.
Yeah. Yeah, even one of my like hyper atheist friends like got that song stuck in his head for a while.
They're like, oh god, I hate this. It's like
It's a really good
Good.
song. It's a really good song.
We all know. Well, no, the best rap ever is a Christian rap.
Really?
I don't know what my favorite
My
rap
crew
song would
is
be.
big and it keeps getting bigger.
Nigga,
That's
God.
because Jesus Christ
Christ
is.
is my nigga.
No, that's
Sam!
not the one I was talking about though. Like unironically, I have heard like one
I
pretty
just
good.
quoted a song, okay? It's
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can say, you can say that you'll be alright.
I have heard like one really good like Christian rap. I think it was like by NF and Flame.
oh, thank God.
You know what South Africans rap about? They rap about food.
That's
not even a joke.
That's kind of based.
At least they don't do about anything else, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
because,
actually really wholesome.
yeah, like one of the lines is in Afrikaans we have something called potjiekos, which is like a witch's cauldron of like a massive cast iron pot that just it's a massive stew is thrown into, and they would rap about that would be one of the lines featured in it. Something like only fucking South Africans would do this. Like not even the Americans would do this.
What's it called again?
Potjiekos.
Yeah, I could hear Charlton Copley saying that.
Yeah, it's Potjiekos. It's really weird because in Afrikaans, if you put key at the end of something, the TJIE, it usually it means small. Like pot is obviously pot, and potjie is small pot, and it's not small. It's a giant fuck off pot.
Oh, that contextualizes one of his lines from Elysium then.
I can find the fucking. It's actually a good rap song as well. It's like this is, and the thing of it is, the colored people in South Africa are very strange because they and the Afrikaans people, they have a tendency of mixing English and Afrikaans in a way that would only make sense to us. That's kind of like our slang, which is probably not all that good, but it's just like how we speak. So we'll mix the two, and when they speak English, it is the funniest thing. Because colored people speaking Afrikaans is because they speak more Afrikaans than they speak English. So when they mix it, it just
No, that term is offensive. You have to use people of color.
oh fuck off! I'm not American.
Honestly, no, that actually like colored people actually sounds better because that makes it sound like a descriptor, whereas people of color makes it
Sounds
sound like some
condescending.
weird like well, it makes it sound like some weird like nationality or like cults. Like we are the people,
of color. Yeah,
Like what? What?
I
the
find it
cults,
really
the color.
yeah because in South Africa there's a people of like Malaysian descent and mixed with other tribes from Africa, and they're specifically to that region of South Africa. They're called the Cape Coloureds. So when we say colored, it's a reference to where you're from. And I find it really
okay,
weird
so-
because that's apparently offensive, but saying African American is not. It's the same fucking thing.
Well, it's also like we call black people. We don't call them people of blackness because that'd just be fucking weird.
yeah,
Like,
it sounds off.
although I wouldn't
like a
be
cult.
surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if the progressives moved in that direction the next like
People of
15 years.
blackness.
Instead of white people and black people, it's people of whiteness and people of blackness.
Well, I'm certain they will, and I'm certain it'll be a lot faster.
Like,
because
fucking
remember,
critical
everyone
race
can be
theory
white.
sets the line for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If everyone can embody the aspects of whiteness, and whiteness is evil, therefore Priti Patel goes in the gulag with the rest of us.
But it's like, I fucking
Where she
hate
will get
that
passed
because
around like a muffin.
it's the exact same. It's the exact same as like fucking white nationalist rhetoric or whatever. It's like it's the same thing as white supremacist rhetoric. Like, oh, whiteness is, being on time and like having a work ethic. Like that sounds like something a Nazi would say.
Yeah, pretty much. I wish Priti Patel was just in better shape because she's a bit on the larger side. But if she was in better shape, I think she'd be one of the most attractive politicians I've ever seen in my entire life. She's a good-looking woman. I'll give her that. More so than anyone else. And don't think of AOC. AOC is not attractive.
AOC
Yeah,
could
her
have,
eyes, like, her creepy eyes just, like,
Yeah, she's got
kill
bug eyes for
anything.
days.
but AOC could have been hot, but unfortunately, her personality fucking kills her.
I would rather shag Ann Coulter over AOC.
What about that fish? What about fish-eyed lady?
Oh,
about that?
And Lori Lightfoot?
Lori Lightfoot.
Yeah, how much would you have? How much alcohol do you
not
need?
none. There isn't
I mean-
there isn't enough beer in the world.
Exactly, and not only that, I
And she's
would
gay.
need every kind of drug in existence.
To make her
In or-
face normal?
Yes, and I would die from an OD. So
Yeah, you would
I
have to,
cannot
like,
look at her and take her seriously because her eyes look so spaced out.
Look,
you would have to, like,
I've
you
got a
would have
better
to
idea.
threaten.
I've got a better idea.
Like, you would
Shane.
have to, yeah, you would have to threaten one of my loved ones, and like give me like 3 doses of Viagra to make that work.
Look, Trim, I've got a far
You'd
better
have to
idea.
be like,
okay.
you'd have to be like, if you don't fuck Lori Lightfoot, I'm killing your child. Like that.
Here you go. Look, I'll do it for you, Slice. But I've got a better idea, Trim.
All right.
Fuck Lori Lightfoot's wife and make Lori Lightfoot watch.
Yeah, Cuck Lightfoot. That works. I forgot she was a lesbian.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Let's
Of course,
be
it
let's
makes
be honest,
sense.
And
if
her
she
wife
was-
is white.
It makes sense.
Well, I had no
Like-
fucking idea because it's just not like relevant.
I mean, I
But
think it's
she
kind
is
of
a
obvious
black
looking at her, no
lesbian
man
of
would shag
colour.
her.
That's it, and by lesbian standards, it can't be that bad.
She looks slow.
I mean, she looks like a fish out of water.
Yeah, literally. I've seen, you know what's really funny whenever I look at her face? I remember there was this one photo of some woman and she had really, really bad Botox in her face. And it looked like someone pulled her face, like just grabbed the back of her head and pulled. And her face looks like that. That's what her
Yeah.
eyes remind me of.
I mean, when I look at Laura Lightfoot, I am reminded about the cod we serve every time we're in Buddha. Every
Just-
time you
just
just
look
see
like
that.
that.
Fish being just cut up, and you just look at those beady fucking eyes and that
Oh my God.
gaping mouth. That's it. That's what I see.
Stop making me think of Lori Lightfoot's face. It's kind of creeping me out.
I'm sorry. I just can't fucking help it. The definition of a fish person. I've read books where people are described like a fish, and it's like, holy shit.
This is what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, it actually exists.
It makes me think of like a short story by Lovecraft we read in high school where this dude goes to this like town. There's a bunch of fish people.
You know what? There is one positive thing about her is that she is the epitome of you can succeed in politics when you have every strike of oppression against you. You're short, you're black, you're female, you're stupid, and you're ugly. And you're
and a
mayor.
lesbian.
And lesbian.
Yes.
Oh
So
my
don't,
god.
don't give me this crap
And
of, oh, we're
Native-
oppressive. How the
doesn't
fuck
she-
did you get here?
Wait, she's
Oh my
called
God.
Lightfoot. Does that mean she also is Native American?
She probably claims to be.
It means she's a thief.
Wait, speaking of Lovecraft, Spoon, do you know what Lovecraft named his cat?
Do I want to know?
I'll just say it starts with an N.
And it ends with a man.
Was his cat a cat of color?
Yes.
I don't know. I just
the
know
cat-
that he
the cat was-
actually named his cat.
The
that.
cat was black with a little bit of white.
Dude,
And he
like,
called it little N-word man.
Dude, we can't. There's this one poem he wrote. We cannot read it on the podcast, but I'm gonna share it in memes.
You want me to read it out loud?
Yeah, on your channel.
No, actually, do not read it on podcast. No.
I must know what it is. Hold on.
Shit, I'm fighting a spider.
Give me a sec. What the hell's my... Oh, wait.
Yep. I'll post it in memes, but we're not reading it on.
This shit. Let's see. Have a look.
We're not reading it on podcast, Spoon. We're not reading it on podcast.
Let's see if I can substitute baselines.
We're not reading it on podcast.
Oh!
I would like to be employed at some point in my life.
Oh boy.
Is it in general?
It's in memes.
It's in memes.
Oh, it's
I
in
would
memes.
like
Let's
to
do
be
it.
employed at some point in my life, Spoon.
Don't worry, it's not you reading it.
Yes,
Oh
but
my
also
God,
I'd like to keep
Spoon.
my YouTube channel, so please
Oh
don't
my
read it.
God. I'm begging.
Hell is that in the creation? Oh my!
So like, what the
Forgotten that one.
fuck?
Oh no! When long ago?
So fucking. Hey, fuck.
Holy shit! Oh, that's yeah. He was Lovecraft was a
Yeah.
That's even above how much I'm willing to joke.
Yeah. Yikes.
Fucking. Oh,
When was this written?
1912 by the looks of it.
Oh. Okay, so if I made a time machine, I know what time I'd like to go back to,
of course.
so that
Oh
I
my
can
God.
see this being conceived and find it very funny. Say what you want about the 1900s; they were a lot funnier than we were.
I don't think he's memeing though.
That's why it's
He
funny,
ain't.
because to them it's just
He
that's what they
is.
actually think. To us, it's just comedy.
Oh my God.
What's the holy crap bit?
What?
No, I just say a basic links mine and just says holy crap. I don't know
Ah,
what's the holy crap bit.
you've got over 300 subscribers, you bastard.
Oh, that. Oh. I thought you meant because all of them are just 100%.
That too, but they've also all got nearly 300 views. You're doing well, man. Doing well.
Spoon, remember us when you're famous.
Please do.
I've had someone, like a bunch of people just said like this will take off really well, and I'm like, I don't know how, because I don't promote this and I don't have any social media to promote it, so I'm literally just putting shit out.
You're
That
promoting it on
that's-
Lotus Eaters, though. And apparently they're enjoying it.
Yeah.
But yes, when you were
I'm-
rich and famous, do remember we were the ones who bullied you into starting your channel?
Please remember.
Oh my fucking god.
Yes, but
What-
as
what
as a Randian objectivist, I don't feel any moral obligation to you.
Oh,
Rich.
just oh my fucking god! A friend of mine just linked me something, and it's just oh my. If you thought the ambulance was bad,
Oh, God.
this is
Oh.
worse.
Oh. This is promising. This is already promising. If it's worse,
Oh
then
my god! This is.
we're talking about that ambulance during their new that June festival thing they're having now, right?
Juneteenth, yes.
Yeah.
And it's worse than that.
I just have a friend of mine. I hate you. There we go.
Is it a dildo? Is it a rainbow dildo butt monkey twerking on an ambulance?
It's worse.
At this point, I
What?
wouldn't be surprised by that.
Some species should go extinct.
The rainbow twerking
Okay,
butt monkey
now,
is one of them.
Just okay. I okay now. This is gonna make this so much worse. What you just said, right? I want you to keep that in mind, and then just think about that while I link this. Hold on.
Oh, God.
Where are you gonna link it?
I'll
Where,
probably link it in memes. Hold on a second.
So keep in mind a rainbow dildo butt monkey working on an
don't want to. I mean, you don't want me to bring up Laura Lightfoot. You don't need to bring up the abomination that is a fucking. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
new
but
member of the
I mean-
Discord. Hello.
I mean, like, objectively, right? Like, the rainbow dildo butt monkey is worse, but Lori Lightfoot enters more Canny Valley territory.
She does, but she isn't an abomination, now is she?
Eh,
Wait a
citation
minute.
needed.
Never mind. I think I might have spoken too soon. What? No, I didn't say anything wrong. No. In Minecraft.
Remember the Tucker Carlson, like, video where he's talking about Lori Lightfoot's emails and he does, like, a Stephen King thing where he goes,
Yeah, I want to link this.
"Here's Lori."
See, now what you said about extinct, now think about that.
Okay,
What is this?
Where,
Oh,
What the hell?
Yeah. Why? Yeah.
What is this?
Yep.
what is going on?
Yep. Again, I literally, to my friend who linked that,
Dude,
I said,
the-
I hate
the-
you.
yeah.
Why? She
the-
was in a hospital.
Yeah.
Dude, the nurse, doctor, whatever on the left just looks like fucking embarrassed. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yep.
Yeah, if you guys want to see this, and I recommend not, check it out in memes, because I cannot put that on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just,
What? It's yeah, the video Spoon sent.
yeah.
If that
Yeah.
doesn't violate editorial policy, it fucking well should.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah, it's just,
it's pretty fucking bad. Let's just say that.
yeah, it's just, and then you
No,
wonder
I'm
why
sorry.
stereotypes exist.
I'm sorry, twerking is the worst, like, dance ever to
It's
curse
not
humanity.
a dance. If anyone calls twerking a dance, they're wrong.
Yeah.
Simple as.
Like,
Humanity's doomed.
I won't mind actually.
Can I say something very base but quite offensive?
Go
oh my
on.
god. I want to be employed
Scale it.
soon.
Scale it.
From
Just,
bad.
like 1 to like 10?
Yeah.
just don't get me banned off YouTube.
Okay. Well, you want to just post it in memes then?
Yeah, probably best.
Okay, well, all of you are gonna laugh at this.
Okay. Now I'm looking forward to it. Yes,
There we
Billy
go.
B. This can be real.
There we
This
go.
is real. Yes.
Yes,
I
yes, it
agree.
did, Spoon. Agreed.
Yes.
Yeah.
That there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if I see that, I'm thinking like, yeah, it did.
It was
Oh my
justified.
Because
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry, my dear friends and family. But yes, it is exactly that.
Because you will never see that in a Western in a European hospital ever.
No, probably not.
I don't know, man. With okay, well,
Outside of London.
Britain's not in the European Union, but still Europe. the continent.
with Europeans.
I don't know. Give it 10 years, bro. Give it 10 years.
No, that's because there are so many things I want to make fun of that I can't. And it's pissing me off.
Spoon is oppressed.
Let's just say they'd be corrupted by insert adjective.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Nature's calling. All that shit.
My God,
Remember to dig a hole first and then bury it.
I'm not a savage like you, American. I have what is called a toilet.
That is offensive to
That's
me,
the
sir.
Indians
I
that
am
have the problem, not the Americans.
1/32nd Native American.
Yeah, so
I
go
do
dig
not
a hole and
appreciate
take a
that.
shit in it.
I do not take kindly to the word savage, sir.
Indian? That better?
I'm
Nah,
reporting you to
Redskins.
Nordish authorities for hate crime.
Only the N-word counts for that. Now let me piss in peace.
Who are you going to report him to? The SPLC?
Ooh.
Someone called me Redskin.
Dear.
We need to make colonizer an offensive term. I don't like being called that. I didn't colonize anyone.
I mean, I wouldn't have any objections to doing some colonizing, but
I am in favor of arming Hong Kong and the Taiwans.
yes, based.
And ironically, I want to arm them with like Russian weapons because that's just really funny. I want to show you how to work this. This is an AK-47.
Spoon, a Russian operative. We're really ticking all of the leftist conspiracy checkbox here.
Oh, we must be telling the truth then.
I do not have any ties to the Kremlin. Not yet, anyway. Though I would consider myself an admirer of Vladimir Putin.
The Sultans of Shadilay, brought to you by Russia.
Yeah, Spoon just looks at Putin writing a... What was he writing on?
Bear?
Yeah, he just looks at that picture like, yes,
Like,
that is
yes,
what I want to be as a man.
I want to have that as my leader. Or Khabib. Fucking wrestling bears.
Indeed. Well, yep.
That's some good stuff, though. It's a lot of stupid shit, though.
No.
Oh, God.
Speaking of colonizing and...
China?
Well, no, but the point you made in memes...
Oh, that.
Let
What,
me
the video or what I said underneath
let me tell you about what the natives in Australia are getting up to. What they're whining about this time.
Whitey.
Yeah. The family of an Aboriginal man who died in custody don't want him to be just another statistic. Okay, well, too bad he already is.
What do they want him to be then?
Yeah. So, last week, 43-year-old Doesn't Matter became the 9th Aboriginal person to die in police or prison custody since March. Do I need to remind you that March was months ago?
What did he die from?
I'm gone for a minute. Already we're back in Australia.
Yep. I'm going to guess that he died from drugs.
Drugs or peaceful stabbings.
Let's find out. Scroll past his loser family. Well, oh yeah, he's fatter than I am. I wonder why he had issues in hospital. In the prison.
Wait, who's the fact? Who are we talking about? The guy to the right or the left?
Yep, the guy to the far right.
All right. I mean, I'm fatter than him. I think. I can't tell.
Right, so he was found unconscious in his cell at the prison. Authorities confirmed he died.
It was Epstein.
Yeah. Australian
Probably.
Epstein.
Oh, God.
The cause of the death is unknown. Well, he was found unresponsive in his cell. I'm guessing assorted heart disease or suicide.
I mean, it's not unlikely.
Suicide is not our fucking problem. And, like
Unless
everything...
it is.
Yep. And this is what so they go underwind. The family is waiting for the results of an autopsy, and police and corrective services are investigating the death, which will be subject to a coronial inquest, but that process could take years. Well, what the fuck would you like us to do then? just assume that he was murdered and execute all the prison guards? Oh wait, that's exactly what you'd like. Apparently, one of them saw the cell where a father had been found unresponsive. It was extremely distressing, She said. Yes, that is how prison cells work.
Yeah, it's almost like they're not nice places.
Who
It's
knew?
almost like they're designed to punish you.
Yeah.
Well, in Norway, we have them for the thing called rehabilitation. It works sometimes. Not always, but
Yeah,
sometimes.
but the problem is that your natives have integrated with civilization.
Some.
Well, they had to or get killed.
So, news
Never
reached
say never.
discount Australian Sean King. He said,
Sean
when an
Lennon?
Aboriginal death occurs in custody, I just become speechless and basically block the world out for a day because I just don't want to deal with society. You do realise that people die, and occasionally that happens to be in a prison, right?
I mean, no, not you can't be serious.
Yeah, and of
Nobody
course this
dies in
idiot
prison.
has been campaigning for the Black Lives Matter movement and Aboriginal rights for years. That's nice, so you're a
Marxist.
communist.
I don't approve communists. I will never approve communists, and they can go fuck themselves.
Yep, apparently some idiot
Minecraft.
reckons international scrutiny is needed. I'm sorry, but more black people are shot by the police unarmed than you're complaining about dying in prison from assorted deaths.
Based.
Like, and here's another thing it says. The death of George Floyd in the US brings back traumatic memories for the family of an Aboriginal man who died in Long Bay Prison. Why? Was he a fentanyl addicted piece of shit that liked to abuse pregnant women? Why the fuck would it...
Is it politically expedient? Is that answer politically expedient?
No, it's not.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay, these things stretches.
Yeah. Right, so... this stupid bitch is going to ask the United Nations Human Rights Committee to investigate the case for potential criminal liability. It's the United Nations. What the fuck are they going to find? Even if they find criminal liability, that means jack shit. This is Australia. We aren't part of the communist states of the United Nations just yet.
Yeah, like fucking Joe Biden is like, we need the United Nations to investigate the U.S. for systemic racism. It's like, no. Like, if you want to investigate that with the federal government, fine, but stop, like, appealing to these, like, international fucking governments. I don't like it. Like, stop, like, ceding certain powers or, like, submitting yourselves to them. It's not good.
Yeah,
Britain had a Brexit over this, and it was based.
Yeah. So we've got another one talking about Sydney man becomes the 9th Indigenous person to die in custody since March. Notice how at no point have they told you what the other 8 people died from. And notice that they have not told you how many white people died in the same period. At least 470... Okay, here we go. At least 478 Indigenous people have died in custody since the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody. Would you like to guess what year that happened?
No idea.
1987.
That's a while ago.
Let me get my calculator out, and I will do you some mathematics. You know, some of that evil white supremacy mathematics. So it's 2021 minus 1987. So that's 34 years. 478 divided by 34. 14. 14 people a year. 14 Aboriginal people a year die in custody.
Well, that's not even, like, accurate either, because it's like, I imagine it's not a, like, I imagine it's not like a straight line function on a graph. Like, I imagine that number's been going down over time.
It wouldn't surprise me, but there's also the issue of what a death in custody counts. If 5 shitbag teenagers who all by chance happen to be Aboriginal steal a car, run from the police, crash, and everyone dies, that's 5 deaths in custody.
Really?
Yes.
That's okay. In custody.
Oh my
You're-
god.
Australian definition of custody is weird.
Yes.
Dude, that's like when mass shooting figures are given. It's like, oh, mass shooting or whatever, or it's like, yeah, but that includes any time like 2 or more people are killed based on certain things, or like when, or like,
Three
oh,
or
school
more
shooting.
people are in. 3 or more people are injured. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But like 70% of those happened in Chicago on the weekend.
Well, there also was like school shooting statistics, and like one of them was like when school like wasn't in session, somebody around school property accidentally fired a pistol into like the fucking ground. That counted as a school shooting in the statistics.
Oh, here we go. Here's a quote about the
What?
man. Frank always said he was not a free man. He was living under white man's law, and it breaks my heart that he died not a free man. Did he try not committing crimes on white man land?
Well, no, he's right. I mean, if you think about the COVID lockdowns.
He was also in prison, so that's kind of the definition of not being a free man.
Oh.
Yeah, 478 Indigenous people die in custody, yes. Cool. But when you average that out, that's 14 a year. Average that out per month, it's 1.1 per month. I'm sorry, but when you've got like 10,000 people in prison and one of them dies a month, if anything, that seems below the fucking average.
I mean, sense does not exist. So
I mean, plus it's like, the rhetoric just kind of goes completely like the wrong way. It's way too like accusatory. Like I could see there being like a legitimate argument of, okay, this happened, we should like, maybe do some shit here and here because it's, not good when somebody dies in our custody. It's like, yeah, okay, I would get that, but it's being framed as if like, oh, like execution style lynching kind of thing.
Yeah, it's being framed as if they dragged him from his cell and beat him to death.
probably did, right? White supremacy.
Yeah. Like, here's one. Coroner to
White.
launch inquest into death of idiot after Broken Hill police pursuit. That's a death in custody. Because he crashed and died.
Right.
He suffered a
Being a
medical
prisoner
episode.
is like,
He suffered a medical episode during the pursuit, crashed, the cops got to him, attempted CPR, didn't work, and that's the police's fault.
It's not.
It is if you're an idiot and you want to bring a communist terrorist group to Australia.
Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting.
Oh, here we go. The New
logic.
South Wales Premier said there were too many Indigenous people behind bars. Tell them to stop breaking the fucking law.
Again, you're asking for too much.
Well, I'm
Or
the
am
one
I
who...
ju-
no, I'm the one who thinks that they are just as capable of not breaking the law as the white man. These are the ones who
Oh.
think that there's something wrong with them.
Well, I'm trying to see this through the eyes of a, leftist, but hard to say.
Yeah, but here's what the stupid bitch said in full. She did not know the circumstances of the man's death. But she can say it's an issue that concerns me deeply. Unfortunately, too many people of Indigenous heritage are behind bars and shouldn't be. Why shouldn't they be? Go on, tell me why they fucking shouldn't be. It's pathetic. Stop committing crimes and you won't go to prison.
If they shouldn't be, point out the law that shouldn't be there.
Yep. It's disgusting and pathetic.
Which, I mean, maybe there is, like, a kind of law that shouldn't be there, right? Like, you know, somebody's in jail for, like, smoking weed, okay. Somebody's in jail for violating Australia's lockdown, okay. But that's not the same thing as,
No, it's
like,
not. Oh, here's one of the men who died. He gained 140 kilograms in 3 years in the prison system. Well, he gained 140 kilos. So he died from eating too much.
He starved. You know?
You gained 140 kilograms in prison?
Yeah,
Wait,
which is why I keep
140?
telling you,
Eating
people,
what?
prison food, because prisoners get treated better than the unemployed in Australia.
The fuck?
140 kilo. That's more than twice what I weigh.
Yes.
I weigh that. That is my weight. He ate me.
who's,
Yes.
like, supplying the food to that place? The Heart Attack
Fucking
Grill?
Wouldn't fucking
Mickey D's
surprise
got a
me.
friggin' subcontract in Australia by the sounds of it.
Apparently.
By the way, the Heart Attack Grill is, like, fucking hilarious. I recommend all of you look up Heart Attack Grill on YouTube at some point and just watch the video.
Seen
They
it.
have an
It's,
interview with the owner where he, like, sticks a bag of his former spokesman's ashes on the table.
who died of a heart attack in his place, by the way.
Yeah, and he's like, you know, was it good for business? Yes. Did it line my pockets with money? Absolutely. Did I enjoy that? Absolutely. So, like, he's just, like, everyone just tries this, like, gotcha shit with him. Like, you're a terrible person. He's like, I absolutely agree.
Yeah. And,
He
like, as I'm looking, one of these random fucking articles that comes up, 4 arrests in scuffles after peaceful Invasion Day rally at the Domain. Peaceful. Well, why the fuck were they arrested then, you brain-dead illiterates?
because peace is hated. You know, fuck it. I can't deal with this shit anymore. It doesn't make sense. It never makes sense, and it will never make sense. I tried, guys.
These people are just so fucking stupid. But it's like, coronial inquest likely after Aboriginal man's death in custody in Victorian jail. Look at these dirty fucking lies. Likely, they say. Likely. No, under Australian law, it is mandatory. You fucking scum. Australia's a racist country that won't do anything about deaths in custody. I'm sorry, but it's as mandatory for all of them to be investigated by an independent body that is not part of the police force. What more do you fucking want? It's fucking pathetic.
I have no idea.
And they don't even have the thing. They don't even have the investigation results yet, right?
No. Like, they're literally saying, oh, it's likely to happen. Well, we know it's not likely to happen, it's guaranteed to happen. Because the law says it must. You know, to protect the rights of convicts.
Right. Makes sense to me, guys.
And he'd been sentenced to 10 years and 3 months with a non-parole period of 7 years over a fatal crash. Oh, but he shouldn't have been in prison. Morbidly obese, gained 140 kilograms in weight from the time he went into custody until the time of his deaths. He died weighing 200 kilos, was unable to wear standard prison shoes, and required a walking stick at times to move around. What do they want us to do about it?
I don't know.
They just don't want black people to get Aboriginals to get arrested or convicted or jailed for anything ever.
Wait,
Because they're good guys. They're good boys. All of them.
what was that, student of history? Joe Manchin is going to a GOP fundraiser in Texas? Really? That's fucking based.
Who's that?
Joe mentioned the Democrat?
Yeah, Joe Manchin's like the Democrat senator who's like, yeah,
He's the one in
this
charge of the
shit's-
filibuster, basically.
Yeah, he's like, this
Yeah.
shit's like insane. Let's not do that. And the left keeps getting mad at him. Oh man.
The reason is because he's in a heavy purple state. He can't be pro-Dem because he'd be fucked. He's got too many incumbents. Not incumbents, challengers who would best him. So he has to ironically toe the GOP line, otherwise he'd be fucked. It's why he's Styx called him like the kingmaker of the Senate right now. Because he essentially has that power.
Yeah. Student of history wants a conversion of the fat guy's weight. His finishing weight was about 1.5 Vorsches.
Into what? Into burgers or?
Burgers
I
or
think-
pounds.
I think,
Pounds would be
one
2.2,
burger is like half
so
a kilo. One
you get,
burger
like,
is like half a kilo.
300 and like 315 to like 325, I
And
think.
that's what he put on, not what he weighed when he was
Yeah.
done.
Yeah. Oh my god, I just realized that. Yeah, fucking Christ.
Finally, I made the fucking jump. Sorry, guys.
I like how a human being was in prison and somehow managed to increase their weight twice what I do.
Yes.
That's actually
because-
impressive.
Well, it's pretty easy when you understand that in Australia, prisoners are treated better than the unemployed.
Yeah,
Or
there's a
you're
little
yes,
bit-
massively fat food.
There's a little bit like that in Norway too. But then again,
Yeah.
we treat our prisoners right in order to,
Like
rehabilitate
into
them.
civilized people again. Yeah.
Yes.
I would love to know what all these people that they're complaining about dying in custody died from. And guess what? In most cases, it's not the cops.
Really? What did he die from then?
Oh, excellent. Of course, the first one that comes up, police have not fined thousands of people expected to join a protest highlighting Aboriginal deaths in custody. Okay, so they're being racist cunts again. Typical.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Okay, I just did, the conversion. Like 140 kilograms is like 308.647 pounds, which if the average burger is 0.3125 pounds, that roughly translates to him gaining 987.6704 burgers.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Dedication.
Here's an example of deaths in custody. Police have recovered the body of a wanted man from waters off Sedona this morning after he swam out to sea trying to evade police. The man's death is being treated as a death in custody. It's utterly pathetic.
Sad.
Like they're saying, Aboriginal deaths in custody reflect the poor health of Australia's democracy. No, it reflects that occasionally people die, and occasionally those people are in prison when it happens. Pathetic. Absolutely fucking pathetic.
Of course. What else would they be?
And it's just constant fucking whining. Like, I've heard of maybe 3 deaths in custody in the last decade that were actually due to police action. Sorry, illegal police action. And all of those were negligence.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and they want First Nations investigators to probe deaths in custody. Oh yeah, because they won't be biased and lying through their fucking teeth.
Of course not. They would be the good guys. Nothing bad done by them. They're the good guys. I cannot do a good Tucker Carlson.
They didn't do nothings.
Well, obviously, they'll find that they're the good guys. What else would you expect? Well, we know why, because they're obviously biased. So why then is the left saying that they should be in charge of it? Well, it's because the left has a foregone conclusion that they would like to be reached. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Fucking that laugh.
Yeah, I fucking love his laugh.
Yeah.
I also love how he goes into his laugh and then, like, immediately straight-faced again.
Yeah. It's
It's
just
fucking beautiful.
completely just out of left field.
Yeah. So here's another example. 48-year-old woman, held in custody on drug and theft charges, found dead in her cell in the morning. Gee, it couldn't be because she's a drug-fuck piece of shit, could it?
No. It was oppression. It was oppression and white supremacy.
Oh, I see. It
And
was the white
misogyny.
supremacy.
White supremacy and misogyny. All those evil things that apparently we're to
Misogyny.
blame for. Yes, misogyny. Misogyny. It's very dangerous indeed. Yes.
Yeah, but every single time it's discovered unconscious in cell, discovered unresponsive in cell, did not wake up in the morning. Yes, people are dying because that's what they do. They're not immortal. And of course, they were having all their special little marches back in March 2020. It's pathetic.
Yeah, you can't expect standards from people who doesn't even know what the fucking word means.
Oh, let's take another look at an example of whining.
Standards.
Unpaid fines law reforms prompted by death in custody of stupid bitch. Jail will be a last resort for fine defaulters in Western Australia. Yes, it always has been, you fucknuts. Sparked by the inhumane death. Oh, really? She died in custody after being locked up for 3 days. Well, why did she die? Right, so she was taken to hospital 3 times during her 3 days in incarceration, and on the 3rd visit died from septicemia and pneumonia. How in the ever-loving fuck is that the police's fault?
Septicemia?
Blood poisoning.
Somebody tells me that's her own fault then, isn't it?
Yeah. But black people aren't responsible for their own actions according to the leftists and the ABC.
True.
Oh, and Spoon fucked off.
You
at some
see,
point.
now I can't think of the ABC without thinking of the privilege, like, bridge song rap thing.
Good. They're scum and they should be defunded.
I agree with that.
I don't agree. I love that when he made all of them like the opposite.
Oh yeah. I disagree with that.
Oh dear. So dumb. So fucking dumb. Honestly, they should be embarrassed by the whole thing. As student of history
Yeah.
says, she went septic, probably had an infection of some form. Yeah. Which she
Seems
would have
like
got
it.
before she got into fucking prison by the sounds of it.
So, what kind of infection did she get then, huh?
I don't know. Is it possibly something to do with injecting drugs directly into the veins.
Maybe the needle was unclean.
Which
Which
is-
could possibly be. Couldn't possibly.
Which is interesting because needles are cheap as the ever-loving shit in Australia.
Really?
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, I actually heard there's a lot of meth in Australia.
yeah.
I know that's not done with needles, obviously, but
Something tells me now that you want to go to Australia, don't you?
fuck no. Like, meth is like.
No, meth isn't a
They're
good
dr-
fun one.
Yeah, exactly. They're like drugs that I have done or whatever. There's like drugs that I wouldn't do, but I can at least see the appeal of, like cocaine. And then there's meth, where it's like, why?
Meth just fucks you up.
Yeah.
And ruins your teeth, apparently. Yeah. Oh, they want to reduce the number of Aboriginal adults in prison by 23% by 2028 to 29. Have you considered asking them not to commit crime?
Asking too much again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. It's always like, we got to reduce, this number or that number. It's like, no. How about the number actually be like fucking like accurate? If somebody has committed a crime, yes. If not, no. Like, they're not saying don't like falsely imprison people or get rid of stupid fucking laws that people shouldn't go to jail for. No, they're saying we got to change the numbers of people in prison.
Yeah. And that gets even dumber. We're imprisoning Indigenous people in Western
Damn it,
Australia
Bezic.
at 70%
You
higher.
had such a golden fucking opportunity and you blew it.
I know, I did it on purpose.
You have a catchphrase, dude.
Yeah, so we're imprisoning Indigenous people in Western Australia at 70% higher than the national average. Is it because Western Australia is full of fucking Indigenous people? And 30% higher than the Northern Territory. Yes, the Northern Territory and Western Australia are full of Indigenous people. If you've got more Indigenous people, and they commit crime at the same rate as all the other Indigenous people, you'll have more of them in prison, you fucking idiots who don't know statistics. And then they lie that there is systematic discrimination against Indigenous people in our justice system. No. They're systematically let off scot-fucking-free. They only go to prison for serious shit for the most part. Like, I mean, really serious shit. Like, you're lucky to see them get jailed for car theft.
Really?
Yeah. Especially in Alice Springs, which is in the Northern Territory. They'll be out by the weekend and steal another car. Wish I was joking. Yeah, a student of history says. But the number of Indians being arrested on the Indian reservations is pretty high. I wonder why. Stop you thinking with that white supremacy of yours.
How dare you? How dare you? Makes sense?
Yeah. Oh, yep. Here we go. From 2006 to 2019, there were 10,534 prison receptions for fine default only. Of those in prison last year for fine default, 210 were unemployed. Hold on a second. Let's do some maths with some very blunt averages. So, 2006 to 2019.
Math doesn't have an S on it.
Does in every other country. Screw you. So, over 13 years, 10,534. And I've done the math wrong, but that's okay. I've done it backwards. 10,534 divided by 13. So, if we say 810 a year, on average, so approximately a quarter are unemployed. Okay. And So what you're telling me is that 3/4 of the people weren't unemployed.
Really?
Also, in Australia, you can pay your fine off at $10 a fortnight.
Interesting.
So they defaulted because they're idiots. Just constant
hate
fucking
myself right now.
whining.
Of course they are.
We're too dumb to not commit crime, therefore it's white people's fault.
Makes sense to me.
Like
I
this. We've lost
guess.
hundreds of lives and had a royal commission, so what will it take to stop Indigenous deaths in custody? For them to stop committing crime. Stop breaking the fucking law. You assholes.
Stop breaking the law, asshole!
Literally.
Hey, I'm playing the first boss, actually.
Oh, nice. Good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it is the rapey motherfucker.
Yep, and
Seriously.
another one. Man dies in car crash after early police pursuit. After earlier police pursuit, prompting death in custody investigation.
Of course.
Northern Territory Police said officers came across a single vehicle rollover on the Plenty Highway. They said the vehicle had been involved in an earlier pursuit by officers, but the chase was terminated prior to the crash. Right, so someone runs from the police, loses the police, crashes and dies later, and that's the police's fault.
Oh boy.
How vibrant.
Very much so.
Yes. Very much so.
Yes, student of history is based.
That
Banned.
does not surprise me. Student is a good boy. I approve of student. He's a
Yeah,
good
it is math, and you know why? It's because we Americans rule the fucking world! You look up and you see a face like mine looking down at
America didn't invent math, but okay.
It's maths because it's short for mathematics.
No, you look up and see a face like mine looking down at you. I rule, you pieces of shit.
Also, right in Norwegian. Remember that his voice cracks too. Like twice?
Yeah. So here's another example of how dumb people in Australia are. So, the Police Ethical Science Command is investigating the death of a 44-year-old Brisbane woman in the watch house. But prisoner advocate Debbie Kilroy says it's inappropriate for police to investigate themselves. You daft cunt. The police investigate themselves. Then the outside organisation investigates them. And then the coroner investigates them. Of course they're investigating themselves, you stupid cunt. It's like saying that it's inappropriate for, I don't know, God, for builders to investigate why they freaking hit their thumb with a hammer or something stupid. It's just so fucking annoying.
Yeah, this guy is definitely the most rapiest the character in Zelda history, aside from Tingle.
Yeah. And of course, police used awful, unnecessary force during arrest, family of local shitbag says. He died after being restrained by officers. Oh no, who cares?
Let me guess, he didn't do nothing.
No. 2 autopsies were conducted and there were multiple possible contributors to his death, including amphetamine use, poor heart condition, a sedative, and the effect of police restraint. Calm down, George. Lay off the drugs. People are fucking pathetic. So let me tell you what the women are whining about this time. St. Kevin's Cultural Review finds sexism and misogyny still occurs at the school. Misogyny. Utterly pathetic. Independent review. Okay, who did the independent review? Go on. Let's find out. Everyone in the school has the right to be respected, and they've also got the right to feel as though they belong. Fucking idiots can't even spell the word though right. Yeah, here we go. Problems with sexism and misogyny at the school came to light in 2019 when the ABC published footage of a group of St. Kevin's students singing an offensive chant on a tram. Oh no, they weren't even at the school!
Oh no.
Yeah, I wish
People
that
who
all the
aren't
ladies
adults.
were Yeah.
Like,
So-
oh no, non-adults aren't well behaved. Fucking like, stop the presses, everyone.
Yeah, so
Who knew?
this is what the chant, some of the things the chant includes. I wish that all the ladies were holes in the road, and if I was a dump truck, I'd fill them with my load.
What?
That's sexist and misogynist and evil, apparently.
I thought it was funny. Oh shit.
Yeah. It's... Yeah. A third of staff disagreed that St. Kevin's effectively supported a culture of respect for women. Okay, how many women go to that school? Oh, none? Because it's a private boys' school? What a shock.
It only takes 2.5 hours. Oh, okay, now.
But Curious Minds program encourages girls to pursue careers in STEM. Because of course we've got to force them to do it. Do as you're told, women. Get into the sciences. She excelled academically, but career in science wasn't one she ever imagined would be possible. Yes, because she's stupid. Come from a poor background, and both my parents weren't able to finish school themselves. Okay, and? I was always interested in STEM growing up, but didn't have any avenues to explore that. You daft, stupid cunt, do you not understand that you live in Australia? The program, which
honestly, it's like, what discourages women more from STEM? Like, the reality of STEM? Or, like, the feminist rhetoric around STEM? How, oh, it's a man's game, you'll be discriminated against.
Well, that's probably it, because none of the women who want to leave school, get married, have a family immediately look at it and go, oh, you know what? I'll change my mind and go into STEM that's full of racist, sexist, misogynists. Yeah, over the course of 6 months, students are paired with mentors who work in the field and conduct experiments and research projects in their chosen area of interest. Or, I've got a crazy fucking thought. You study the 3 science classes that are available to you in high school, and then you go to university, which you get an interest-free loan for from the government that you don't have to pay back until you earn like $50,000 a year. Crazy fucking thought there. Yeah. STEM gender disparity. Wine.
Shit.
Oh my god, so fucking stupid.
Yeah. It
Don't
also
even gotta
found
think about
women
it,
made
dude.
up less than a quarter of students studying STEM in 2019. Okay, how many men were studying nursing in 2019? Oh, you don't have the numbers because you don't give a fuck?
Gotcha.
Oh my god, so fucking stupid.
Sorry, I was fighting the boss. I kind of lost track. What were we talking about again?
The women are whining that there aren't enough women in STEM because women don't want to do STEM because they're women. And that is all men's fault. Yes.
Wait, the last time I heard this bitching about was like in 2016.
But there's also but there's also a major crisis. The National Women's Safety Summit's been delayed by the COVID-19 outbreak in Sydney.
Well, that's horrible. Women most affected.
Yeah, literally.
What about the people that can't fucking go to work?
No,
Yeah,
they don't
like-
matter. They don't
Well,
matter.
well, she was due to meet with her state and territory counterparts later this month. Right, so there's like 8 of those, all up. And these cunts couldn't do a Zoom call?
Do you expect them to do Zoom call like regular people?
Like regular
Oh.
pleb? So, where they can't
Sir,
just claim
sir.
it's 4 times the amount of expenses of what they actually spend on it? It's just...
I mean, even
abominable.
even the gay men's choir did it over Zoom. So even they, despite all of their other moral failings, could set up a Zoom call and be okay with that.
Yeah, but you're looking to it wrong, okay? Not only are these elites, these are also women. You can't expect them to be on the same standards as us.
No, but gays outrank women on the progressive stack.
That depends on what kind of gay. And what kind of woman. Was there any... How many black women were there in that
On a
meeting?
side note, education department website, maths, suck a dick, fuck off all of you.
Yeah, but I mean, if the Australian government says it's maths, I'm taken seriously because it's coming from the Australian government.
I'm just using the superior language called Norway, in which math is written M-A-T-T-E. Matte, as we call it. Superior language, Norwegian.
Bezic, we can like join hands and say math and better than whatever the fuck that was.
Matte.
Yeah, what math, it's vastly superior to whatever that abomination Trim came up with was.
Nah, it is the superior way of speaking. And of course, I understand that you're insecure when faced with such
No, speak English like your
glory and
superiors.
grandioseness. But, you know, I'll just let it slide for now. You don't know any better.
Indeed. So, would you like me to tell you about how fucking stupid Australia's being about COVID for the next, I don't know, 5
Does it
hours?
get worse?
Oh yeah,
Does it get
about
worse?
20 times.
It
Oh.
gets worse.
Oh. Joy, let's do this. Come on, bring it.
So, remember back to many hours ago when Spoon was talking about how it says must wear mask or face covering?
Yes.
Not good enough anymore. Coastal Racing
Ask
Club
him.
bans cloth masks for upcoming Eden Cup race day. They've banned cloth masks at an upcoming race to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 super ultra deadly ultra max Delta strain, despite the masks still being accepted under New South Wales public health order.
I'm not even gonna. Not even fucking gonna.
Yep. Has made it mandatory for patrons and essential personnel attending the event to wear an N95 or surgical face mask.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Wait, so are they asking people to double mask with the N95?
No, they're just telling them they must wear an N95. You can't just wear a face mask or covering or any one of those stupid sewn together.
Wait, and this shit is outside too.
Oh my god.
That's even dumber.
Yes.
In Norway now, we don't have to wear masks when we're in hotels, in anywhere. I mean, the only time I have to wear a mask is when I'm at work, and that's because, you know, the hotel is just being paranoid.
Yeah. So, Racing New South Wales saying cloth masks aren't sufficient is based more on fear and not really good evidence rather than real-life practical advice, and is contrary to what the current health recommendations are around the country, says the ANU Medical School's Professor of Infectious Diseases, Peter Collignon. Yeah, no shit. Also, none of the masks fucking stop it anyway because it's a virus. Very teensy.
Virus. Like a zombie virus? Please? Can we have something cool? I'm tired of this all. It's just a flu. It's just a flu. can't we just have something cool,
No.
please? I
No.
mean, I just tell this to my grandparents, my parents. It's like, when they grew up, they had to deal with not only the post-war, the several economic, what, not catastrophes, but issues,
Yeah.
worse than issues, less than catastrophes. Communism, the Red Scare, the rise and fall of the Berlin Wall, and what about my generation, our generation? A flu. A fucking flu, that's all.
Yeah, it's fucking dumb. Billy Blogs asks, where do you get an N95 mask? Also, why the fuck would you need it outside? I don't fucking know. Also, you don't. Even the dumb as fuck dog shit retard governments don't think you need to wear one outside. Club secretary Dumbfuck said the staff were not in position to check on race day if cloth masks worn by patrons were fit for purpose, which is why they're enforcing the advice. Government thinks it's fit for purpose. Those of us that can read know that none of them are fit for purpose, but that's okay.
By none of them, do you mean the masks or the people in government?
I don't know that at this point. They're all dumb as shit, but none of the masks work. But the government's saying that you don't only need to wear a face covering. So who the fuck are these retards to tell us different? So, how are those vaccines going for you? Nurse at Westmead Hospital tests positive for COVID-19 after being vaccinated.
Really?
Yes, I'm the fully vaccinated, and they returned a positive result despite wearing full protective equipment at work. Oh, how are those masks working for you again?
God knows.
Yep.
Look, I mean, I got vaccinated, but frankly, frankly, it's just kind of this thing where it's like this illusion that we can't stop this until we have complete control over COVID.
Complete
It's
eradication
a virus.
of the flu.
You are not going to have complete control or eradication of it.
I mean, we can dream, we can hope, right? We're allowed to.
And yet
A man
it's
can
not
hear you.
possible. It's just flat out not possible.
Right.
It's just not fucking possible at all to get rid of a virus like the flu.
Of course.
All the things
I
that
vote for cybernetics. I'm starting to vote for cybernetic, the, superior
that's not
superiorization
going
of
to help
humanity.
anyway. But the only diseases we've significantly reduced to the point of not being an issue are polio and
We used to have the
smallpox.
Black Death there too. We used to have the Black Death.
Yeah, but it turns
until,
out the Black Death is wiped out by most basic antibiotics and therefore isn't a fucking problem. Also, it really helps if you don't live in filth.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it was extinct, but our dear friends in the wonderful city of Shitville decided to, no, let's bring that back.
But
Which one?
California, wasn't it?
I think it's California, where they have the most shit on the wall, on the floor, and there's also so many rats that are size of fucking
San
hogs.
Francisco?
That's it. I can't tell the difference between them because they're both literal shitholes.
Yeah. But yeah, the only two viruses that we've been able to successfully essentially eradicate by vaccine turns out to be the ones that are extremely deadly. It's like, no shit. If people are physically incapable of moving or die within days, they can't really get around and infect people.
Really?
Yeah, I know, it's a crazy thought.
Man, scary to think. Scary. He's scary.
Yep. So, of course, Victoria is entering a 5-day snap lockdown as more cases have been recorded. A whole 2 in the afternoon. Whole
2.
2.
2. Oh my god, 2. Holy, oh my god. We need to close it all down. We need full on fucking authoritarian like nanny state shit here.
Yep. And it's the 5th lockdown, and they've imposed a 5-kilometre travel rule. So you cannot travel more than 5 kilometres away from your home, because fuck you and any semblance of your rights.
Right. Because rights is just an illusion anyway.
In prison Australia, you don't get to have rights.
At least you get food.
Only in prison.
Well, in prison, but prison Australia, no, really. You have to be in the prison. You have to be like twice criminal, not just regular criminal.
You have to be a super bad criminal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for at least 5 days, over maybe a dozen cases. Again, boo fucking who? And, unsurprisingly, COVID testing every 2 days for some truck drivers crossing the Victoria and South Australia border. It's a leading trucking industry figure says the new requirements imposed on truck drivers by the dumb fucking government are not workable and will lead to more drivers quitting the industry, under shock to absolutely fucking no one.
Oh, I am shooketh.
Yep.
Oh, no, wait. I'm not shooketh.
Yeah, so under new directions issued by the South Australian government, truck drivers crossing the Victoria-South Australia border will have to undergo a COVID test within 24 hours of entry into South Australia, unless they can show they've had a test in the prior 48 hours. So, literally every 2 days. It means truck drivers on daily routes across the board will have to get a test up to every 2 days. Unworkable and damaging, unsurprisingly. But for all drivers who routinely, 2, 3, 4 times a week, cross the border, that means they're going to have to get tested every day. We don't think the testing infrastructure can meet that demand because not all truck drivers are able to access the testing facility between 9 AM and 4 PM, and truck drivers don't have a lot of spare time. Drivers are increasingly saying that they won't have a swab up their nose that often, and they were saying that about the once-a-week regime.
Right. The word fat and chance come to mind.
Yeah. To give an example, just one company sends 35 B doubles of fresh produce to Sydney markets every night. So at least 35 people every 2 days. Disproportionate response, completely stupid. And of course, truck drivers are anxious over the delays and lost income if they have to queue for COVID tests every 3 days. Supply chains of COVID vaccines, toilet paper and groceries are facing potential disruptions due to their... Oh, no, this is a different place where they've rolled this in. In Sydney's Fairfield local government area, where they have to have mandatory 3-day testing for people moving in and out, because they're fucking insane.
Right.
The New South Wales government testing directive is now in force, which overnight saw some people queue for more than 6 hours.
Right.
Yep, pulling drivers off the road for any length of time will quickly deplete the local workforce, disrupt supply chains, and only result in added costs to goods and services. Yes, on today's episode of No Shit. Truckies report feeling like lepers, yeah. There have been stories within the industry about drivers getting turned away from service station rest areas and bathrooms and being told to go on the side of the road. We saw one of our truckies pulled over, asked if he'd been to Sydney, and then told to go home and isolate for 14 days. That's not the way the rules work. We can't have these mixed messages. One truck driver said he was humiliated while trying to get a new logbook in the Hunter Valley and had to do the transaction in the street. He was treated like a leper even though he could show a negative COVID test.
Right.
So fucking stupid. So let's look at some of the restrictions. So, There are only 5 reasons to leave your home: exercise, compassionate care, caregiving, and medical reasons, authorized work, or to get vaccinated. And of course, shopping for food and supplies within the 5-kilometer radius. 1 person per household once per day. So you can't even take the family shopping. So God forbid if you've got 2 kids at home between the ages of fuck all and fuck all. It's so stupid.
So fucking stupid. He's got a small dick.
Yeah, the Prime
For what?
Minister of Victoria does have a small dick. Masks must be carried at all times and must be worn indoors and outdoors except if at home or when visiting an intimate partner's place of residence or if an exemption applies.
Right.
Yeah. No visitors are allowed to your home except for intimate partner visits. Funerals can have no more than 10 people. No in-person religious gatherings. Weddings,
No more than 10 people.
weddings are not
funerals.
allowed unless for end of life or deportation reasons, capped at 5 people. Gyms are closed indoors. House auctions are closed. Basically, everything's closed.
You're making me feel more grateful for America, even though we live under the Lich King administration.
Hey, at least you
You know-
don't live in China, where they're threatening to ban public spaces for people who have not had the vaccine for the disease they caused.
I mean, that's only fair, isn't it?
Yep. Some Chinese cities are issuing public notices threatening to restrict millions of citizens who are yet to receive a COVID vaccine from entering public spaces. Like, calm down. Not even Australia's there yet.
But you're almost there.
Billy Blog says, I thought Australia was based. They sound like assholes over COVID. Australia has not been based since the 50s.
Australia isn't based. It is their Sky News that is based.
Yeah, like, Australia... basically, we sent all our real men to war, and then the country was just full of pussies. Because after World War II and Vietnam, the country just had nothing but pussies left.
Right.
One of my friends questions whether or not a kind of a reverse eugenics effect happened.
Doesn't
Oh, it's
surprise me.
completely accurate. All the brave, strong men who were willing to get in and get shit done were killed, and we were just left with pathetic cowards who were hiding behind sandbags.
Indeed.
Yep. So, international arrivals in Australia must now declare COVID-19 infections, vaccine brand, and 3rd doses.
Third doses.
Yep. And yet another sign that getting vaccinated against COVID-19 is your ticket out and back into the country. People flying into Australia now have to declare their vaccination status. Thanks, cunt. Prime Minister Scott Morrison, the local piece of shit, said the states will get the information to help them determine how to manage arrivals in the future. Yeah. Before you travel to or transit through Australia, you must present a negative COVID-19 test when checking in for your flight. Thanks, guys. And then it asks if you've ever, for doctors, ever told you that you've had COVID-19 or if you've ever tested positive, and if you've ever received the vaccine. And then it asks the month and year of diagnosis, or what country you were in when you had it, whether you've got any evidence to show your positive COVID-19 test results. Then it asks how many doses of the vaccine you've had, your first vaccination date and country, and the brand of vaccine, and so on and so forth. And it keeps on fucking going. At least the World Health Organization's finally pretending to not be China's butt buddy.
At least they're pretending, but
Yeah, they're pushing China for more data on the origins of the COVID-19 outbreak. Now, this previously said, yeah, World Health Organization urges China to share more information about COVID source, and then it said something about the lab leak theory. Yeah, no shit.
is it a theory still?
No, barely. Head of the World Health Organization has acknowledged it was premature to rule out a potential link between the pandemic and a laboratory leak. No, you don't fucking say!
Shooketh. Again.
Yep. He said, I was a lab technician myself, I'm an immunologist, so I've worked in a lab and lab accidents happen. Yeah, no shit. Thanks, cunts. Thanks for fucking abusing us for 2 fucking years and calling us conspiracy theorists.
We are the evil, of course.
Yep. And in Queensland, everything's getting really bad, man. Really bad. We've had 1 new community COVID-19 case as 2 Delta outbreaks have been confirmed. Yeah. 1 new locally acquired case in the mother of a 12-year-old boy whose diagnosis was made public yesterday. Ooh! She was in home quarantine and was 0 risk to the community. It's absolutely fucking ludicrous. So we've still got mask restrictions. We still have to wear masks, can't have fun. Student of History says he just joined the Discord server. My god, someone tell Oil to grow his damn beard back ASAP, Jesus.
Oh. Poor man.
Welcome, student of history.
Yes. Yeah, let's okay. Student says grow your damn beard back.
Yeah, where is Oil?
Drinking,
I'm
probably.
getting drunk, I think. Having high quality whiskey. Would be my
Fuck,
guess.
I'm jealous. Because, like, my neurochemistry is adjusting to the SSRIs I'm taking. I'm, like, avoiding alcohol for now.
Yeah.
I'd like to get drunk, but that would not be smart.
Mm-hmm.
Not be a prudent decision.
Yeah. But of course,
Prudent.
one of our tennis stars is out of the Olympics after testing positive to the coof. Oh yeah, as if he'll get really, really sick. He's a fucking Olympic level athlete. He's probably fine.
No. He's dying now. He's already dead. We might as well just bury him.
Yeah, he's dead already. Just put him in a box.
Yeah. Just put him right in the box. No problem.
Yep. And of course, in Australia's infinite wisdom at actually vaccinating people, COVID-19 vaccine doses enough to immunise 250 people thrown out in Bendigo.
Gotta go to Bendigo to get me cube, Morty.
Yep. So they were given a bunch of doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine by the federal government that were due to expire at the end of June and had just 8 days to use them up. But people under the age of, I don't know, 80 are refusing to get it because they're not fucking idiots. Because despite the piece of shit dumb cunt Prime Minister saying anyone over the age of 18 could get it, and the Commonwealth are all saying people under the age of 40 or not a priority group are not yet eligible for a vaccine, and of course the Therapeutic Goods and Drugs Administration thingy saying that people under 60 shouldn't get, or 70 shouldn't get it because it will kill them. It's just pathetic. Oh, around 27% of Australians over 70 are vaccinated, so even the people over 70 don't give a fuck.
What a surprise. What an actual, literal surprise.
Yeah. There are some idiots saying that they accept the risks, though. Bendigo is a place in New South Wales. Billy Blogs. But it doesn't matter, it's just some shithole.
I only know of Bendigo's existence from Australian Rick and Morty.
Really?
Get in the fucking car, Morty! Oh god, fuck. Oh, that hurt. My voice is kind of fucked right now because of the Richard Spencer impersonation I did earlier.
Yeah. So of course
Like that actually really hurt my throat.
Yeah. So of course, the Deputy Premier for New South Wales' daughter was fined for breaking the rules because, of course, the rules don't apply to you if you're one of the elite.
When has it ever?
Yeah, if we're on about fucking vaccinations and COVID-19 and shit, like check news when we're ready for the next article.
Oh, excellent. Good old Foxy Fox. Critics slam Biden administration's report plan to monitor vaccine misinformation in text messages. Yeah, good. Please tell me this is a typo, one Republican lawmaker said. Yeah.
Republican 3, Republican 4.
Yeah. Politico, of course, reported the plans. The White House has decided to hit back harder on misinformation and scare tactics after Republican lawmakers and conservative activists pledged to fight the administration's stated plans to go door to door to increase vaccination rates. Right, so Politico's clearly bipartisan. The pushback will include directly calling out social media platforms and conservative news shows that promote such tactics. Yeah, sure, go ahead and call them out. They're still right. The article continues how pro-bono groups and the DNC will work with SMS carriers to dispel misinformation in people's private text messages. And people trust the government. Why?
Because
Yeah, that's the kind of thing where, like, like, say they're entirely right and it is all, like, horrible misinformation. Still, no. No, 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 no.
Sure.
No.
Are you real? No, okay, so you're not sure.
It could be the most accurate information ever. It could be the most inaccurate information ever. The government should not be pushing SMS carriers to censor and manage people's text messages.
SMS.
So, Lauren
Carriers.
Boebert says, Biden's regime has announced they'll be working with SMS providers to stop vaccine misinformation spread via text messages. This is on the same day the White House said they support local officials to implement mandatory vaccines. No wonder they can't condemn communism.
Wait, so SMS, like in the text messages,
Yes.
are now going to be, you can't say this about COVID.
Well, that's what they're pushing for.
Oh, okay, yeah, fine, great. If I find those people, I'm gonna break their necks. Fucking, God, I hate them.
Yep. Vince Coglianese, I think that's how he pronounces it, says, sorry, just making sure I have this straight. The DNC now wants companies to police text messages for content? Yes. Yes, they do. And then Noah Rotman says, yes, we can allay the concerns of the excessively paranoid by tracking the content they send via text message.
So fucking stupid.
That's Democrats.
Well, it's the best summer I heard of a Democrat so far.
Yeah. But that's okay. They're going to give you a nasal spray to stop you from getting the coof, Trim.
Oh. Really?
Yep, a respiratory expert working on a preventative nasal spray aimed at limiting transmission of COVID-19 says he's excited that human trials are now underway. He reckons that it works by activating an immune response in the upper respiratory tract. He said the drug was shown to be effective both before and after early exposure to the virus. Ooh, the virus. It really makes you a lot more able to resist the virus and make less of the virus if you do become infected. So then you're far less likely to develop serious illness and transmit it to others. Spray could plug
That
vaccine
sounds pretty
gaps.
cool, actually.
I mean, that'd be okay.
I mean,
if we
I don't
did-
want it. I don't want it to be mandatory, but it
Hmm.
sounds like a cool
Yeah, it does
thing.
sound like. Oh, fuck me dead. They're using Windows XP.
Oh, fuck this. Just fuck
So
this.
yeah, seems like some pretty legit technology, but why are there vaccine gaps in a country of 20-something million people? Oh, is it because the government are a bunch of fucking idiots and haven't been able to vaccinate everyone that wants it?
Maybe, but then again, I think we're trying to make too much sense here.
Yeah, the whole thing's pathetic.
Which
And
is
of
not
course,
surprising.
if you're in Tasmania and you've returned from Victoria since the July the 8th, which is 9 days ago, have to wear a mask. You'll be required to wear a mask in public from midnight tonight and should avoid large gatherings. Like the filthy, disease-ridden lepers you are.
Oh, did you know what the so like according to law in the times of in biblical times, lepers had to were forbidden to be within 4 cubits of anyone else. Do you know what 4 cubits translates to?
1.5 meters. Ish.
6 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's the length of the tip of your fingers to your elbow, isn't it?
I don't know what the fuck a
I
cubit
think
is.
it's the
I just
tip
know
of
a cubit is 1.5 feet.
It's based off your
So it'd be
lower
6
arm and
feet.
possibly your hand. I know that much. Because
It's literally the same thing as COVID.
Literally. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, here's what the ABC wants to tell you about under 40 and thinking of getting the AstraZeneca vaccine. Here's what you need to know. Don't fucking do it! Oh, wait, that's not what they're saying. The confusion kicked off when resident dumbfuck, Scott Morrison, recently said anyone under 40 could get the vaccine if they consult their GP, even if they were not yet eligible for vaccination. Which, of course, prompted criticism because it contradicted official health advice that Pfizer was the preferred choice for younger people because of concerns about a rare blood clot condition linked to the AstraZeneca shot. Yes. What are the current recommendations? The expert panel on vaccines, ATAGI, currently recommends that for Australians under the age of 60, Pfizer is the preferred COVID-19 vaccine. But in most states and territories, Australians in their 20s and 30s, the people who are never going to die from this shit, are not yet eligible for the Pfizer jab, and won't be until more supplies of the vaccine arrive later this year.
Really? I fucking got that shit in April. Like, what?
There's no Pfizer in Australia at all. Because the government did a bulk deal with AstraZeneca for their death-causing vaccine.
Oh my god. so terrifying.
Yeah, so current data indicates that it occurs in around 2 of every 100,000 people who receive the first dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine. Sorry, that's pretty fucking big. Well, at least I'm pretty sure it is. No. So 0.00002% of cases. So that's only 3 zeros more than the death risk of COVID.
Christ.
Oh.
Wait, what is?
Apparently Boston Pride has fallen apart and means BLM whining about them not having enough diversity.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, again, I keep saying this, blacks are higher than LGBT on the progressive stack.
Well, we've known this for a couple of years now.
Yeah, which is why they're never accepting transracialism.
Of course, because then everyone will just pretend to be black.
Because very soon they'll find a way to include that.
Well, the problem is they don't have an argument against it.
true.
Yeah, but they don't need one.
Yeah. So, our so-called vaccine experts are urging people in outbreak areas to bring forward their second dose of AstraZeneca, so it kills them sooner. People in areas like Sydney should receive their second dose between 4 and 8 weeks after the first dose, instead of 12 weeks for the second dose. It's embarrassing. So, of course, what are all these stupid restrictions causing? They're causing people to be stuck in South Australia, in New South Wales ski resort, because the border closure won't allow him to return home with his 2 children, who look to be 8-ish and 12-ish, 8 to 10. They'd been caught out by South Australia's strict border rules, requiring travellers from most of New South Wales to receive a specific exemption. But of course, won't let them. Can't do it. They're 500 kilometres away from a virus hotspot, apparently, but no. Still too dangerous. Student of history asks, "Y'all get snow?" Yeah, we do right down the bottom of the country, because Australia's climate is basically the reverse of, like, literally upside down America.
Okay.
So, right at the north of the country, it's like Florida on steroids. And down at the south of the country, it's... what's somewhere up in the north that's kind of stupid, not too dangerous, and snows in winter? I don't know. Fucking Michigan or something? I don't know my geography.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that it's winter for you.
Yes, it's fucking freezing.
Wait, it's winter for you?
Yes,
Southern
that is how
Hemisphere.
hemispheres work, Trim.
I've never actually thought about it before. We didn't. never had the need to focus on it because I'm so fucking far from it.
Yeah, you're a little high up there in the world.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're in summer.
How hot is it in Norway?
It varies depending on the weather. When it's like really sunny, we get like a solid 26 degrees Celsius.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's outstanding. So, of course, the application to return home was rejected by the police, because, of course, the police are allowed to do that. Only being 20 kilometres away from the border, ready to go, told to apply online for their exemptions, but they aren't allowed to go home and are forced to spend more money to stay somewhere that the government alleges to be dangerous.
You should come to Texas, Trim. It's 32 right now.
Oh, 32, that sounds alright.
Really want to go to Texas.
What is
really
the
do.
current temperature? Because it is it's at dawn, you know, when it gets the coldest. What the hell am I looking for? The weather. That would probably help.
Oh, it's gonna hit 34 on Monday.
Yeah, it's currently 13 degrees. Feels like 11 due to wind chill, and yeah, it's bloody cold. And that's like a normal... that's like a chilly summer's day for you, isn't it, Trent? Not even chilly.
Repeat that again.
13 degrees.
13 degrees?
Yeah.
Dude, that's like...
what it is now?
That's like a good... No. Well, in the middle of the night, maybe if it's windy, but like 13 degrees? That's like a good early spring or late fall.
Yeah. It's fucking... it's basically like what 13 degrees would be for someone from, say, Florida. You know,
right.
freeze the balls off a brass alligator.
The coldest it's gonna get tonight here is 24.
Wow, that's a summer day.
No, that's
Well-
a summer night.
Yeah.
Let's see what you got. Have you ever been exposed to 20 minus degrees?
20
No.
minus.
20 minus. That is a average winter night, like high winter.
Yeah. Second and I are from places where 20 above 0 is cold.
Well, actually, no. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, recently there was the Texas freezing over shit.
That is weird to think about.
Yeah, it was fucking bizarre. Like, what the fuck is 2021?
Weird. I mean,
Look,
I know some people have problems with 2021, but I gotta admit, this year has basically been for me the year everything turned from shit to great.
Nah.
So I'm having a really good year.
Yeah, well, we went from the God Emperor to the Lich King, so.
Yeah, I feel sorry for you.
And
man.
Australia's
that's
just
the-
been
that's the
steadily
big
going
bad
downhill
thing.
for the last 30 years.
Yeah. I mean, at least the Lich King won't be around for a while. Be around for more than like 1 or 2 more years.
Hey, he
Give or
was
take.
in the Senate in the 1800s, remember?
Yeah.
He could be around much longer. You don't know with these immortal undead.
It's true. That's true. Now, but doesn't that mean we can just use a shotgun?
Eh?
I mean, he's technically a zombie.
Okay, I'm
yeah, but
probably
you need
legally
to-
not allowed to make that joke.
Sorry. I forgot.
Yeah, probably. Just remember, though, you need to find the phylactery first.
Oh, shit, right. Liches. God
Yeah, not zombie lich.
it's hard to see the difference, okay?
Yeah, I know. So, the
Well,
last...
like, a zombie doesn't have the power to suck the blackness out of someone.
No.
What is it called? That melaninophage? Melaninophage?
Yeah,
Like
maybe.
phage?
Look, all I
afraid.
know is
Mm,
that
black.
Portland will be fine in the zombie apocalypse because the zombies will all die of starvation. No brains
Yeah.
to eat.
Yeah. Especially since Andy No left.
Yeah. So I've got one last
Oh.
article for you guys. It is today's episode of Lies, Damned Lies and Statistics. Australia's unemployment rate falls below 5% for the first time in 10 years. That's very interesting. We'll get to the definition of unemployment later. So unemployment rate is hitting its... Yep.
Is it one of those things where, like, the employment rate only counts as in, like, people who are actively looking for work?
Yes. In the middle of a fucking pandemic. With random snap lockdowns.
Ooh.
Yeah, so unemployment's dropped to its lowest in a decade. Because people aren't looking for work. Because there's a pandemic on. So, you know, all those housewives who'd normally be looking for like some part-time retail gig to bring in a little bit of extra cash? Not a single one of them's bothering. So of course unemployment's going down. When you're lying through your fucking teeth, it's really fucking easy to make up some statistics.
I mean, lying through your teeth or making shit up is the best way to solve any problem.
Well, if you're a politician anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant.
Yeah, they waffle on about being like... We think each week that Sydney is in lockdown costs the Australian economy around $700 million to $1 billion a week. Well, that's poorly said. 6 to 8 weeks, potentially get a negative bout of economic activity in the third quarter. Yeah, it's almost as if it's not fucking worth it. But yeah, border closures help generate decade-low unemployment. Well, it certainly fucking helps. But... not helpful. Yeah, do you know if you're not working or officially unemployed, you're hidden from the right? Yeah, here we go. Here's the real answer. You count as employed if you work 1 hour a week. But why is that a problem? Because it hides the numbers. It can make you suspect... it's fucking fantastic how the ABC swallows the government's dick. Student of History asks why there's an NSFW channel. It's because we're a bunch of degenerates.
Really? You haven't seen that until now?
Yeah, it's full of weed porn. You can take it or leave it as you like.
So you can also add to it the like other stuff you like. Just don't go too far.
Look,
into
there's
the
only
agenda.
one rule in the NSFW chat, and I'll probably get in trouble with YouTube if I say it.
Yeah, that too. It's like there's a few things that are banned from it, and those are the logical ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we might be degenerates, but we have fucking standards. Jesus Christ.
Yep. I'm sure we do.
Right, so
Oh, shut up, Christian boy.
they give us a really interesting bit of some really interesting information about the number of people working the hours per week. So there are 94,000 people. Oh, and of course, they can't class you to be fully employed if you're happy with the amount of hours you work. So also, there's underemployed people who aren't happy with the amount of hours they work, which is utter bullshit. So, 8 hours a week. 130,000 people are working 8 hours a week. But they're employed. They count as employed.
Of course.
So,
I'm just waiting.
I'm going to get my calculator and we'll do some math. 11.3 plus 19.6 plus 10.1. It's going to take a bit. I'm going to stop reading it out. Just bear with me while I do this.
I got patience. Oh shit, that's the time, huh? Ah, fuck.
Just realized?
Yeah, I just realized the time. So...
Well, as soon as we're done with this, we can call if you would like.
Yeah, it's not that it's not that I don't want to stay further. It's the unfortunate part is that I have to work tomorrow, and that means I have to go to bed in a few hours, in like half hours.
Sleep is for the weak.
Wait,
Yes.
check NSFW first.
What kind of abomination have you brought? I like the Helltaker stuff though.
Oh, second, you bastard!
That is banned. Allow me to
What
fix
does the
that.
channel rule say? What does the channel rule say?
There, I solved the issue. But then again, we learn a lot from our good friend Second Plague here, right?
Oh, man.
Because I first thought he didn't like it, but apparently that's his kink. The shit you post in Not Safe Work is basically what you're into, and holy shit, Second, I didn't think you were that kind of guy.
Yeah, we thought you had
I'm not into
standards.
Yeah,
I do have standards.
that is oh
Yeah.
that is
Right, so I
Also, kind of surprised to see Harry active in that chat.
Oh, he's just... I don't think he's enjoying the chat room in the way it's meant to be enjoyed.
I think it's like morbid curiosity, or maybe some kind of like fucking compulsive need to check every chat that has unread shit. Oh, which I can respect because I
Prime,
have the same thing.
Prime Night missed
I'll
the
check
NSFW.
NSFW just to make the white dot next to it go away.
Yeah, it was the rainbow monkey.
Yeah, it was the rainbow dildo butt monkey. Say it properly, Jim. Rainbow dildo butt monkey. Don't forget, you can just like
Or
right click
DBM.
it and set it to muted. But yeah. So I did them.
Then it looks weird. It doesn't look right. It's the color itself.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing.
So I did the mathematics, And so, people working 9 hours or less per week count as employed. And of those people working 9 hours or less per week, there are 537,000 of them. But unemployment's down, guys, so it's fine.
Yep.
Wonderful.
How vibrant.
Very.
Lies, damned lies, and statistics.
Ugh.
It's honestly an abomination.
That was disappointing because we're like ending off like I was genuinely just gonna let Trim naturally discover that in podcast, but I had to blow the load early.
Yeah, well, that doesn't surprise me you do that. Ah!
I guess I opened myself up to that one.
You did.
Yeah.
Among other things.
So, the other...
Yeah, I intentionally opened myself up to that one.
Yeah, you did. Again, I said among other things, so you know.
Yeah, exactly.
But then again,
Well, I mean-
when your standards are basically a fucking monkey, Jesus, dude.
Well,
I'm gonna use that against you. What the fuck?
Well, it was actually kind of funny. Back in like fucking let's see. Fuck, I got like 3 zingers on this one guy in in middle school. This one like nerdy kid in my class, Adam, was like oh, that's so hard. And I'm like, that's not the only thing that's hard. And he's like, I know you're trying to say something, but I can't quite put my finger on it. And I was like, that's not the only thing you can't put your finger on. And he's like, oh, I guess I opened myself up to that one. I was like, it's not the only thing you opened yourself up to. Just like
Nice.
triple zinger. He just kept setting me up.
That is well done. That is
Nice.
well done. I approve. I really approve.
Yeah, so I just want to finish the point I'm making with the rest of this article, and then we can engage in full-on degeneracy. So, the government counts the unemployment rate as being the people in the labour force, and then the amount of them that are employed versus unemployed. Problem is, you're not counted for the purposes of those statistics if you're not in the labour force. People not in the labour force include retired, permanently disabled, full-time carer, stay-at-home parent, studying full-time, travelling, in prison, in a contemplative, if you're a monk, or, as they say, maybe you've become so discouraged by the depressing job search that you've given up looking for work. Funny how 2 years of pandemic and lockdowns might impact that number. So, of course, when they work out the unemployment rate, it excludes from its calculations all the people not in the labour force. So, 7 million people who aren't economically active aren't included in the unemployment rate. So, there are 789,000 people considered officially unemployed, when in fact, that number is 7,789,000. Size of the labour force is 13 million. So add a 7 million to that. So 7.7 million into 20 million. Very different.
That number is just too high, dude.
Yeah, I'm going to do some very brain-dead basic maths. So 7.7 into 20 is actually 38%. But the government, but that's fine because the people who are looking for work and not working 1 hour a week or more, that's only 5.7% of the labour force, which is a completely made up number anyway.
See, like, I feel like people need to be more, like, because I can understand the distinction, but it has, like, the reason is very important. Like, you know, for example, you wouldn't count a stay-at-home mom with a working husband as part of, like, the unemployment figure.
No.
But obviously the net is, like, not cast wide enough.
No, my biggest problem with it is that they don't count people who aren't looking for work but don't have a better reason.
Yeah.
So it doesn't count the people who are just sitting there in the dark because they can't pay their bills waiting to die. So,
Right.
yay, fun.
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah, Freedom Tunes actually has like an interesting video about that kind of shit.
Oh, cool. I should check it
I'm
Freaking
sure
out.
you'd
Tunes?
find it if you looked up Freedom Tunes unemployment.
Yeah.
Oh.
But no, they're like, oh, things are great. We can treat the unemployed even worse than we already do because the unemployment rate's so small, so therefore it's their fault if they're not getting a job. But it just pisses me off
Wouldn't
so
that be
much.
the exact opposite conclusion? Like, if the unemployment rate is like really small, then it's like, I don't know. Actually, I don't know where I was going with that.
I have no idea either. I'm starting to get a little bit tired anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, so we might finish it up then. Sooner history says government. Are you complaining, tax slave? Yes, I fucking am. Because I think I should have a positive number left after I pay my bills, not a negative number.
That would be nice.
Because I worked it out the other day because I needed to abuse my parents who are my housemates because they spend more. What they spend on cigarettes is 95% of what the government gives me to live off of. And I told them that maybe they should fucking pay some extra bills. But,
Fucking hell.
but yeah, I looked at all my bills and worked out that my bills are $200 more than my income every fortnight.
Wow.
And that does not even count for food. Fun stuff.
Very fun.
Alright, we might call it there since Trim is going to go have a nap because he needs to be up in the morning and work. Like the dirty
On a
contributing
pillow
member.
pastry.
Yeah,
It's got a pillow pastry.
dirty, filthy contributing member of society. How dare you?
I know. Darn me and my darn sense of earning money. Me and my capitalism.
Dirty, filthy capitalist.
Cry me a river, commie.
The only good communist.
little communists. We hate them.
Oh shit! I need to go. That can be a sound clip. That can be a sound bite.
I'm okay
Yeah,
with
feel
that.
free. Feel free.
Because the perfect thing is, Trim wasn't talking, and I can pull my audio out in post. I can get that clean.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Oh dear. Anyway, I think it now is a good time to call it there. It is almost 6 a.m., so we've been streaming for nearly 6 hours.
It's almost 10 o'clock here.
No. Thank you, boys, for joining me, and thank you, chat, for harassing us, keeping us sane and doing something. We will see you all same time, same place next week. Shadilay.
Shadilay. Love you guys in a non-homosexual way. Platonically, of course.
No homo.
Deus Volt.